Chapter 551 Don't agree? Then I'm here to kick the mountain. Where am I from? Hearing Yunshan's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but curl his lips and smiled softly. His sword art turned, and the 7 killing swords soared into the sky again. After whistling around, it finally hovered beside Bai Ji. Actually, you don't need to know where I come from, because I said you couldn't know it either. You just need to know that I came to visit the mountain gate of your Yunlin sect today. Bai Ji said slowly. Visiting the mountain gate of our Yunlin sect. Yunshan frowned. Visiting the mountain gate is a nice way of saying it, but to put it bluntly, this is to kick the mountain. The shrewd Yunshan naturally heard the subtext in Beg's words at once. If it was an ordinary fighter who came to kick the mountain, Yunshan would have cut him into pieces long ago. But after seeing Beg's strength, facing Beg, whose strength was at least at the Douwang level, Yunshan had to be wary of him considering the strength that might exist behind Beg. Young man, if you come to our Yunlin sect to find our disciples to spar with, then I have to regretfully tell you that there is no disciple in our Yunlin sect who is qualified to spar with you. The green wings of Douqi behind him fluttered lightly, and in the misty clouds, Yunshan's snow-white beard and hair fluttered in the wind, and he said slowly. Facing Bai Ji, who didn't know the details, Yunshan would rather be a little timid than to cause unnecessary trouble, but this attitude was obviously not what Bai Ji wanted to see. Yunshan, I'm not here to ask you, if your Yunlin sect doesn't agree. Bai Ji's mouth was grinning. Then I'll kick Shan. You. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yunshan's face couldn't help showing anger. This hateful boy actually dared to call him Yunshan directly. No one dared to call him by his name like this. Although he was concerned about the power behind Bai Ji, a Douwang strongman could not be insulted. Boy, didn't your master tell you to be respectful to the strong, especially those who are stronger than you? Yunshan suppressed his anger and said in a low voice. Hehe, I didn't tell you this. What, do you want to teach me? If you have that ability, I don't mind. Bai Ji raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly. Boy, don't go too far. My Yunlin sect is not something that can be manipulated by others. Yunshan shouted angrily. In this case, let me see what is so powerful about Feng Huang. Yunshan, one of the top 10 strong men in the Jima Empire. Bai Ji smiled coldly, and then clapped his hands quickly, pinched the sword formula with his hands, and shouted in a low voice, 10,000 sword formula, quick! As Bai Ji's voice fell, the 7 killing swords floating beside him suddenly chanted, and the sword energy in the sky burst out again, condensing countless sword shadows in the air, flying towards Yunshan like a storm. Damn it! Yunshan was angry, and waved his right sleeve, and the air in the sky suddenly became violent. Amid the howling wind, the rich green airflow surged, and a huge green wind wall condensed again in front of Yunshan. Wind wall. It's useless. Looking at the wind wall condensed around Yunshan, Beg turned his sword tactics, and the body of the 7 killing sword quickly turned back and was caught by Beg. Holding the 7 killing sword, the holy demon wings behind him suddenly stretched out, Beg jumped up, and instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, killing Yunshan. Splitting wind dance. Looking at Beg flying towards him, Yunshan shouted again, and the fighting spirit in his body surged out wildly. The green fighting spirit in the sky stirred the wind attribute aura between heaven and earth, forming a sky of wind blades in the air, whistling and shooting towards Beg like rain. 3-point return to the original energy cloud palm. Looking at the wind blades falling from the sky, Bai Ji shouted in his heart, closed his left hand, and pushed out a palm. The majestic soul power condensed a large amount of cloud and mist and suddenly condensed into a giant palm and slapped upwards. Countless wind blades all fell on the cloud palm and were blocked. While performing the cloud palm, Bai Ji had already rushed to the wind wall. Clang! With a burst of sword sounds, the 7 killing sword in his right hand was swung out by Bai Ji fiercely. Countless sword chi swung and stirred, and the sharp 7 killing sword instantly cut through the wind wall. Looking for death. Seeing Bai Ji so arrogant and domineering, Yunshan could no longer bear it. With a roar, countless green wind attribute fighting spirits surged out and surged in Yunshan's right hand, and a sharp fighting spirit sword was quickly condensed. When Bai Ji rushed through the wind wall, Yunshan also snorted coldly, waving the fighting spirit sword in his hand with an angry face to meet him. Clang! The sharp 7 killing sword and the Douqi sword, which was almost solid, collided with each other. Both of these swords, which were not physical weapons, actually made a clanging sound like metal colliding with each other. However, compared with the 7 killing sword, the Douchi sword was much less sharp and hard. The 7 killing sword split the Douchi sword into two in an instant with just one encounter. What? A sharp sword! After fighting once, Yunshin was horrified and retreated quickly pulling away. Looking at the sword of Douchi that was cut off in his hand, Yunshin's heart was full of solemnity. Yunshin, you shouldn't focus on the sharpness of the sword in my hand, right? Hearing Yunshin's exclamation, Bai Ji couldn't help laughing. Come on, 10,000 swords technique. With the turn of the 7 killing swords in his hand, countless sword chi surged out again, condensing into a sky full of sword shadows in the air. Looking at Yunshin, who was only 100 meters away, Bai Ji pinched the sword technique, and countless sword shadows burst out again, pointing directly at Yunshin. What kind of fighting skill is this? Looking at the sword shadows in the sky, Yunshin was completely unable to tell which one was the real 7 killing sword. He was shocked and angry. Wind whirl wall. Looking at the sword shadows whistling in the sky, Yunshin gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Suddenly, the surrounding winds whistled suddenly. A few dozen meters in front of Yunshin, the space suddenly twisted, and a substantial wall formed entirely by the wind suddenly took shape. On the wall, countless wind blades spun wildly, stirring the air and emitting bursts of sharp explosions. Shoot! As Yunshin shouted, countless wind blades burst out from the wind vortex wall, destroying the flying sword shadows. However, these wind blades destroyed only the sword shadows of the 7 killing swords condensed by Bai Ji using the 10,000 swords technique. The real 7 killing sword could not be destroyed by a mere wind blade. Fly the sword, fast! Looking at the wind blades colliding with the sword shadows in the sky, Bai Ji's mouth curled slightly, and the sword technique in his hand turned. Among the countless sword shadows, the real 7 killing sword suddenly accelerated. With a burst of explosions, the speed of the 7 killing sword broke through the speed of sound in an instant. Almost in an instant, the 7 killing sword penetrated the wind vortex wall and stabbed straight at Yunshin. But despite the amazing speed of the 7 killing sword, Yunshin still felt it the moment the 7 killing sword broke through the wind vortex wall by virtue of his induction of fighting skills. Not good. As a fatal sense of crisis came over him, Yunshin's pupils suddenly shrank and his hair stood on end. The fighting skill Fengxiu Remnant Shadow was quickly used, and the wings of fighting spirit behind him suddenly fluttered, and Yunshin's entire body suddenly accelerated to move to the left. Chapter 552 Extreme Wind Meteoric Killing vs Divine Sword Controlling Thunder True Art. What kind of fighting skill is this? It's so weird. Looking at the torn robe, the right side of his body was almost stabbed by the 7 killing sword that suddenly rose up. Yunshin gritted his teeth, his heart full of shock and anger, or rather, helpless rage. The fighting skills that can control weapons and split into countless illusory parts are too hard to defend against. Especially since this weapon is so sharp that it can even tear his condensed fighting spirit armor easily. Such a sophisticated fighting skill, could it be the legendary heaven-level fighting skill? Yunshin, you are still distracted, be careful not to be stabbed into a sieve by my sword. Seeing that Yunshin was still a little distracted, Bai Ji chuckled and pinched the sword formula again. Amid the clanging sound of swords, countless sword shadows took shape again and shot out towards Yunshin. Among the sword shadows in the sky, the real 7 killing sword was still hidden in it. But for Yunshin, he couldn't tell which sword shadow was the real 7 killing sword, so he could only consume a lot of Douchi and use a large-scale defensive fighting technique to defend. But this is not a solution after all. Compared with Bai Ji, his Douchi is consumed too quickly. 10,000 swords, fast. Sword control, fast. The wings of the holy demon behind Bai Ji fluttered lightly, and he pinched the sword formula with his hands, and kept shouting in his heart. Amid the whistling sound of countless flying swords, a large number of flying swords continued to pour down towards Yunshin like rain, and the real 7 killing sword was hidden in it. Under the control of Bai Ji's sword control technique, it continued to attack Yunshin from various angles. 6-sided wind wall. Faced with Bai Ji's continuous sword controlling attacks, Yunshin had no choice but to consume a lot of Douchi and use the 6-sided wind wall. That is, a wind wall was condensed in each of the 6 directions of front, back, left, right and top. If a cube is generally wrapped around the body, the consumption of Douchi is also amazing. During the battle, Yunshin did not think about getting close to Bai Ji to avoid the threat of sword controlling skills. But under Bai Ji's demon force field, Yunshin could not get close at all. Often, before getting close, he was pushed away by the repulsive force transformed by the demon force field. Damn, what's going on? Being pushed away by an inexplicable force again and again, Yunchen was secretly angry. At this time, of course, he also understood that he should be pushed away by some kind of fighting skills, but the way this fighting skill works is still unknown to him, and he can't avoid it at all. No. We must think of a way. This will never work. During the battle, before they knew it, they had left the Yunlin sect and arrived at the peaks outside the Yunlin mountain. Looking at the uninhabited mountains around them, Yun Lanshan secretly made a decision in his heart. Haha, fly the sword! Fly the sword! Seeing Yunchen running around exhausted, Bai Ji pinched the sword formula and laughed. The sword flying technique is indeed the most widely spread secret technique in the world of immortals and heroes. It is so powerful. Flying the sword with one hand and the 10,000 sword formula suppressed Yunchen without any temper. Six-sided wind wall. Looking at the sword shadows whistling in the sky, Yunchen shouted and burst out the fighting spirit in his body again, condensing 6 wind walls around him. But while blocking the sword shadows in the sky, Yunchen suddenly clapped his hands quickly, forming a strange handprint, and then the fighting spirit in his body suddenly burst out again. In an instant, the majestic fighting spirit suddenly gushed out, and in the whistling sound of the wind, the rich green air waves turned into tornadoes that connected the sky and the ground around Yunchen. The clouds in the sky were stirred, turning into large swirling lead grey clouds. At the same time, the violent air waves swept the earth, and with a shrill whistling sound, the trees and stones on the ground were rolled up into the sky. The wind rolls up the earth. Yunchen's handprint turned again, and he shouted loudly. Several tornadoes condensed around him suddenly swept around at an astonishing speed. Countless green wind blades in the tornadoes whistled and spun, crushing all the trees along the way, and the sword shadows caught in the tornadoes. The body of the 7-killing sword was also blown by the violent air waves rolled up by several tornadoes, and it was difficult to control. Seeing this, Bai Ji could only retract the 7-killing sword. Yes, this is what a Dohuang should look like. Looking at the tornado that was stirring up the dark clouds in the distance and whistling all the way, Bai Ji held the 7-killing sword with a faint smile on his lips. But I'm afraid you're thinking too much if you can solve it with just this one move. Throwing the 7-killing swords in his hand, Bai Ji held his hands together in a Tai Chi shape. With the circulation of the soul power in his body, under the effect of the 3-point return to origin Qi, the aura representing the 3 natural weather conditions of wind, cloud, and frost began to quickly flow into Bai Ji's arms. Finally, a huge 3-color aura ball condensed in front of Bai Ji. Take it, 3-point return to origin Qi. Looking at the whistling tornado, Bai Ji shouted and pushed out the condensed aura ball violently. In an instant, the 3-color aura ball whistled out and shot towards the tornado. Boom! As the 3-color aura ball and the tornado collided with each other, a violent explosion suddenly exploded. The violent airflow swept in all directions, uprooting large areas of trees, and the frost carried in the airflow even covered the earth with a layer of frost. Countless uprooted trees also brought up a lot of dust, which was blown away by the strong wind. For a time, the whole sky was covered with smoke and dust. Wind extreme meteoric killing. Yunchen's loud shout suddenly came in the smoke and dust. From the perspective of Bai Ji's mental power exploration, Yunchen seemed to have taken out a magic sword. As the wind extreme fighting technique was running, dark green fighting spirit burst out from his body, and 8 fighting spirit swords that were almost identical to the magic sword in Yunchen's hand condensed behind Yunchen. The 8 fighting spirit swords were like energy gathering plates, constantly absorbing the surrounding wind attribute spiritual energy and gathering it on the magic sword in Yunchen's hand. At the tip of the magic sword, a green light became brighter and brighter. Haha, wind extreme? I'm coming too. Discovering that Yunchen was actually preparing to use wind extreme meteoric killing, Bai Ji laughed loudly, turned the sword formula in his hand, and the 7 killing swords immediately returned to his hand. Bai Ji held the 7 killing sword, and the wings of the holy demon behind him fluttered. The whole person suddenly soared into the sky and came under the clouds. Yunchen, thank you for gathering clouds for me. Then I won't be polite. Bai Ji grinned, and the 7 killing sword in his hand suddenly raised high. 9 heavens mysterious break, turn into divine thunder, magnificent heavenly power, lead it with the sword. With Bai Ji's loud shout, the lead grey clouds suddenly twisted and turned into a vortex, and the color gradually changed from lead grey to black and dark. The rolling thunder and electric snakes kept winding in the clouds, crackling and exploding. Boom! Finally, as the 7 killing sword suddenly burst into endless blue light. In the dazzling blue light, with the thunder that shook the earth, the dense lightning gathered into a long dragon in an instant, and suddenly whistled down and fell on the 7 killing sword, and the 7 killing sword burst out with dazzling lightning. The true art of controlling thunder with the divine sword, cut. Bai Ji shouted loudly, and swung the 7 killing sword in his hand towards Yunshan. Roar! As the dazzling blue light burst out, a long dragon of thunder roared, broke away from the 7 killing sword, and rushed towards Yunshan with a roar. At the same time, in the smoke and dust, the green light on the magic sword in Yunshan's hand gradually became dazzling to the extreme. Finally, a deep light that was so small that it was almost the size of a thumb suddenly burst out and out, cutting through the sky. The space seemed to be twisted and trembling faintly. The deep and dazzling wind light, swirling with thunder and roaring thunder dragons, the two major attacks broke through the smoke and dust all the way, getting closer and closer, and finally, they collided with a loud bang. Chapter 553 Yunshan surrendered. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, endless purple lightning and green light suddenly burst out. The intense light and heat heated the air, and the heat flow generated rushed into the sky, dispersing the dark clouds. At the same time, the rolling lightning swept around with a crackling sound, destroying large areas of mountains and trees along the way, leaving only a dark mess. And countless fine wind lines cut off large areas of trees directly and silently. In a loud boom, large areas of trees fell down, and the cross-section was extremely smooth. But in the contest between the Thunder Dragon and the Wind Line, the Thunder Dragon finally had the upper hand. The angry dragon wrapped in rolling thunder broke through the wind line all the way in the roar, dispersing the smoke and dust in the sky, penetrating the wind wall, and finally hit Yunshan heavily in Yunshan's horrified eyes. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the dazzling lightning suddenly burst out, instantly piercing through the Dochi armor condensed on Yunshan's body, and finally bombarded Yunshan, directly knocking Yunshan down from the sky. Puff! As the blood spit out, Yunshan's figure was like a kite with a broken string, whistling directly into the dense forest, and a loud bang broke out. Shouldn't he be dead? Retracting the 7 killing swords, Bai Ji touched his chin, fluttered the holy demon wings behind him, and quickly flew into the forest. In the forest, in the center of a huge pit, Yunshan was charred all over, lying in the pit half dead. Almost all the trees along the way were scorched by the residual thunder wrapped around Yunshan, and the ground was the same, and was also electrified into a scorched color by the high temperature generated by the lightning. Cough cough. Seeing Bai Ji coming, Yunshan coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood weakly. His eyes were grey. Kill me. Kill you, why do you think so? Is there any benefit to killing you? Looking at Yunshan, who had completely lost the ability to resist and was half dead, Bai Ji put the 7 killing sword back into the scabbard behind him and said with a faint smile. If you don't kill me, I won't live long. The power of your fighting skills is too strong. Almost all of my internal organs have been pierced by lightning and caused necrosis. Even a miracle doctor can't save me. Yunshan laughed bitterly. Can you tell me why you came to trouble our Yunlin sect? Before dying, Yunshan wanted to know the answer. He still didn't understand why Bai Ji wanted to trouble him. He obviously didn't know Bai Ji. Bai Ji was so young and so powerful that he was definitely not from their Jiuma Empire. Which force wanted to destroy their Yunlan sect, and who did he offend? I didn't mean to trouble you. My purpose in coming to your Yunlan sect was very simple, that is, to conquer your Yunlan sect. In fact, you don't have to die. I can cure you, but the price is that your Yunlan sect will listen to me in the future. I am the supreme elder of your Yunlan sect. Bai Ji said slowly. Can you cure me? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yunshan couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in his heart. As for Bai Ji's desire to conquer Yunlan sect, Yunshan agreed without thinking at this moment. If he didn't agree, after his death, Yunlan sect would be disbanded even if it was not destroyed, and only if he survived, there would be endless possibilities in the future. I promise you, save me. His internal organs were almost about to stop working, and he was just relying on his strong fighting spirit to hold on. Yunshan had no choice but to scream with all his might. He was not a person who was ready to die. If he was, he would not have joined the Soul Palace in the future to break through the Do Zone. Very good, remember your choice. Bai Ji nodded with satisfaction, stretched out his right hand, and a white crabapple flower suddenly emerged. Then, as 10 golden halos continued to rise from the crabapple flower, which was only the size of a palm, suddenly became the size of a wash basin, and the holy white light fell. Under the full healing light of the nine-spirit begonia, the rich life force continued to flow into Yunshan's body. The half-dead body began to gradually recover under the healing of the nine-spirit begonia. The internal organs in the body were also recovering, and the charred skin all over the body began to shed. My body! Sensing the improvement of his body, Yunshan moved his hand slightly. The hand that was almost unconscious actually recovered. Yunshan couldn't help but tremble in his tone, and even his body trembled with excitement. Okay. After curing Yunshan, Bai Ji's heart moved and he took back the nine-spirit begonia. Go back, and inform everyone when you go back that I will be the supreme elder of your Yunlin sect in the future. Looking at Yunshan, Bai Ji said slowly. By the way, after I go back, I will accept Yun from your Yunlin sect as my apprentice. Sir, but Yunar is already my apprentice. Yunshan smiled bitterly. Then you should dissolve the master-apprentice relationship. Bai Ji said lightly. Sir, Yunshan wanted to say something, but seeing Bai Ji's increasingly cold eyes, Yunshan could only sigh dejectedly. Okay. If at the beginning, he still thought that Bai Ji was just a junior, then after seeing Bai Ji's nine-spirit begonia, Yunshan no longer thought so. The nine-spirit begonia was something he had never seen before, but it was able to pull him back from the gates of hell and restore all his fighting spirit. This was definitely an unprecedented treasure, not inferior to the legendary strange fire, and even surpassed it. It was impossible for a junior to possess such a treasure. Moreover, he still couldn't see through Bai Ji's strength. At first, because of Bai Ji's face, Yunshan thought that Bai Ji was just a young demon king who used special fighting skills or magic devices to cover up his cultivation. But now Yunshan found that Bai Ji didn't even use his full strength when fighting with him. At least in the previous battle, if Bai Ji used the nine-spirit begonia, Bai Ji could have used the powerful thunder sword continuously, and he would never have to consider the consumption of fighting spirit like he used the wind extreme meteorite killing, which could only be used as a trump card. Could this be an old demon who has rejuvenated and pretends to be a pig to eat the tiger everywhere? Yunshan couldn't help but suddenly have this thought in his mind. Let's go back to your Yunlin sect. Beg didn't know what Yunshan was thinking at the moment. Seeing Yunshan recover, Beg fluttered the holy demon wings again, flew into the sky, and prepared to return to Yunlin sect. He also planned to accept Yun as his apprentice to see how many chances he could have to draw the lottery. Yes, sir. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yunshan also quickly condensed the wings of Douluo again and flew into the sky. After knowing that Bai Ji might be an old monster who pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger, he no longer dared to pretend. Pretending in front of an old monster who likes to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger and pretend everywhere, isn't that courting death? In Yunshan's uneasy mood, Bai Ji naturally vibrated the wings of Douluo, and the two flew towards the direction of Yunlin sect like a stream of light. Chapter 554 The Supreme Elder of Yunlin Sect, 3 Chances to Draw a Lottery. At this moment, Yunlin Sect was crowded with people. Sect Master Yunshan and a strange strong man fought all the way to the outside of Yunlin Sect, and the battle was extremely fierce. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the rolling tornado roared across the world. Such a mighty force could not be achieved by a non-Duhuang level strong man. Hehe, I guess that kid will definitely not be the opponent of the Sect Master. That's for sure, our Sect Master is the Wind Emperor, one of the 10 strongest men in the Jiama Empire. But he is already proud enough to force the Sect Master to perform such a powerful fighting skill. In the square of Yunlin Sect, a large number of Yunlin Sect disciples were staring at the battle in the distance. This level of battle is rare for them to see in several years or even decades. While watching, many disciples were constantly whispering to each other. The battle is over. Seeing the storm in the distance gradually disappear, the square caused an uproar again. Alas, it's over, what a pity. Many disciples felt a little regretful, they haven't seen enough. The Sect Master is back. Suddenly, a disciple saw a stream of light flying quickly in the distance. No, it seems there are 2 people. A disciple exclaimed. Amid the exclamations of several disciples, Bai Ji and Yun Shan moved very fast, and in a blink of an eye, they arrived above Yunlan Mountain from a distance. Seeing that Bai Ji was actually walking in front, while Yun Shan was in a mess, following behind Bai Ji like a younger brother, countless disciples in the square were full of disbelief. How is it possible? How do I feel that our Sect Master lost? Impossible, our Sect Master is a Dohuang strongman, How could he lose to such a kid who is younger than us? Quiet! Hearing the noise below, Yun Shan couldn't help but frown and shout. And with Yun Shan's shouting, the crowd in the square below suddenly quieted down. Yun Shan has managed Yunlan sect for decades, and he is very majestic in Yunlan sect. No disciple dares to ignore his words. Next, I want to announce something. After the crowd quieted down, Yun Shan said in a deep voice. In the future, our Yunlan sect will add a new position of Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is superior to ordinary elders and is on par with the sect master. From today on, this elder by next to me is the first Grand Elder of our Yunlan sect. Hearing Yunshan's words, the square suddenly exploded. Not only ordinary disciples, even the elders who came over were stunned. What happened to the sect master? Why did he add the position of the Supreme Elder, and let such a young man take the position? Silence! Hearing the noise below again, Yunshan shouted again. In the future, when you meet Elder Bai, you must be as respectful as when you meet me, and treat Elder Bai as the sect master. If anyone dares to disobey, I will expel him from the Yunlan sect. Do you hear me? I heard it. After hearing Yunshan's words, all the disciples were shocked and responded loudly. Very good, let's go, Yuner, come here. Yunshan nodded with satisfaction, looked at Yun, and said. Hearing Yunshan's words, Yun was stunned at first, but still walked over obediently, and the three of them walked towards the depths of Yunlan sect together. Behind them, seeing that Yunshan still did not dare to walk in front of Beg, but only dared to stand slightly behind Beg, and his pace was always one step slower than Beg, some elders could not help but have a terrible idea in their hearts. Did the sect master lose the previous battle? Sir, please come this way. On the other side, under the leadership of Yunshan, the three of them passed through the Yunlan sect and came to the back mountain of the Yunlan sect. The Yunlan sect itself is located in Yunlan mountain, which is already very high. You can see the blue sky and floating white clouds when you look up. In the back mountain, there are misty and floating clouds everywhere, which makes the back mountain look like a fairyland. Master, what's the matter with you? Seeing that Master Yunshan's eyes were a little complicated along the way, Yun couldn't help but ask in confusion. Yuner, I will no longer be your master in the future. Yunshan sighed. Why, master? Yun was stunned and asked hurriedly. Because I will be your master in the future. On the side, Bai Ge smiled and replied. Master, what is going on? Yun's heart sank when she heard Bai Ge's words. At this moment, she was not angry, but extremely confused. Yuner, master, I was also forced to do so. The master wanted to accept you as a disciple, and I had to agree. Otherwise, Yunlan sect hey. Yunshan hesitated and finally shook his head and sighed heavily. Will Yunlan sect be destroyed? Although Yunshan didn't say anything, the clever Yun had guessed what Yunshan meant and fell silent. It seems that the master really lost the previous battle. Yuner, you should learn from the master in the future. The master's strength is stronger than mine, and he will definitely be able to teach you well. Yunshan continued to comfort her. Well, I know. Yun nodded silently. She has been practicing with Yunshan for several years. It would be a lie to say that she has no feelings for him, but for the Yunlan sect, she knows what to choose. Call me master. Seeing that Yun finally agreed, Yunshan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and taught. Master. Yun turned around and called Beg obediently. Yuner, you will practice with me in the future. Beg smiled slightly. But if you want to come back in the future, you can also come back and take a look. If you don't understand something, you can also ask Master Yunshan. After all, I am also the Supreme Elder of Yunlan sect, right? Beg looked at Yunshan meaningfully. This made Yunshan secretly angry. I have given you my apprentice, and you still want me to continue teaching. Is this your apprentice or mine? Forget it. Forget it. Yunshan still shook his head helplessly in his heart. Yuner is at least the most outstanding disciple of my Yun family. Who else can I give Yunlan sect to if I don't give it to her? Anyway, they are all members of my Yun family. Even if she worships someone else as her master, it cannot change her identity. On the contrary, she may be able to learn stronger fighting skills and techniques. Not a loss. Not a loss. Yunshan comforted himself in his heart. This is definitely not because he is afraid of Beg. System, calculate, how many lottery opportunities do I have now? Seeing Yunshan's sad face, Beg was a little amused and said to the system in his heart. The host's request has been received and is being calculated. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have won 3 gold level lottery opportunities. The voice of the system sounded in his mind. 3 gold level lottery opportunities. Beg nodded slightly. This result was not unexpected to him, because he also got 3 gold level lottery opportunities by conquering the Jiama royal family. System, draw the reward. Chapter 555 The results of 3 draws, Yun and Yafei. 3 gold level lottery opportunities have been used, and the system is drawing. Ding! Congratulations, congratulations host, you have obtained the soul binding and general dispatching skill. Congratulations host, you have obtained the beast taming skill. Congratulations host, you have obtained the heavenly snake breathing method. In his mind, the system's congratulations kept ringing. Soul binding and general dispatching skill, beast taming skill, heavenly snake breathing method. Hearing the rewards drawn by the system, Bai Ge couldn't help but think in his heart. Soul binding and general dispatching skill, Bai Ge easily recognized this. This is one of the 8 strange skills from the world of one person under heaven. It is the ultimate ability of the witches and shamans of the witchcraft. It can imprison spirits and invite gods to possess the body. It is an ability that has a miraculous effect on spirits. As for the beast taming skill and heavenly snake breathing method, Bai Ge didn't know, but the beast taming skill should be the skill of taming beasts, and the heavenly snake breathing method should be a breath suppressing method. System, receive the reward. Following Bai Ge's words, 3 streams of information suddenly flooded into Bai Ge's mind. If it were before, Bai Ge would probably have to spend some time to recover. But now this amount of information can be completely ignored by Bai Ge, without even frowning. After receiving the soul binding and general sending, beast taming, and heavenly snake breathing method, Bai Ge's eyes suddenly brightened. Among them, beast taming and heavenly snake breathing method did not surprise Bai Ge. Although they are also very useful, they are not very useful to Bai Ge, but soul binding and general sending is different. Soul binding and general sending actually have 4 abilities, namely soul binding, soul controlling, soul sacrificing, and soul subduing. Among them, soul binding and soul subduing are easy to understand, that is, to confine and manipulate spirits. As for soul sacrificing and soul subduing, soul binding is to sacrifice other spirits to another spirit as a sacrifice to strengthen the sacrificed spirit, while soul subduing is to devour the spirit and transform it into soul power. If the spirit has other powers in the body, they will also be absorbed together. This seems to be used to strengthen my martial soul. Bai Ge couldn't help thinking in his heart. Although the martial soul of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor has reached the extreme of the Douluo plane, due to the limitations of the world, in the Douluo world, even if the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul is fully opened and all the soul rings are fully exploded, the strength is only at the semi-saint level, and it is not durable. For the holy demon titan Shura Emperor, compared with the pure martial soul, Bai Ge actually wants to make it into a Dharma image in the fairy world. But unfortunately, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor has reached the extreme of the Douluo plane, and Bai Ge can't find a way to make further progress. However, now that he has obtained the spirit binding general, Bai Ge immediately has a way to take the holy demon titan Shura Emperor further. The current holy demon titan Shura Emperor is less than a kilometer in size, but as long as he continues to use the spirit binding general to strengthen the holy demon titan Shura Emperor through the sacrifice, one day, the size of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor martial soul will be larger than the planet. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Bai Ge stopped. Yunshan, today's trip to Yunlin sect ends here. I'll take Yuner with me. Bai Ge said slowly. I understand, sir. Yunshan sighed in his heart, but still nodded. By the way, I forgot to tell you that in addition to your Yunlin sect, I also subjugated the Jiama royal family and the Mitre family of your Jiama empire, and the snake people are also under my command. I hope you can get along well in the future. Bai Ge suddenly said. Is it the same for that old guy Jia Xingtian? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Yunshan couldn't help but feel a little happy in his heart. It turned out that he was not the only one, and it seemed that he was the last one to be subjugated. When people are unlucky, what they like to see most is that others are unlucky with them, and this was perfectly demonstrated by Yunshan. Okay, I'm leaving first. Without saying much, Bai Ge directly hugged Yunyun beside him with one hand, and the wings of the holy demon quickly spread out, and then fluttered violently. Bai Ji's figure instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The thick soul power condensed into a shield, blocking the strong wind. Bai Ji hugged Yun with one hand, and the speed was very fast. In less than half an hour, he had crossed dozens of miles and returned to the capital of Jiama, and finally came to the Mitre family. Who? In the whistling sound of a strong wind, Bai Ji landed in the small courtyard where he lived. As soon as he landed, Kaidi and Yafei, who heard the sound, opened the door to greet him. Master, you are back. Seeing Bai Ji, Kaidi said happily. Master, who is this sister? Seeing Yun, who was a little restrained behind Bai Ji, Yafei couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Hello, my name is Yun. Before Bai Ji could answer, Yun took a deep breath and answered. Yafei, Yun is the new disciple of the master. Her cultivation and age are older than yours. In our sect, seniority is not based on the time of apprenticeship and age, but only on cultivation, so Yun will be your senior sister in the future. Bai Ji touched Yun's head, and smiled without even noticing Yun's slightly red face. Senior sister Yun. After listening to Bai Ji's, Yafei pursed her lips. Senior sister Yun, hello, my name is Yafei, please teach me more in the future. Yafei bowed slightly to Yun. You are welcome, junior sister Yafei. Yun shook her head and stepped forward to help Yafei up. Hello, sister Yun, I am Cai Dai, the master's maid. Cai Dai also smiled and greeted her. Hello, sister Cai Dai. Yun called out politely. Okay, let me tell you, although you are all my disciples, the skills and fighting skills I teach to each disciple are completely different. Yafei practices the heavenly demon method and walks the path of the heavenly demon girl. As for you, Yuner, I haven't found a skill that is particularly suitable for you yet. I can only give you a fighting skill first, and then see if I can find a skill that suits you later. After Bai Ji finished speaking, he stretched out his index finger and pointed at the void of Yun. Through mental power, a stream of information was immediately transmitted into Yun's mind. Earth-level high-level fighting skills, 3-point return to the original energy. Feeling the information in her mind, Yun was shocked. This is actually a 3-attribute fighting skill. After reading the introduction and power of the fighting skill, Yun couldn't help but show a look of shock. In the fighting skills, most of the yellow-level fighting skills are attributeless, with only simple force-generating techniques, which are very rough. And most of the fighting skills above the yellow level are single-attribute fighting skills, which can only attract one attribute of spiritual energy, but the fighting skills in her mind can actually attract 3 attributes of energy at the same time. Isn't this a 3-attribute fighting skill? This is not a 3-attribute fighting skill, it can only be regarded as a 2-attribute, namely wind and water, except that wind is pure wind and clouds and frost are actually different manifestations of water. Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. Yuner, this room will be your room from now on. After speaking, Bai Ji brought Yun to an empty room and said. Think carefully about how to practice this Sanfen Giwen Qi first. If you don't know how to do it, find out all the problems and ask me when the time comes. Got it? Bai Ji touched his head and said. Yes, Yuner knows. Yun nodded silently. Chapter 556, 7 Illusions Green Spirit Saliva, Yao Chen awakens. After accepting Yafei and Yun as apprentices, Bai Ji basically taught the 2 little lowly to practice during the day, and at night he spent part of his time to deduce the appropriate wind attribute exercises for Yun, and part of his time to sacrifice the 7 killing swords. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. One day, Middle Teng Shan suddenly came to pay a visit. My lord, we found the medicinal materials that can restore soul power. Holding a tray covered with red cloth in his hand, Middle Teng Shan said respectfully. Is this the medicinal material that can restore soul power? Pointing to the tray in Middle Teng Shan's hand, Bai Ji couldn't help asking. That's right, sir. Middle Teng Shan confidently opened the red cloth, revealing the jade box in the tray. Putting the tray and red cloth on the table beside him, Middle Teng Shan slowly opened the jade box in his hand. As soon as the jade box was opened, a calming fragrance filled the air, and a green plant was lying horizontally in the jade box. The plant was green in color and looked like a piece of fine green jade. At the top of the plant, a flower with 7 colors was slowly blooming. As the flower unfolded, Bai Ji was somewhat surprised to find that the 7 colors were gradually changing, which looked extremely gorgeous. What a beautiful flower, what is the name of this medicinal material? Looking at the colorful flowers, Bai Ji couldn't help but admire. Sir, this herb is called Seven Illusions Green Spirit Saliva. Its rhizome can be used to extract a very mysterious liquid substance, and this substance is the best medicine for restoring soul power. Middle Tengshan explained. Seven Illusions Green Spirit Saliva. Bai Ji was slightly surprised when he heard Middle Tengshan's introduction. Isn't this the herb originally from the Nalan family? How could it be in the Middle family? Tengshan, where did you find this herb? Bai Ji asked. My lord, this herb was just delivered by a herb hunter. If you didn't need it, we would have put it at the auction. Middle Tengshan said respectfully. So that's the case. Bai Ji understood after hearing Middle Tengshan's words. It seems that this Seven Illusions Green Spirit Saliva was not originally from the Nalan family, but was auctioned by the Nalan family at the auction. Okay, you can go down. Bai Ji waved his hand after taking the jade box. Sir, do you know how to extract the mysterious substance from the rhizome of the Seven Illusion Green Spirit Saliva? Middle Tengshan asked tentatively. You say no that the liquid can be obtained by burning and refining it with flames. Bai Ji said lightly. Then I will take my leave. Middle Tengshan smiled awkwardly, clasped his fists, quickly left the room, and closed the door. After Middle Tengshan left, Bai Ji looked at the jade box in his hand with the Seven Illusions Green Spirit Saliva. Looking at the Seven Illusions Green Spirit Saliva with colorful halos blooming on the petals in the jade box, Bai Ji felt a little regretful. If I could, I really don't want to destroy you, but unfortunately. Shaking his head with some regret, Bai Ji placed his palm on the jade box. As the invisible soul power surged out, a large amount of soul power quickly wrapped the Seven Illusions Green Spirit Saliva and the soil on its rhizomes. Then as Bai Ji's mind moved, the whole Seven Illusions Green Spirit Saliva and the soil on the rhizomes suddenly separated, and the Seven Illusions Green Spirit Saliva slowly floated up from the jade box. Whew! The invisible soul power lifted the Seven Illusions Green Spirit Saliva in the air. After putting the jade box aside, Bai Ji placed his right hand under the Seven Illusions Green Spirit Saliva, and then the orange-yellow blazing flame suddenly ignited. The orange-yellow flame enveloped the Seven Illusions Green Spirit Saliva, but because the temperature was not high enough, the Seven Illusions Green Spirit Saliva withered a little slowly. Seeing this, Bai Ji increased the temperature of the flame, and the orange-yellow flame gradually turned into purple. Under the burning of the purple flame with a temperature of up to 7,000 degrees, the Seven Illusions Green Spirit Saliva, which was originally like green jade, began to wither rapidly. However, although the branches and leaves were withering more and more, the color of the seven-color flower on the Seven Illusions Green Spirit Saliva became more and more bright. When the branches and leaves completely withered and turned into ashes and dispersed, the color of the seven-color flower was even more dazzling, and at the same time, a strong fragrance like a fine wine buried in the earth for a long time suddenly emanated. This is a fragrance that contains the power of nourishing the soul. When Bai Ji smelled this fragrance, he felt refreshed and relaxed. It is indeed a top-grade medicinal material for restoring soul power. The fragrance alone has such an effect. As he continued to control the purple flame to burn the seven-color flower, Bai Ji couldn't help but marvel. Because of the burning of the flame, the essence of the Seven Illusion Green Spirit Saliva has gathered on the seven-color flower, making it extremely difficult to burn the seven-color flower. Despite the burning of the purple flame with a temperature of 7,000 degrees, the seven-color flower is still resisting, using the blooming seven-color light to fight against the burning of the flame. But compared with Bai Ji's power, the power of the Seven Illusion Green Spirit Saliva is still too weak. Under the continuous burning of the purple flame, the seven-color light that competes with the purple flame is gradually weakening, and finally completely dimming and disappearing. As the seven-color light disappeared, the seven-color flower suddenly became weak. Under the burning of the purple flame, the seven-color petals began to wither rapidly, and small drops of seven-color dew continued to seep out from the withered leaves, flashing with strange luster. Finally, as the seven-color flower completely withered and turned into ashes, Bai Ji retracted his own flame. At this moment, in the soul power, there was only a seven-color dew that was formed by the fusion of small drops of seven-color dew, which was like a pearl emitting seven-color rays of light. Go! After completely burning the Seven Illusion Green Spirit Saliva into ashes and extracting the seven-color dew that could restore soul power, under Bai Ji's control, the seven-color dew flew out and slowly fell on the soul-warming ring in Bai Ji's hand. As the seven-colored dewdrops and the soul-warming ring fit together, the dark soul-warming ring suddenly emits a faint black light, and an invisible suction force is transmitted, and the light emitted by the 7 colored dewdrops attached to the soul-warming ring begins to be quickly absorbed by the ring. Success! Seeing the scene on the ring, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile slightly. It may be that the 7 colored dewdrops extracted from the 7 illusion green spirit saliva awakened the instinct of Yao Chen, who was sleeping in the soul-warming ring. Under the instinctive devouring of Yao Chen's soul, the 7 colored light of the 7 colored dewdrops attached to the soul-warming ring began to become weak and dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. And as the 7 colored light weakened, the black light on the soul-warming ring began to become more and more intense. Bai Ji could clearly sense that the soul sleeping in the ring was recovering rapidly. Finally, as the 7 colored light blooming on the 7 colored dewdrops completely disappeared, the 7 colored dewdrops had completely turned into colorless dewdrops. The black light on the warm soul ring also weakened and finally died down. But looking at the dark ring that had died down, Bai Ji couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile and said, "Yao Chen, I know you've woken up, stop pretending, or I'll throw you into the cesspool." Chapter 557, Transaction. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yao Chen, who had already awakened in the warm soul ring, knew that he could no longer hide. As the black light on the warm soul ring flickered a few times, a somewhat illusory spirit floated out of the ring. This was an old man with silver hair and an old face, and it was Yao Chen. "Your Excellency, how do you know my identity?" Looking at Bai Ji, Yao Chen's old face was full of vigilance and solemnity. "Yao Zun, you don't have to be so nervous. If I had ill intentions towards you, I wouldn't have saved you, right?" Bai Ji shook his head helplessly at Yao Chen's vigilance. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yao Chen's mind turned and found that it seemed to be true, so his vigilance in his heart could not help but relax a little. "Then how did you know I was in this ring?" Yao Chen's heart was still full of doubts. "I can't explain this. If you insist on me explaining it, then I can only say that I can see through fate. I glimpsed your soul in this ring in the long river of fate, so I found a way to find this ring and then saved you." Bai Ji shrugged. "See through fate?" Yao Chen frowned, a little unconvinced. "In this world, where is the fate? If there is such a thing as fate, then why do they practice cultivation?" Seeing the doubt in Yao Chen's eyes, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile and said, "Senior Yao Chen, don't you believe it? But I can indeed see fate. For example, I know that the senior has a technique called burning technique in his hand, which can devour the strange fire to evolve. Am I right?" "How do you know?" Yao Chen was shocked when he heard Bai Ji's words. He only told his best friend Feng Zun's about the burning art, and he didn't even tell his former beloved disciple Han Feng in detail, so he was murdered by Han Feng, who got a clue and became greedy. Han Feng was willing to murder him just for the burning art, so he would definitely not tell other people about the burning art, and his good friend Feng Zunzun would not tell other people about it, so how did the young man in front of him know about the burning art? Is there really fate in this world, and are there people who can see fate? Yao Chen suddenly doubted his life. "Senior Yao Chen, don't worry. For the burning art, only you, me, your good friend Feng Zunzun, and your disciple Han Feng should know about it." Bai Ji said slowly. "Don't mention this traitor, I don't have this disciple." Hearing the 2 words Han Feng, Yao Chen could not help but be furious, his blood boiling, his face full of anger, and he squeezed out these words from his teeth. "Tell me, why did you save me?" After the anger, Yao Chen suddenly calmed down and asked. The person in front of him spent a precious medicinal herb that can restore soul power to save him. It is definitely not a free mercy. There is no such kind person in the world. Anyone who pays must ask for something. Yao Chen knows this very well. Haha, since the senior has calmed down, then the junior can have a good talk with the senior. Seeing Yao Chen calm down, Bai Ji laughed, then slowly sat on a chair in the room, crossed his legs, and looked leisurely. "In fact, the purpose of my saving the senior is very simple, that is, I want to make a deal with the senior." Bai Ji said slowly. "Make a deal, what deal?" Yao Chen did not refuse, but asked. Senior Yao Chen is really straightforward. Bai Ji couldn't help but clap his hands with a smile. If he followed the rhythm of some idiots, Yao Chen in front of him should refuse in every possible way, and then be tortured by him in various ways, and finally compromise, but being able to grow from a humble branch expelled by the Yao clan to the current Yao Zun, Yao Chen must not be unaware of the truth that people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Besides, he is not the enemy, and he must negotiate first, and then decide whether to refuse or cooperate. This is the mentality of a normal Zun. In fact, I also know the reason why the senior has fallen into this state. I can help the senior to avenge himself and reshape his body, but as a deal, the senior needs to teach me the senior's alchemy technique, and then the burning technique. If I need the senior's help, the senior also needs to cooperate as much as possible. Bai Ji said slowly. Boy, are you asking for too much? Yao Chen's face was a little ugly. Although he was mentally prepared, Bai Ji's conditions were so many that he still couldn't accept them. I'm asking for too much? No. Bai Ji shook his head. Senior should also know that if I want to help you rebuild your body, the burning technique and alchemy technique are definitely indispensable. Why are you so angry? He actually knows this. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yao Chen couldn't help but be shocked. If he wants to be resurrected, he needs at least the corpse of a Dozong strongman, and then the 8th grade elixir bone-melting blood elixir, and at least 3 kinds of strange fire. This is indeed impossible without superb alchemy and the burning technique. Boy, I can accept your conditions, but I also have conditions. He took a deep breath. Yao Chen said lightly. Please speak, senior. Bai Ji smiled lightly. Boy, I can agree to your other conditions, just as a reward for you to wake me up, but my alchemy skills cannot be taught to others casually. If you want to inherit my legacy, then you must worship me as your master. Yao Chen stared at Bai Ji and said word by word. Senior, are you really so persistent? Hearing Yao Chen's words, Bai Ji also became serious. This is not persistence, but persistence. If my prescription is taught to others casually, then is there any meaning for me to study the prescription so hard? Yao Chen shook his head. Bai Ji was silent for a while and said, Senior Yao Chen, if I had met you at the beginning, then I might indeed worship you as my master, but now. Bai Ji changed his voice and his face showed a faint expression. I'm sorry, no one in this world is qualified to be my master. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yao Chen couldn't help but laugh. Boy, aren't you saying too much? Although I don't know how you woke me up, but seeing that you have no cultivation at all, it's a bit arrogant to say that no one can be your master. Senior, do you think that there is only one way to practice fighting in this world? Bai Ji's mouth curled up slightly. Apart from fighting, are there other ways to practice in this world? Yao Chen retorted. Although there may be other ways to practice in ancient times, these methods have long been lost with the passage of time. Now this world is an era of fighting to the extreme. If you don't practice fighting, what else can you practice? Really? Chapter 558, Detaining Spirits and Sending Generals. Yao Chen was shocked. Is that so? Bai Ji curled his lips, and the next moment, the soul power in his body was activated, and the secret technique of soul binding and general scent was activated. An invisible suction force was transmitted, and Yao Chen's spirit body floating on the soul warming ring was instantly detained. What's going on? Yao Chen's face changed drastically after being imprisoned by the invisible force of soul binding and general scent. He clearly did not feel any fluctuations in fighting spirit. Is there really a second cultivation system in this world? How does Senior Yao Chen feel? Bai Ji released soul binding and general scent, and said slowly with a chuckle. What fighting technique did you use? Yao Chen's face was solemn. Under the inexplicable force just now, he had no room for resistance at all. This feeling was just like what he had seen before, when people in the Soul Palace captured souls. Facing the attack of the Soul Palace, the soul body could not resist at all. The young man in front of him should have used the same type of ability just now, specifically targeting souls. But this ability is not the ability of the Soul Palace, because the ability of the Soul Palace is gloomy and terrifying, it is too easy to recognize. Senior Yao Chen, you should have felt it, I didn't use Do Qi. Do you still think I'm an ordinary person without cultivation? Bai Ji asked with a smile. Yao Chen shook his head with a heavy look. Senior Yao Chen, your current state is exactly the prey that the guys in the Soul Palace are craving. If you are discovered by the Soul Palace, you must know the consequences. If you agree to the conditions I mentioned before, then in exchange, I will protect your safety. This, plus the conditions just now, should be enough, right? I have always believed that for a person, life is always the most important. As long as a person is alive, everything is possible, but once life is gone, everything is really gone. Bai Ji said leisurely. The background of the Soul Palace is not simple. How can I believe that you can protect me well? Yao Chen said coldly. But when Bai Ji heard Yao Chen's words, he laughed in his heart. Because Yao Chen's tone suddenly changed, it was obvious that he was shaken in his heart. Senior, Soul Palace is a power in Zhongzhou, but you are now in Duqi Continent, or in the remote area of Jiama Empire in Duqi Continent. Soul Palace cannot reach so far. Even if they come, they must be some small minions. As long as they are not Dushan level strong men who come to arrest you, you can rest assured that I can still protect you. Bai Ji smiled slightly. I will trust you for the time being. Yao Chen sighed. He had no other choice now. If Bai Ji did not have the soul binding and general dispatching skills, he could still find a way to escape. However, after discovering that Bai Ji's soul binding and general dispatching skills were even more targeted at the soul body than the secret skills of Soul Palace, Yao Chen knew that he had no choice. Boy, since you are also a strong man, I will not force you to worship me as your master, but it is not so simple to inherit my alchemy skills. Do you know the conditions for becoming an alchemist? Yao Chen asked. This junior naturally knows that to become an alchemist, you need to meet two major conditions. The first is that one must have extraordinary soul strength, which is debatable, but the second point is necessary, that is, one must have both fire and wood attributes. Only those who have both fire and wood attributes can become alchemists, right? Bai Ji smiled and replied. Yes, that's right. Yao Chen stroked his snow-white beard and nodded. After that, Yao Chen suddenly stretched out his right hand, and with a flash of black light, a light blue crystal ball suddenly appeared in his hand. After taking out the crystal ball from the ring, Yao Chen threw the crystal ball. Under the control of the soul power, the crystal ball flew slowly towards Bai Ji like floating. This is a crystal ball that can test the attributes of the body. Although your power is not fighting spirit, I think the two should be essentially the same. This crystal ball should also be able to test the attributes of your body. Yao Chen said slowly. What attributes do you think the junior should have, Senior Yao Chen? After taking the crystal ball, Bai Ji couldn't help but look at Yao Chen, smiled mysteriously, and asked. Junior. Yao Chen was a little speechless. After being taken away by Bai Ji with the spirit binding and general dispatching technique without any resistance, Yao Chen had an understanding in his heart, that is, the boy in front of him must be an old monster who has rejuvenated. But Bai Ji likes to pretend to be young, but he can't point it out. What if this is someone else's little habit, and he angers others by pointing it out? He naturally didn't know that Bai Ji was still a teenager when he watched various things before crossing, so he had a fixed impression of some characters. In addition, as a modern person, although he is getting older, since his appearance has not changed, it is definitely better to be young than old. So when Bai Ji does things, he still likes to speak more based on his apparent age. Anyway, he looks young, and there is nothing wrong with pretending to be young. On the contrary, if he looks like a teenager, but always uses the tone of an old man, it would be inconsistent. I guess you should have the dual attributes of fire and wood. Yao Chen thought for a moment and answered. Bai Ji had given him a very experienced feeling before. Since he had asked for his alchemy skills before, he must have thought that he could become an alchemist, so Yao Chen still thought that Bai Ji should have both wood and fire attributes. As for why he tested, it was just for insurance. As for whether Bai Ji would have a third attribute, Yao Chen didn't even think about it. In the Douluo plane, it was rare to be qualified to become a fighter with fire and wood. Having 3 attributes would be heavenly. Hee. After hearing Yao Chen's answer, Bai Ji laughed and put his hand on the crystal ball, and then the soul power in his body was immediately circulated and injected into the crystal ball. Swish! With the injection of Bai Ji's soul power, the light blue crystal ball suddenly burst into a dazzling red light. This was the ability of the burning fruit. After eating the burning fruit, Bai Ji's physique could be said to be a fire spirit body if placed in some immortal cultivation worlds. This is such a powerful fire attribute physique. On the side, Yao Chen was shocked when he saw the dazzling light from the crystal ball. For a fighter, if the attributes of the physique determine the attributes of the martial arts practiced by the fighter, then the strength of the physique determines the speed of the fighter's practice and the power that can be exerted when using the fighting skills. The same fire attribute physique, the same level of fire attribute practice, but the stronger and purer the fire attribute physique, the faster the practice. For the same fighting skill, if it is below the Do Wang, it is okay, but if it is above the Do Wang, it can attract the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. For the same fighting skill, the stronger the physique and the purer the attributes, the stronger the power that can be exerted, because they can attract more spiritual energy. But before Yao Chen came to his senses, the crystal ball in front of him actually burst into a second dazzling light again. Yao Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. How is it possible? Chapter 559, Teaching the Great Method of Changing the Heaven and Earth, the burning technique is in hand. The dazzling green light filled the entire room. Under the cover of the dazzling green light, everything seemed to exude vigorous vitality. This is the color that represents the wood attribute constitution. The alchemist is indeed a dual attribute of fire and wood, Yao Chen has no doubt about this. However, the attribute of the alchemist is fire with wood, but the green light in front of him is too bright. This is no longer fire with wood, but the two are on par. Yao Chen was shocked. In the alchemy world, as long as the attribute is fire with wood, you are qualified to become an alchemist, and the fire and wood in front of you are both, and they are so pure. This is no longer a question of whether you are qualified to be an alchemist, this is the genius of the alchemist. Yao Chen swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. In such a remote place, there is actually someone who has such a monstrous talent as an alchemist. This is really too fantastic. It seems that there is still hope for my resurrect Iona. Fire of hope ignited in Yao Chen's heart. But before Yao Chen could recover, the crystal ball once again burst into dazzling golden light, which represented the light of the gold attributed constitution. This is... Yao Chen widened his eyes again, and his heart was once again in shock. 3 attribute constitution, what a monster! Yao Chen shouted in his heart. Just as Yao Chen was shocked, the crystal ball, whose golden light gradually dimmed, once again burst into dazzling earthy brown light, which was the color of the earth attributed constitution. How is it possible? Seeing the crystal ball burst into light again, Yao Chen felt like he had seen a ghost, his eyes widened again, and his lips trembled. 2 attribute constitution is a genius, although rare, but it is not impossible. 3 attribute constitution is also possible, and he can accept it, but what is the 4 attribute constitution? Yao Chen was stunned. But before Yao Chen could recover, the crystal ball once again burst into brilliant blue light, dazzling white light and dark black light, and Yao Chen was stunned. Red is fire attribute, green is wood attribute, gold is metal attribute, brown is earth attribute, blue is water attribute, these he recognized. In addition to these 5, Yao Chen also knew that there were cyan wind attribute and purple thunder attribute, but what were the attributes of white and black? For the first time, Yao Chen felt that his knowledge was not enough. In his long career, it was the first time that he was shocked for such a long time. Yao Chen wanted to say something, but after holding it in for a long time, he couldn't say anything. Senior, can I become a pharmacist with my attributes? Bai Ji teased with a playful smile. Yes. Yao Chen was depressed for a while, but he could only nod silently. He admitted that he was hit. With such a strong fire attribute and wood attribute physique, he had to admit that this was simply born for refining medicine. Senior, do you want to test your mental strength? Bai Ji asked with an inexplicable smile. Whatever. Yao Chen waved his hand in depression. Your fire and wood attributes are so pure that your control over flames and perception of medicinal properties have reached an extremely powerful level. The reason why alchemists require strong mental power is to facilitate the perception of changes in medicinal properties, but your wood attribute is so pure that it can offset this requirement. I think it's better to take a look. Bai Ji said with a smile, and then suddenly released a part of the pressure of the god-level soul. This is... Sensing the pressure of the divine skill soul suddenly released by Bai Ji, Yao Chen was shocked, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and he suddenly exploded. He quickly raised his head and looked at Bai Ji, his face full of shock. Emperor-level soul. Yao Chen said in disbelief. Although there is a gap in magnitude and some differences in some places, the pressure released by Bai Ji's soul does feel like the legendary Emperor-level soul to Yao Chen, at least in terms of quality. Why is your soul power so powerful? Yao Chen stared at Bai Ji and asked in horror. The reason is very simple. It's because I practiced a technique that specifically cultivates the soul. Bai Ji smiled mysteriously. A technique that specifically cultivates the soul. Yao Chen couldn't help but be shocked. That's right, Senior Yao Chen, I plan to teach you the technique. What do you think? Bai Ji said with a smile. Tell me, what are your conditions? Yao Chen suppressed the heat in his heart, took a few deep breaths, and said calmly. He had never heard of the technique for cultivating the soul. Even if there was one, it must be extremely precious. Since Bai Ji brought it up, he must have something to ask for. He didn't believe that there would be a free lunch in this world. Haha, senior is really smart. Bai Ji smiled and clapped his hands. In fact, I don't have any other conditions. It's still one of the previous conditions. I hope that after teaching me the alchemy, you can help me train some alchemists. As long as you are willing, I will offer you this soul cultivation method with both hands. It's not impossible to help you train some alchemists, but although the people who are qualified to become alchemists are not rare, they are also 1 in a million. Are you sure you have such a seedling? Yao Chen frowned and asked. Don't worry about this, just agree. Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. Then I promise you. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Yao Chen didn't think much and said directly. For Bai Ji, it was the first time he met someone who could bring him so much shock. Although the burning art was magical, he didn't take it too seriously because practicing the burning art was too dangerous. Tame the strange fire is a matter of life and death, but the burning art has to devour many kinds of strange fire. The difficulty of this practice is too high. It's not a matter of 1/10 of a life or death, but a matter of 10/10 of a life or death. The reason why he didn't pass the burning art to his former apprentice Han Feng was because of this concern, but he didn't expect Han Feng to secretly harm him. Senior is so generous. Bai Ji was a little surprised to hear Yao Chen agreed so easily. But without thinking too much, Bai Ji stepped forward and stretched out his hand, passing the heaven-changing and earth-strike art to Yao Chen. If he didn't have the soul-binding and general sending technique, he might have to keep a hand, but with the soul-binding and general sending technique, Yao Chen, with the soul body, couldn't escape from his palm at all. Thank you. After accepting Bai Ji's heaven-changing and earth-strike art, Yao Chen thanked Bai Ji solemnly. He was so wary of Bai Ji before, but he didn't expect Bai Ji to be so generous to pass on the soul cultivation technique to him. He originally thought that Bai Ji would wait until he fulfilled the conditions before passing it on. Since Bai Ji was so generous, Yao Chen naturally couldn't fall behind. Without thinking too much, Yao Chen took out a black scroll from his ring and handed it to Bai Ji, saying, "Here, this is the burning technique you want." Chapter 560, Proud Yao Chen. Is this the burning technique? Taking the black scroll, stroking the surface with his palm, feeling the warmth from the unknown material, Bai Ji's eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself in a low voice. In the entire Dopo Kangsheng world, in addition to the special fire, the most valuable thing is this evolutionary technique. Slowly spreading out the scroll, Bai Ji touched it with his palm, stroking the uneven and strange words on the surface, and a stream of information suddenly flooded into his mind. This is the content of a technique called burning technique. So that's it. After receiving the burning technique, Bai Ji suddenly realized. It turns out that the operation route of the burning technique is like this. With a thought, the spirit power comparable to the emperor level quickly surged out of the body, covering a radius of 100 miles, and then instantly swallowed all the spiritual energy within 100 miles into the body. After swallowing the spiritual energy, Bai Ji quickly formed seals with his hands and began to breathe. In just a moment, a large amount of Do Qi surged out of Bai Ji's danshan. These Do Qi were obtained after Bai Ji refined the spiritual energy that he had just swallowed into his body. Under the compression of mental power, these Do Qi began to be purified quickly, and impurities were discharged from the body. Bai Ji's Do Qi cultivation also quickly broke through from the first Do Qi to the 9th Do Qi, and then reached the peak of the 9th Do Qi. Finally, he broke through the 9th Do Qi and condensed a cyclone. Then, with the operation of the burning technique, Bai Ji's cultivation continued to improve, from a 1-star dojet, to a 2-star dojet, and finally broke through to a 5-star dojet, and then stopped. However, after refining all the spiritual energy in the danshan, Bai Ji did not continue to absorb spiritual energy for refining. The reason is very simple, there is no need. The further you practice Do Qi, the slower the speed will be, because the more you practice, the more spiritual energy you need to be promoted to 1-star, so Do practitioners will pursue elixirs very much, because they all need elixirs to assist in practice. The speed of practicing Do Qi is also related to the efficiency of refining spiritual energy, and the efficiency of refining spiritual energy is related to the level of Do Qi techniques. The higher the level of Do Qi techniques, the higher the efficiency of refining spiritual energy. Bai Ji's current burning art is still a yellow level technique, and the efficiency of refining spiritual energy is still a bit low. It is better to wait until the Qinglian Earth Core Fire is refined before continuing to practice. Anyway, with the soul power in the body of the Saint Demon Titan Zihu Huangwuhun, Bai Ji is not lacking in strength now, and he does not need to fight for every second to practice Do Qi. Besides, fighting for more seconds also requires efficiency, right? I have already handed over the burning technique to you, but I have to remind you in advance that although the burning technique is wonderful, it is also extremely dangerous, because the burning technique needs to devour the strange fire to evolve, otherwise it is just an ordinary yellow level technique, and I believe you should also know the difficulty of devouring the strange fire. Seeing Bai Ji promoted to a fighter in an instant, Yao Chen was shocked in his heart, and while his eyes twitched, he couldn't help but calm down and reminded him. As for devouring strange fire, because I happened to devour the bone spirit cold fire ranked 11th on the strange fire list, I have quite a few insights in my mind. Before devouring the strange fire, you need to prepare 3 things. Yao Chen stretched out 3 fingers. They are Blood Lotus Pill, Ice Spirit Cold Spring and Soul Absorption. Among them, Blood Lotus Pill is a must-have for you to get close to the strange fire. Otherwise, with the violent fire, you may be burned to ashes by the scorching heat before you can get close. The Blood Lotus Pill only protects the outside of the body. To protect the inside of the body, you need Ice Spirit Cold Spring. As for soul absorption, it can open up a small space in your body to store the strange fire. Otherwise, with the destructiveness of the strange fire, you will only burn yourself if you swallow it rashly. Yao Chen explained and kept reminding. This old Yao is quite conscientious. Listening to Yao Chen's words, Bai Ji smiled faintly and nodded repeatedly in his heart. Senior Yao Chen, since we have already cooperated, then I will also change the name of the senior. From now on, I will call you Senior. How about you, Yao Lao? Bai Ji chuckled. Yao Lao, okay. Yao Chen pondered for a while and nodded. Boy, do you know where there is a strange fire? If you don't know, I can point out a few places where strange fire may exist for you. But before that, you still have to prepare the Blood Lotus Pill, Ice Spirit Cold Spring and Nailing. The medicinal materials needed to refine the Blood Lotus Pill are. When Yao Chen was about to read out the medicinal materials for the Blood Lotus Pill for Bai Ji to collect, Bai Ji interrupted with a faint smile, Yao Lao, actually I don't need any Blood Lotus Pill and Ice Spirit Cold Spring. No, boy, do you want to die? Yao Chen looked at Bai Ji with an expression of looking at a fool. Senior, do you think I am the kind of person who doesn't know whether to live or die? Bai Ji asked back. There was a reason why he didn't need the Blood Lotus Pill and the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. One reason was that in the Douluo plain, he had taken the 8 aniseed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot, and had already achieved a physique that was invulnerable to ice and fire. Then he swallowed the burning fruit and had the ability to transform into an element. When he was transforming into an element, Bai Ji had experimented. Although his body had been transformed into an element, there were still meridians in his body, and soul power could flow. The meridians of the human body are not blood vessels, but a kind of pipeline space that has a certain connection with the human body. The same is true for the denshin and the acupoints, which are a small space that has a physical connection with the human body. If the meridians are blood vessels, and the denshin and various acupoints are acupoints, doctors on Earth in the previous life had discovered it when they dissected. It can only be said that blood vessels and acupoints are the keys connecting the meridians and acupoints, similar to the mirror and the world in the mirror, but the two are not actually the same existence. Not like. After taking a closer look at Bai Ji and thinking about Bai Ji's previous behavior, Yao Chen shook his head. However, Yao Chen was still skeptical about Bai Ji's statement that he could get close to the strange fire without the Blood Lotus Pill and the Ice Spirit Cold Spring. But he did not completely deny it, because Bai Ji had given him too many surprises. Such a mysterious Bai Ji might really have a way to refine the strange fire without the Blood Lotus Pill and the Ice Spirit Cold Spring, but from what he knew, he still couldn't believe it. Forget it, I don't care about you, kid, you are so mysterious, do whatever you want, I will go back to comprehend your soul cultivation method first, as for this strange fire I will see when the time comes. After thinking for a while, Yao Chen was a little embarrassed and annoyed. He said something and went back into the soul warming ring, which made Bai Ji laugh. After putting on the soul warming ring again, Bai Ji smiled and shook his head. He said he would never care and would wait and see. What at Sundara? After getting the burning technique, Bai Ji's goal of seizing the soul-warming ring was almost half completed. As for the matter of refining medicine, there was no rush. Let's go back to the Tagar Desert first and refine the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire in the Tagar Desert. Bai Ji thought to himself and stood up and opened the door. Chapter 561 Returning to the Tagar Desert, The Changes of the Snake People. In a courtyard of the Mitre family, Bai Ji left the room. Although he was prepared to find the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Bai Ji did not leave immediately. Instead, he went to find the two apprentices he had just accepted, Yafei and Yun Yun. For a while, he had been guiding the two little Lolita in their cultivation every day. If he left suddenly, the two little Lolita would probably be very anxious. So before leaving, Bai Ji still had to inform the two little Lolita first. After finding the two little Lolita, Cai Dai was with them and was guiding them in their cultivation. Although Cai Dai's personality was a little silly, she still had an outstanding talent in cultivation, otherwise she would not have suppressed her sister Cai Lin in cultivation. When Bai Ji was there, she usually watched leisurely on the side because of Bai Ji's guidance. But if Bai Ji was not there and the two little Lolita came to ask again, she would also guide them carefully. After all, she was a Do Huang, and it was more than enough for her to guide two little guys who were only about Dojet. Yafei, Yuner, the master suddenly had something to do and might have to leave for a while. During this time, you must practice well. The master will check your cultivation situation when he comes back. While stroking the heads of the two little Lolita with both hands, Bai Ji smiled and said, "Master, where are you going?" Yafei blinked her big eyes, and a trace of doubt appeared on her young but already charming face. "Hehe, Master is going to the Tagar Desert to do some things and will be back soon," Bai Ji said with a smile. "Is the Tagar Desert the hometown of Sister Kaidi?" On the side, Yun Yun's beautiful face moved slightly, and she asked in a crisp voice. "Yes." Bai Ji nodded. "Kaidi, do you want to go back with me?" Bai Ji looked at Kaidi. "That master, I still want to play here." Kaidi lowered her eyes slightly, tapped her fingers lightly, and spoke evasively. Although she had been in Giamatti for several months, she had not had enough fun and did not want to go back so early. "Well, during the time I am away, you must supervise Yafei and Yuner's practice, understand?" Beg did not force it, but said. "Yes, Master, I know." Kaidi nodded happily. But seeing Kaidi's excitement, as if she had escaped from a caged beast, Beg doubted how much the little maid in front of him had heard of his words. He always felt that if he left, the little maid in front of him would play even crazier. "Forget it." Shaking his head with a sense of anger and amusement in his heart, Beg spread his wings of the holy demon. Looking at the sky, the black and white wings fluttered violently, and Beg's figure instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky. One day later. Tagar Desert, Snake Man Oasis. In the vast desert, yellow sand filled the sky. Outside the Snake Man Oasis, camel caravans were carrying full loads of supplies from the Gobi Desert not far from the Snake Man Oasis to the Snake Man Oasis. Hurry up, after delivering the last caravan of food and water, we can complete this month's target. Think about those cute and charming magic devices. These little guys are the best luxury goods for those rich nobles. A little guy can be sold for at least 10 gold coins. We have delivered so much food this time, and we can import at least 30,000 magic lamps. Think about how much money that is. In the camel caravan, a tall, scarred man with a scimitar on his waist rode a camel and walked at the end, constantly urging the brothers in the caravan. He was the leader of this mercenary group, Haishan. "Boss, don't be so anxious, isn't the Snake Man Oasis coming soon?" One of the long-faced mercenaries pulled the black robe on his body, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and complained. "Taos, you can't say that. We are not the only one doing this business in the Tagar Desert. The output of the snake people's magic devices is so limited. If we don't hurry up, what if someone else gets there first? It's a blessing if there are less goods. If there are no goods, our trip will be in vain." Another mercenary shook his head. "Nishan is right. To be safe, we have to go faster." Most of the mercenaries in the team nodded in agreement, and then drove the camels under them faster, and the whole team quickened their pace again. Soon, the convoy entered the Snake Oasis. Moving forward along the avenue, the convoy finally arrived at the gate of the Snake People's city. Sir, this is the supplies we sent. Arriving at the gate, Haishan drove the camel under him forward and said to a snake guard, and asked one of his men to open the red cloth covering the transported supplies. Well, go in. Seeing the bags of food under the red cloth, the snake guard nodded lightly and signaled his men to open the city gate. Thank you, sir. After the city gate was opened, Haishan clasped his fists at the snake guards and then commanded the team to enter the city. As long as you sell the food to the designated location after entering the city, you can get a token, get the quota to buy magic lamps, and go to the snake temple to buy magic lamps. While Haishan was dealing with the snake guards, on the tower, Cai Lin and the elder were watching the mercenaries outside the snake city, who were lining up in long lines and transporting various supplies into the snake oasis. Alas, sir, you are really as good as a god. With the benefits, these mercenaries are like a different person. You can no longer see the look of life and death for our snake people. The elder stroked his snow-white beard and sighed. They captured us snake people just for money, but this money is risky. Maybe they will get it but not spend it. Now there is a more profitable and safer way. There is no reason for them not to do it. Cai Lin put his hand on the city wall, looked into the distance, and said lightly. This is indeed the case. If it were me, I would do the same. As long as we seize the business of the soul guide lamp, we can put the meat in their mouths and let them transport food. They are more efficient than those merchants in transporting food and supplies. The elder chuckled. Those merchants are ordinary people. Even if they can recruit fighters to escort them, they have to worry about whether they will be swallowed by the giant yellow sand scorpions lurking in the sand. These mercenaries have always lived on the edge of the Tagar Desert, so they naturally don't worry about this problem. Cai Lin said slowly. I don't know when the master will come back. Just a magic lamp has brought such a big change to our snake people. I really don't know what the magic fan and magic refrigerator that the master mentioned will be like. The elder felt a little emotional. Wait, he seems to be back. Suddenly, as if he noticed something, Cai Lin's eyes moved slightly and he looked up. Looking into the distance. Chapter 562 Underground Cave. He is back? Just as the elder was sighing, he suddenly heard the quiet and slightly happy voice of Queen Medusa Cai Lin, and the elder was slightly startled. Looking up, he saw a black and white stream of light flying quickly in the distant sky. How are you doing recently? After arriving at the destination, Bai Ge folded the wings of the holy demon, and landed beside Cai Lin and the elder with a smile on his face. Thanks to the adults, our snake people are in a good situation recently. The adults' plans have been successfully completed. We have contacted some large mercenary groups in the Tagar Desert and reached an agreement. The elder was extremely respectful. So, in the future, your snake people should not lack food and various living supplies, right? Bai Ge smiled even more. Yes, these are all the adults' credit. The elder bent his waist even lower. We have decided to announce everything you have done for our snake people to all the people of the snake people, so that everyone knows that all this is the credit of you. You have saved our snake people. From now on, you will be the prophet of our snake people, with the same status as the queen. Prophet? This title is good. Bai Ge nodded with satisfaction. But he didn't care much about status. He only cared about the respect of the entire snake people, which was related to whether he could get the chance to draw the lottery of the snake people. Okay, I came back this time because I actually have something to ask you for help. Bai Ge said slowly. What is it, sir? The elder said respectfully. I can ask Cai Lin about this matter. You go down, and help me find a few more smart snake youths. I have something to announce when I come back. Bai Ge shook his head and said. Yes. Hearing that Bai Ge only wanted to talk to Cai Lin in private, the elder naturally would not be so tactless as to force him to stay, but directly chose to leave obediently. After the elder left, Cai Lin's charming and beautiful face could not help but flash a trace of doubt, turned her head and asked softly, Do you have anything to ask me? Can your Queen Medusa use the strange fire to transform when she is at the peak of Douluo? Bai Ge pondered for a while and asked. Well, that's true, but is there any problem with this? Cai Lin nodded, but still a little confused. There is no problem, but I recently got a set of exercises that require strange fire to practice. I know there is a strange fire called Qinglian Earth Core Fire in the Tagar Desert. I just don't know if you have found it. If you find it, it will be much more convenient for me. Bai Ji shook his head and chuckled. Qinglian Earth Core Fire? I did find this strange fire. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Cai Lin did not hesitate, but quickly nodded in agreement. Then take me to find it. Bai Ji was slightly delighted. Bai Ji, do you want to subdue it? Subduing strange fire is a very dangerous thing, it can be said to be a life and death struggle. You are not an alchemist, so you don't have to subdue strange fire. Cai Lin's tone was serious. Cai Lin, didn't I say that I need strange fire to practice my skills, and although I am not an alchemist now, who can guarantee that I will not be an alchemist in the future? Bai Ji smiled softly. Anyway, believe me. Well, I'll take you there. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Cai Lin sighed and nodded after thinking for a long time. After leaving the Snake Man Oasis, the two turned into streams of light and rushed to the place where the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire was. Because Cai Lin led the way, they arrived quickly. The Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is here. After landing in the desert, looking at the endless yellow sand in front of him, Cai Lin spoke while walking forward to a slightly sunken sand. He waved his hand, and with the brilliant orange-red fighting spirit bursting out, a large amount of yellow sand was lifted up, and suddenly, a dark hole was revealed. Is the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire in here? Bai Ji's figure flashed and he came to the dark cave entrance, and asked with interest. That's right, the Qinglian Earth Core Fire is the 19th rank strange fire on the strange fire list. It was born in the depths of the earth. It was made by the fire of the earth after countless times of tempering, fusion, compression, and carving. Legend has it that it takes 10 years to become a spirit, 100 years to take shape, and 1,000 years to become a lotus. When it is fully formed, its color is green, and a cluster of green fire grows in the heart of the lotus. Only then can it be called Qinglian Fire, also known as Qinglian Earth Core Fire. Since it is tempered and carved by the power of the earth, it is naturally born underground. According to legend, in areas near volcanoes, Qinglian Earth Core Fire can even trigger volcanic eruptions. Cai Lin came to Bai Ji and sighed. Tisk tisk, what a terrifying power, it is worthy of being the legendary strange fire. Bai Ji was amazed. By the way, don't be fooled by the darkness of this cave, but there is actually a magma lake under this cave, where many fire-attributed monsters, the two-headed fire spirit snakes, live. Although their strength is only at the dulling level, they carry magma when attacking, and the trouble level is not inferior to that of Duwang. Before going down the cave, Cai Lin reminded. I know, the two-headed fire spirit snakes. Bai Ji touched his chin, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Let's go down, this cave is not straight, remember to be careful when going down. Standing in front of the cave, Cai Lin finished speaking and jumped into the cave, and Bai Ji followed closely, spreading the wings of the holy demon and entered the cave. The dark cave was not straight, but winding. Although the general direction was downward, it turned left and right, and countless clusters of rocks protruded from the cave wall. If you don't know in advance, you will easily hit the protruding stones if you fly down directly and quickly, but with Cai Lin's reminder, Bai Ji slowed down a little, but there was no accident. He landed in the cave easily and came to a grotto. Because they were already deep underground, there was no light in the dark grotto. Bai Ji stretched out his right hand, and the orange-yellow flame suddenly burned, illuminating the grotto. Hey, there are so many passages, Cai Lin, which one should we take? Seeing that the cave walls around the grotto were full of cave entrances, there were more than 10 of them, all formed naturally, Bai Ji couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of nature and asked Cai Lin. Take this one. Cai Lin didn't hesitate too much and directly chose one of the passages that looked extremely long. She was very familiar with this place. Let's go. Following Cai Lin, Bai Ji walked into a passage. The dark passage was long and deep. Because it was underground, it was even a little cold at the beginning. But as he went deeper, the passage began to get hotter. Hot winds kept blowing from the other end of the passage, and red flames lit up from a distance. Obviously, the magma lake that Cai Lin mentioned before was at the end of this passage. Chapter 563 Four-Headed Fire Spirit Snake. The dark passage was wide and long. The deeper he went, the stronger the heat in the air became. If he touched the wall of the passage, he could even feel the scorching heat. As he approached the end of the passage, the originally dark passage began to gradually brighten. Red light came from the end and illuminated the passage. We are almost there. Be careful. Beside him, Cai Lin said cautiously while twisting his tail and moving forward in the passage. Although the two-headed fire spirit snake in the magma lake is not very strong, as an alien monster, it can survive in the magma lake. If the two-headed fire spirit snake uses the magma in the magma lake to attack, it will still cause a lot of trouble to the two. As they gradually stepped into the end of the passage, the red light became brighter. Finally, as they stepped out of the passage, a shocking magma world appeared in front of them. All around, the dark rock walls were full of protruding rocks in various shapes and layers. They were traces of being burned by magma, and in the center, a surging magma lake, red with golden color, was flowing slowly. Occasionally, huge bubbles bulged out from the magma, but after a moment, with a slight explosion, after a bang, the magma bubble burst open, and the hot magma burst out from it, as gorgeous as a fiery red firework. What a wonderful place full of destructive power! Looking at the vast magma lake in front of him, Bai Ge sighed in his heart. Compared to the shock of Bai Ge's first sight, Cai Lin was very calm because he had been here many times. Let's go! After the road in front of him had reached the end, Cai Lin spread his fighting spirit wings again. With the battle spirit wings behind him fluttering like maple leaves, Cai Lin's body slowly floated in the air. Remember to be careful of the two-headed fire spirit snake in the lake. Before leaving, Cai Lin still reminded him. Don't worry, I know. Bai Ge also smiled faintly and spread his wings of holy magic, and then followed Cai Lin to fly to the magma lake. Gugyagu! Gugyagu! Bai Ge fluttered his wings of holy magic and slowly flew over the magma lake. Below him, the vast magma lake was constantly rolling bubbles and exploding. Looking at the magma lake below, Bai Ge slowly extended his mental power out of his body, alert to the attack of the two-headed fire spirit snake in the magma lake. Although the magma lake looked very calm on the surface, under his perception, the breath of life under the magma lake was slowly coming. Bang! Suddenly, accompanied by a bang, a hot magma column suddenly erupted from the magma lake, aiming directly at Cai Lin, but because he had expected it, Cai Lin suddenly turned to the side, and then accelerated to avoid the attack of this magma column. Bang! 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 Following this lava column, more lava columns spewed out from the lake, some of which attacked Bai Ge and some attacked Cai Lin. Be careful, they are starting to attack. Not far in front of him, Cai Lin's delicate voice came. Roar! As soon as Cai Lin finished speaking, with a few roars, several huge red figures rushed up from the lava lake. In the flying lava, one of them opened its bloody mouth, with a violent look in its eyes, and bit towards Bai Ge like lightning. At this time, Bai Ge could see the specific appearance of the attacker. This is a snake-like monster, with a very long body. At a rough glance, it is probably at least 4 or 5 feet, more than 20 meters, and the whole body is fiery red. From a distance, it looks like a round piece of fire jade. On the surface of its body, palm-sized red scales are densely covered. Of course, this is not surprising. The most peculiar thing is that this monster has 2 heads. At the fork of the slender neck, 2 ferocious heads stared with huge diamond-shaped pupils, which were filled with violent and bloodthirsty killing intent. Looking for death. Looking at the biting monster, Bai Ge was not afraid at all, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although he was in the cave, and because of the magma lake, the holy demon titan Shura Emperor's true body was not easy to use, and the 3-point return to Yuan Qi and the divine sword Yu Lei Zhenju could not be used, but this did not mean that he had no way to hold the two-headed fire spirit snake. If you want to bite me, you'd better go down and cool down. Looking at the biting two-headed fire spirit snake, Bai Ge held a faint sneer, stretched out his right hand, and a black hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, as the halos lit up, the hammer that was only the size of a palm instantly became the size of a person, and then was thrown out by Bai Ge. Hula! Accompanied by the sound of a hammer whistling through the sky, the huge Haoshan hammer hit the intersection between the 2 heads of the two-headed fire spirit snake fiercely, and a sound of flesh tearing and bones shattering came. The two-headed fire spirit snake couldn't help but let out a painful hiss, and the whole snake body became limp, and the huge body fell powerlessly into the magma lake. Sword control technique, fast. After throwing the Haoshan hammer to solve the two-headed fire spirit snake attacking him, Bai Ge quickly summoned the 7 killing swords, performed the sword control technique, and instantly killed several two-headed fire spirit snakes that were attacking Cai Lin. Hiss! Hiss! Amidst the painful hissing, several two-headed fire spirit snakes that attacked Cai Lin were pierced by the 7 killing swords. As the 7 killing swords flashed quickly, one huge corpse after another fell into the magma lake. But it may be that Bai Ji's killing of several attacking two-headed fire spirit snakes angered the two-headed fire spirit snakes living in the magma lake. Just as the bodies of two-headed fire spirit snakes fell into the magma lake, the entire magma lake suddenly boiled. The originally calm magma lake suddenly set off a storm, and magma columns were constantly spewed out. Facing the constantly spewing magma columns, Bai Ji and Cai Lin could only dodge for a while. What a brainless beast! Bai Ji was a little annoyed while constantly dodging the gushing magma columns. Don't these two-headed fire spirit snakes know how to be afraid? 10,000 swords, quick! Facing the constantly spewing magma columns, Bai Ji was too lazy to hide anymore. He just shouted in a low voice, pinched the sword formula with his hand, and the 7 killing swords that were originally suspended in the air suddenly burst out countless sword energy, and then condensed a large number of sword shadows. Under Bai Ji's control, countless sword shadows suddenly poured into the magma lake, instantly killing countless two-headed fire snakes that were causing trouble. However, while killing the two-headed fire snakes, the sword shadows that Bai Ji poured into the magma lake also alarmed an ancient existence that had been sleeping in the magma lake. Boom! Suddenly, the entire magma lake surged again, and the boiling magma swept towards the surrounding cave walls like waves, sweeping away a large number of protruding black rocks of various shapes. After 4 magma columns that were much thicker than ordinary magma columns shot out of the magma lake, a huge snakehead nearly the size of a truck suddenly poked out of the magma lake, followed by the second, the third, and finally the fourth. Roar! After drilling out of the magma lake, the 4 snakeheads simultaneously raised their heads to the sky and roared violently. This was a 4-headed fire snake. Chapter 564 Taming the 4-headed fire spirit snake. Underground, the magma lake. With the appearance of the huge 4-headed fire spirit snake, the magma lake surged more violently, and the boiling magma slapped the surrounding rock walls, making a series of puff sounds and a sound like waves hitting the shore. In the midst of the flying lava, the 4-headed fire spirit snake, which was nearly 100 meters long and looked the same as the ordinary 2-headed fire spirit snake, but was much larger than the former, had already poked its head out of the magma lake and began to roar to the sky. 4-headed fire spirit snake. Seeing the 4-headed fire spirit snake, Cai Lin's eyes were full of astonishment. When she came here before, she quickly dodged the attacks of the 2-headed fire spirit snake and did not entangle, because she was only attacked by the 2-headed fire spirit snake, but she did not expect that this magma lake there are actually 4 fire spirit snakes in the world. The strength of the 2-headed fire spirit snakes is around Douluo level, so the strength of these 4 fire spirit snakes should be at least Douluo level, right? Roar! When Cai Lin was shocked, the 4 fire spirit snakes had already roared to the sky, and looked at Bai Ji and Cai Lin with murderous and tyrannical eyes. Although the strength may have reached Douluo, because it is an alien magical beast, the fire spirit snake has the characteristics and strength that surpass ordinary magical beasts, but its intelligence is defective compared to ordinary magical beasts. Compared with ordinary magical beasts, perhaps because of the influence of the fire poison in the magma, the fire spirit snake is obviously more violent and aggressive. However, although they are violent, most of the time, these alien fire spirit snakes generally hide in the depths of the magma lake to absorb the rich fire attribute aura and sleep for cultivation. Unless they are awakened, these alien fire spirit snakes rarely jump out of the magma lake to attack people. Bai Ji and Cai Lin were also unlucky. Not only were they attacked by several 2-headed fire snakes at the beginning, but after killing these attacking 2-headed fire snakes, they also awakened more 2-headed fire snakes, and finally, even awakened this 4-headed fire snake. Roar! Seeing Bai Ji and Cai Lin, the awakened 4-headed fire snakes said nothing. After a violent roar, they opened their mouths and spit out a surging magma column. The 4 heads spewed out at the same time, which were 4 magma columns. The 4 magma columns exuded scorching heat, and each one was more than 3 meters thick. Wherever the magma columns passed, the space seemed to be distorted by the high temperature. Facing 4 magma columns that attacked at the same time, due to the limitations of the terrain, unless Bai Ji tore the space, there was no place to hide for a while. However, although these 4 magma columns were fierce, it was not difficult for Bai Ji. Looking at the 4 lava columns spewing out, Bai Ji flashed and grabbed Cai Lin's slender waist. While retreating, he waved his right hand and a black shield appeared in front of him. Basalt shield, defend! As Bai Ji shouted, golden halos continued to rise on the basalt shield that was less than half a meter wide and 1 meter long. The basalt shield, which was only half the size of a person, suddenly swelled up in the wind and turned into a copper wall in the blink of an eye. In Cai Lin's shocked eyes, 4 rolling lava columns immediately poured onto the basalt shield, but the basalt shield showed no signs of melting. What kind of magic device is this? It's so strong! Cai Lin said in surprise in his arms. Hee hee. Bai Ji just smiled faintly and didn't answer. Bang! But just when Bai Ji didn't notice, the 4-headed fire snake suddenly drilled into the magma lake, and then a huge snake tail suddenly stretched out of the lake, and then it pulled down suddenly, and actually pulled the basalt shield out. This snake is a bit smart. Seeing the actions of the 4-headed fire snake, Bai Ji was quite surprised. 2-headed fire snake, 4-headed fire snake, will there be a 9-headed fire snake? Bai Ji suddenly became interested. It just so happened that he had just obtained a beast taming method not long ago, which was a witch's unique skill from a wild world. In that world, wild beasts were rampant, and the human race was declining. In the difficult survival, a witch was born and created a secret beast taming method that could tame beasts into witch beasts and witch insects. With this secret beast taming method, the witch can continuously evolve the blood of these beasts, return them to their ancestors, obtain magical powers, and use them for them. It's just right to try it now. Thinking of this, Bai Ji began to recite obscure spells, and black air continued to flow out of Bai Ji's body, lingering behind Bai Ji, and finally condensed into a series of demonic figures and twisted runes. After the runes and demonic shadows condensed into shape, Bai Ji suddenly bit his tongue and spit out a large mouthful of blood. The large mouthful of blood dispersed into blood mist in the air, but it was not affected by the high temperature on the magma lake at all. It condensed into a strange twisted rune in the air and suddenly imprinted on one of the heads of the 4 fire spirit snakes. Roar! Hit by the beast-controlling blood rune condensed by Bai Ji, the 4 fire spirit snakes began to roar wildly, rolling painfully in the magma lake, and even began to hit the surrounding rock walls. But as long as the beast-controlling blood rune enters the body, the next battle will be a battle of soul and spirit. How can the 4 fire spirit snakes be Bai Ji's opponent in terms of soul? So even though the 4 fire snakes kept hitting the rock wall and roared with reluctance and anger, the light of the blood talisman on the head with the beast-taming blood talisman became dazzling, emitting a strange blood light. Finally, as the blood light became more dazzling, the 4 fire snakes stopped hitting the rock wall and began to scream at the sky. Finally, the sound stopped abruptly and turned into a wooden sculpture, as if it had lost its soul. That's right, the premise of the beast-taming technique to refine the alien beasts and insects into witch beasts and witch insects is to erase the soul of the other party. In the world where the beast-taming technique came from, humans and alien beasts are mortal enemies. Humans in that primitive era had no intention of making friends with their enemies and converting them. Their purpose of inventing the beast-taming technique and taming witch beasts and witch insects was very pure, that is, to use them as tools. Since they are tools, isn't it ridiculous to want to preserve their souls? Seeing that the 4 fire spirit snakes suddenly seemed to lose their minds after being hit by the beast-taming blood talisman, hitting the rock wall everywhere, and finally stiffened completely after a twitch in the body, Cai Lin couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Bai Ji, what did you do to it? Bai Ji's face was full of black lines. Although this sounded normal, why did he always feel that something was wrong? I just tamed it, I didn't do anything else. As he said, Bai Ji stretched out his hand towards the position of the 4 fire spirit snakes. Following Bai Ji's movements, the body of the 4-headed fire spirit snake, which was originally immersed in the magma lake and had a huge body, began to shrink rapidly, and finally turned into a small snake the size of a palm, and turned into a stream of fiery red light and flew to the palm of Bai Ji's hand. Chapter 565, Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Yao Chen's Shock. Is this a 4-headed fire spirit snake? Seeing the 4-headed fire spirit snake in Bai Ji's hand that looked like it was carved out of red, Cai Lin's bright eyes couldn't help but be a little colorful. Originally, due to its huge body, the 4-headed fire spirit snake looked a little ferocious and hideous, but after its huge body shrank, as its body became the size of a palm, the 4-headed fire spirit snake actually became small and delicate. Not only did the snake body look like it was carved out of the finest red jade, but its eyes were also like rubies, shining brightly. If worn on the hand, it looked like a red jade bracelet. Yes, how about it, Does it look much better after it becomes smaller? Bai Ji smiled as he manipulated the 4 fire spirit snakes to coil around his wrists like Ouroboros, and wore them on his hands like a bracelet. Let's go, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire should be in front of us. In front? Who told you that the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire grows on the opposite side? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Cai Lin couldn't help but say speechlessly. Could it be that the Azure Lotus Earth Core wait? Suddenly, Bai Ji seemed to remember something and was shocked. Because he didn't think about it carefully before, he always thought that since the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire was called the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, it must be a strange fire born on a Azure Lotus. But now that he thinks about it carefully, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire seems to be essentially fire. It is the Earth Core Fire that is constantly tempered by the pressure of the earth and carved and polished. The Earth Core Fire means magma, so the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire should be in magma? The Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is in this magma? Bai Ji's eyes moved slightly. That's right, follow me. Cai Lin couldn't help but smile faintly on her charming face. It was the first time she saw Bai Ji showing such an expression of surprise that was out of control. She nodded, and Cai Lin took Bai Ji to continue to go deeper into the magma lake, and finally stopped in the center of the magma lake. The Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is below, but the temperature of the magma deep in this magma lake is very high. Even I can't dive to the deepest part. I can only see it from a distance. If you want to take it away, it's up to you. Pointing at the magma lake below with her white and slender fingers, Cai Lin's mouth curled up a mischievous smile. She wanted to see how Bai Ji got the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire growing deep in this magma lake. Haha, then you wait for my good news. Bai Ji smiled calmly at Cai Lin's doubt. Little guy, look at how I, your master, can absorb the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire so easily. You dare to doubt my ability. When I need the alien fire to evolve in the future, you don't give me a shoulder massage for 2 months. I will give it to you or not. Without any nonsense, Bai Ji directly folded the wings of the holy demon and instantly drilled into the magma like a sharp arrow. Are you crazy? How dare you? Seeing that Bai Ji didn't take any protective measures and drilled directly into the magma lake, Cai Lin's face suddenly changed, but just as he was about to rescue Bai Ji, he was surprised to find that Bai Ji was not hurt at all. How is it possible? Cai Lin's face changed, and he kept muttering to himself in his heart, doubting his life. How could a fragile human body endure the temperature of magma? Even if it was a magical beast, if it was not a fire-attributed magical beast like the fire spirit snake, it could not live in magma, but Bai Ji could actually drill into the magma without any harm, which was simply incredible. But although Bai Ji's body was fine in the magma, Bai Ji's clothes were burned in the magma. Seeing Bai Ji's white jade skin under the red fighting spirit, and his slender but not bloated figure, but showing his muscular lines, Cai Lin blushed a little, and secretly spat in his heart. How shameless, not wearing clothes. On the other side, he dived into the magma. Because this body is also with the ability to not fear ice and fire after taking the 8 anise mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot, Bai Ji was not affected by the magma at all, at least in the surface magma. The rich magma is much thicker than the water flow. Bai Ji kept vibrating the holy demon wings. The 6 wings were like oars, paddling hard in the magma and swimming towards the depths of the magma lake. But as he went deeper into the magma, the temperature around him became higher and higher. The temperature here has exceeded the temperature of the extreme fire of the Douluo plain, so Bai Ji's ability to not fear ice and fire actually began to fail. Originally, before going deep into here, Bai Ji was not affected at all, and his skin was as white as jade, without any change at all. But as the ability to not fear ice and fire weakened, Bai Ji's skin actually began to turn red. Boy, are you okay? Do you need my help? In the soul-warming ring, Yao Chen, who had been paying attention to Bai Ji since Bai Ji entered the cave, also came out of the soul-warming ring at this moment. His illusory soul body was covered with a layer of dark white flames, and he said, "No need, Yao Lao, I haven't used my trump card yet." Bai Ji smiled and shook his head at Yao Chen's words. "Boy, you can't hold on here. If you get close to the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, the temperature is several times higher than here, or even 10 times higher. Even if you condense a set of fighting spirit armor, it will be useless. You should listen to me and prepare the Blood Lotus Pill and the Ice Spirit Cold Spring." Although Bai Ji's words were fine, seeing Bai Ji's appearance, Yao Chen couldn't help but persuade him earnestly. Found it. Just as Yao Chen was advising, Bai Ji's eyes suddenly lit up, because in the fiery red magma, he suddenly saw a dazzling green. Looking carefully, I saw that at the bottom of the magma, under the shroud of a green light, a green lotus was rooted on a volcanic rock that looked like red jade, swaying gently with the undercurrent in the depths of the magma lake, looking elegant and unworldly. Green lotus earth core fire. After finding the target, Bai Ji couldn't help but clench his fists, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. After spending so much time, he finally found the target. Yao Lao, today I will let you take a good look at my trump card. His eyes moved away from the green lotus earth core fire in the distance, and with a faint smile on his lips, Bai Ji looked at Yao Chen beside him. After saying that, Bai Ji directly untied the four-headed fire spirit snake bracelet on his wrist, and his body moved. With a boom, Bai Ji's body instantly turned into a blazing flame and rushed towards the green lotus earth core fire in the distance. What's going on? Behind him, Yao Chen widened his eyes. How could it be possible? He actually saw Bai Ji transformed into a blazing flame. What kind of fighting skill is this? Chapter 466 Swallowing the Strange Fire, the Evolution of the Burning Technique. Entering the elemental state, Bai Ji's figure turned into a flame humanoid, passing through the surging magma and approaching the azure lotus earth core fire. This elemental transformation is really powerful. As he got closer and closer to the azure lotus earth core fire, the magma could obviously be seen to become more boiling, but Bai Ji could not feel the scorching temperature of the magma at all, which made Bai Ji sigh in his heart. However, as Bai Ji entered the range of the blue light emitted by the azure lotus earth core fire, the temperature around him unexpectedly dropped strangely, and it was not as high as the magma temperature outside the blue light. Is this the azure lotus earth core fire? Finally arriving at the azure lotus earth core fire, looking at the blue lotus in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but be a little amazed. Although he knew that the lotus in front of him was not a real plant, but the product of the magma fire being tempered, forged, and carved by the power of the earth. But looking at this lifelike green lotus, the leaves are distinct, and the fan-shaped green leaves are as perfect as the most perfect green jade, which looks crystal clear and makes people feel like they can't let it go. Bai Ji couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of nature. I found you, green lotus earth core fire. His eyes moved away from the lotus platform, and when he saw the green flame rising from the hole in the center of the lotus platform, Bai Ji's eyes lit up. Green lotus earth core fire, I don't know what it will look like when it uses the burning technique to devour you and evolve in the elemental state. Bai Ji muttered to himself, and slowly stretched his hand to the center of the lotus platform. In the elemental state, the blazing flame suddenly turned into a fire snake, and it opened its mouth and swallowed the green lotus earth core fire into its stomach. After Bai Ji took back the fire snake, the green lotus earth core fire also entered Bai Ji's body. The azure lotus earth core fire slowly entered his body, seemingly without any ripples. Bai Ji thought that there would be no pain, and he could just calmly swallow the azure lotus earth core fire. After all, he was now a flame, and could flame hurt flame? But suddenly, a pain like peeling tendons and bones came over him. In the elemental state, Bai Ji's already blurred flames, the whole face of the flame figure was twisted, and the flames emitted from the outer layer of the flame figure became flickering. Fuck, why is it so painful? Under the sudden intense pain, Bai Ji's flame body could not help but disintegrate, twisted into a ball in the magma, and nothing could be distinguished. Only one voice was shouting in pain. Zilla. While Bai Ji's elemental form was disintegrating, the center of the flame, the azure lotus earth core fire, burned more vigorously, and the blue flames were constantly splashing around, dyeing a large amount of orange-yellow flames blue. It looked like the azure lotus earth core fire was burning with the flames in Bai Ji's elemental form as fuel, but in fact it was not the case. The azure lotus earth core fire was not burning the flames in Bai Ji's elemental form, but assimilating. As a different fire, the form of the azure lotus earth core fire was superior to ordinary flames, and as a higher level flame, ordinary flames could not even approach the azure lotus earth core fire. However, in the elemental state, Bai Ji swallowed the azure lotus earth core fire into his body with ordinary flames. Facing this situation, just like dropping ink into water, the ink will dye the water black, and the azure lotus earth core fire will completely assimilate Bai Ji's flame body. Because the azure lotus earth core fire has no intelligence, this process is completely based on the instinct of the azure lotus earth core fire. The Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire will only transform Bai Ji's flame body in the elemental state into the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, but will not swallow it. So as long as Bai Ji persists, when the assimilation is completed, Bai Ji's body will become the majority of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. At that time, Bai Ji can naturally take over the host and refine the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. What's going on? Why does my body seem to be turning blue? While waves of pain came from his body, Bai Ji was surprised to find that in the elemental state, his body, which was originally orange-yellow flame, turned into light blue, and the color seemed to be getting richer. Wait, the origin of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire seems to be transforming my body. After quickly scanning his body with his mental power, Bai Ji's face looked a little strange. Originally, he just wanted to refine the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire and devour it, but now he felt that the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire seemed to be refining him. However, if the origin of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is integrated with me, then when I summon flames in the future, can I directly summon the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, and when I transform it into an element, it will also be directly transformed into an element of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire? Bai Ji couldn't help thinking in his heart. This doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Anyway, the burning technique only needs to devour a trace of the origin. If I directly merge the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, wouldn't it be more convenient to use the burning technique to refine it? Do it when you think of it. After discovering that the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire was actively integrating the origin into its body and transforming its body, Bai Ji was not stingy at all. He directly cooperated with the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire and sent more flames in his body to the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire for transformation. At the same time, it accelerated the speed of fusing the origin of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. I don't know how much time has passed. Haha, I finally succeeded. After a long period of transformation, Bai Ji's original orange-yellow elemental flame body has now turned into a rich blue flame like the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, with a greatly increased temperature and destructive power. Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh. The fusion is complete, and the next step is to evolve the burning technique. After the joy, Bai Ji calmed down. With a thought, a trace of the origin of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire suddenly flowed into the meridians. Bai Ji began to operate the burning technique to refine the origin of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire sent into the meridians. If the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is refined with the flesh, Bai Ji still needs a ring to carry the fire, but after using the ability of the burning fruit to enter the elemental state and refine the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Bai Ji can directly summon the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. And because it is the ability of the burn fruit, Bai Ji can manipulate the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire directly, reaching the maximum, and there is no need to use the soul collection, because Bai Ji is equivalent to the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire at this moment. In the future, Bai Ji can also refine other strange fires directly like today, and he should be able to obtain the fused strange fire. The current burning art, for Bai Ji, is more of a faster practice, and its biggest function is replaced by the ability of the burn fruit. But there is nothing wrong with this. Because the origin of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire has been fused by Bai Ji, this fusion is a thorough fusion, not like the alchemist taming the strange fire, and also worrying about the backlash of the strange fire. Bai Ji's control of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is almost 100%, and the body of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire element does not have to worry about the riot when refining the origin. So soon, Bai Ji finished refining the origin of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. After refining the essence of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Bai Ji's burning art jumped directly from the low level of the yellow rank to the low level of the mysterious rank, a whole leap forward. In addition, Bai Ji's cultivation level went from a 5-star fighter to Ath and he broke through to the Dushi level. Finally done. After refining the origin of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, sensing the evolution of the burning art and the growth of Do Chi, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile. Chapter 567 The Idea of Artificially Creating an Alchemist. After refining the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Bai Ji slowly looked at the Blue Lotus platform that gave birth to the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. If it was a real Azure Lotus, it would be an extremely powerful spiritual object no matter which world it was placed in. But unfortunately, the Azure Lotus in front of him was just a facade, and its essence was still the Earth Core Fire, not the real Azure Lotus. However, being able to coexist with the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, this Azure Lotus platform is still an extremely rare treasure. Bai Ji remembered that this Azure Lotus platform seemed to have the effect of increasing the speed of Do Chi cultivation, and the lotus seeds in the lotus platform were called Fire Lotus Seeds, which were also treasures. Even Do Huang's strong men would be tempted. As a qualified traverser, although Bai Ji did not say that he was plucking feathers from a passing goose, he would never let go of such a treasure. Thinking of this, Bai Ji stretched out his hand to summon the 7 killing swords, gently cut off the rhizome from the bottom of the green lotus, and put the green lotus platform into the storage ring he was wearing. Leaving the rhizome, perhaps after many years, a new green lotus platform will grow here again, and give birth to the green lotus earth core fire. He is a person who knows how to recycle resources, and will not directly let the spiritual medicine die out. After doing everything, Bai Ji turned around and swam above the magma lake. When Bai Ji came to the middle of the magma lake, Yao Chen, who had been waiting here for a long time, came over and couldn't help asking, "Boy, what kind of fighting skill is this, which can turn into flames?" "I say, Yao Lao, don't you want to ask why I have turned into the green lotus earth core fire now?" Hearing Yao Chen's question, Bai Ji curled his lips, released the elemental state, and asked. "This must be related to your fighting skill that can turn into flames." Yao Chen said with certainty. "Yao Lao is really smart." Bai Ji smiled slightly. "My ability to transform into flames just now can indeed be understood as a special fighting skill, and this fighting skill also has the effect of swallowing strange fire, which is much safer than forcibly taming strange fire. How about it, isn't it very powerful? Transform into flames to swallow strange fire." Hearing Bai Ji's words, Yao Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. "If the fighting skill you have can really refine strange fire safely, then this burning technique is simply made for you." Yao Chen looked at Bai Ji with a complicated expression. If Bai Ji can really refine strange fire safely and practice the burning technique, then the success rate of his resurrection plan can be said to be greatly increased. "Let's go, Yao Lao, let's go up." Putting on the soul warming ring again and putting the 4-headed fire spirit snake on his wrist, Bai Ji changed into a new set of clothes after using soul power to clear a space, and finally swam to the surface of the magma lake. "How is it?" After waiting for a long time on the lake, Cai Lin couldn't help but ask anxiously when he saw Bai Ji coming out. "Guess." Bai Ji laughed, spread his wings of holy devil and flew into the air. "Success." Seeing Bai Ji's mysterious look, Cai Lin's heart moved, and the eagerness on her face disappeared, instead a trace of charm emerged, and she said with a smile. "That's right, when you reach the peak of Dohuang and want to evolve, you can find me. As long as you serve me well, I will help you to successfully evolve." Bai Ji teased. "Then this queen is looking forward to this day." Cai Lin rolled her eyes at Bai Ji and said. After teasing, Cai Lin was ready to return, but saw Bai Ji still standing on the magma lake without moving, and couldn't help feeling a little strange. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, wait for me for a while." Bai Ji shook his head. "Confine the spirit and send the general." Looking at the surface of the magma lake, Bai Ji suddenly shouted in his heart. As the soul binding and general dispatching technique was activated, the soul power in Bai Ji's body quickly transformed into a thick black gas that continued to pour out. Under the effect of the black gas, Bai Ji's eyes instantly turned into a pure black, like the abyss of the underworld. Staring at the magma lake, Bai Ji's face was solemn. He stretched out his hand and waved. With the effect of the soul binding and general dispatching technique, a series of light spots continued to rise from the magma lake and poured into Bai Ji's palm. "What are you doing?" Cai Lin was still a little strange. "I'm collecting souls." "Don't worry. You'll know when you get back." Bai Ji explained. After collecting the souls of the 2-headed fire spirit snakes that had been killed before through the soul binding and general dispatching technique, Bai Ji finally turned around and followed Cai Lin to fly in the direction they had come in before. After arriving at the passage they had come in before, the two walked all the way and finally left the crypt. Back to the Snakeman Oasis. In the Snakeman Temple, when the elder knew that Bai Ji and Cai Lin had returned, he immediately rushed over. "Greetings, Your Majesty, the Queen." Seeing Bai Ji and Cai Lin, the elder said respectfully. "Sir, I have found all the snakemen with wood attributes that you asked me to find before." "Oh? Have you found them all? Then take me there." Bai Ji was a little surprised. "Yes, sir, please." The elder replied respectfully, then turned around and led the way. But before leaving, Bai Ji looked at Cai Lin and smiled. "Your Majesty, weren't you curious about what I was doing with the souls of the 2-headed fire spirit snakes? Why, do you want to come and see?" Then I'd like to see it. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Cai Lin smiled. Following the elder, they arrived at a palace. In the palace, many snakemen were waiting, some men and some women, but they were all a little uneasy. Sir, they are the snakemen with wood attributes you want. Arriving in front of the palace, the elder pointed at the snakemen in the palace and said. Very good, there are enough people. Bai Ji nodded with satisfaction. Sir, you asked them to come over. On the side, the elder was still a little hesitant. Don't worry, it's a good thing, although it may be a little dangerous. Bai Ji waved his hand calmly, walked up to the snake people, and said slowly, Tell me, do you want to become an alchemist? Alchemist. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the snake people were stunned for a moment, and then they all became agitated. If they could, of course they wanted to become alchemists, who wouldn't want to? In the world of Dopo Kangsheng, alchemists are simply tall, rich, and handsome compared to fighters. Who doesn't want to be one? But the problem is that they don't have the qualifications to become alchemists at all. Sir, of course everyone wants to be an alchemist, but we all have only wood attribute constitutions, not fire attribute constitutions, and we don't have the qualifications to become alchemists. In the crowd, a young snake man with a purple snake tail and long hair said respectfully. No qualifications? Haha, I have a way to make you have a fire attribute physique and become a pharmacist from now on. However, this method is only a guess at present, and I don't know if it really works. Who of you is willing to try it? Bai Ji curled his lips, smiled faintly, and slowly swept his eyes across the crowd, saying. Can we have a fire attribute physique and become a pharmacist? Hearing Bai Ji's words, the crowd suddenly became agitated and talked about it. Behind him, Cai Lin and the elder also showed a look of shock on their faces, and they were horrified. No way! In this world, can a person's attributes be changed after birth? Chapter 568 The wonderful use of the spirit binding and general sending technique, artificially creating a pharmacist. Can the attributes of the physique be changed after birth? If only the ability of the Dopo Kangkayang world is used, it is naturally impossible, but Bai Ji is different. Bai Ji also has abilities from other worlds. In the original work, Bai Ji remembered that Xiao Yan once said. Fortunately, his soul mutated, so he could become an alchemist. If so, then in the world of Dopo Kangsheng, a person's physique should also be affected by the soul. For a person with a wood attribute physique, if his soul has the fire attribute, can he create a person with a wood and fire dual attribute physique? If this idea is correct, then as long as a person's soul attribute can be changed, then a person with the qualifications of an alchemist can be created. And the method of offering spirits in Bai Ji's soul binding and general dispatching has this effect. As long as Bai Ji sacrifices the soul of the two-headed fire spirit snake with the fire attribute to a snake man with the wood attribute physique, maybe he can let his soul have the fire attribute, so that he can become a person with the wood and fire dual attribute physique, and from then on he has the qualifications of an alchemist. However, if you want to become an excellent alchemist, it seems that it is better to have wood in the fire, but the wood attribute monster Tiger Desert does not have it. If you want to bind the soul of a wood attribute monster, you have to go to the monster mountain range. How about it, do you want it? Is there anyone who wants to try it? Looking at the turbulent crowd, Bai Ji waited for a while, and then slowly said. As for making alchemists, he was just suddenly interested. If these snake people don't want to, then forget it, anyway, it has nothing to do with him. The business of magic lamps alone is enough for the snake people to improve their living conditions. Moving out of the Tiger Desert in the future is no longer just a dream. My lord, I am willing. Suddenly, the purple-haired snake man who asked the question before gritted his teeth and raised his hand. You are willing, why, aren't you afraid? This is risky. If it succeeds, it's okay, but if it fails, it may affect your future practice. Why, are you willing to take this risk? Bai Ji chuckled and asked. My lord, I know all this, but even if there is danger, I will not give up, because in this world, if you want to get benefits, there is nothing that does not require taking risks, but only to be able to become an alchemist, but it is worth it to take any risks. The purple-haired snake man clenched his eyes, stared at Bai Ji, and said firmly. Not bad, very conscious, I am optimistic about you. Hearing the purple-haired snake man's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile and patted the purple-haired snake man on the shoulder. The purple-haired snake man was a little flattered for a while. What's your name? Looking at the conscious snake man in front of him, Bai Ji asked. My lord, my name is Ziju, from the purple snake tribe. Ziju, the purple-haired snake man, said respectfully. Is there anyone else willing? If you are willing, then stay, if not, please leave. Bai Ji's eyes swept through the crowd, and he didn't drag his feet, and he didn't like to force others. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the crowd was agitated for a while, and then some snake men began to leave one after another, but in the end, more than a dozen snake men chose to stay. Have you all made up your mind? Are you sure you won't regret it? Looking at the snakemen left in front of him, Bai Ji asked. We are all sure. All the snakemen answered in unison. They were all unwilling to accept an ordinary fate, so they decided to stay here and give it a try. If they succeeded, they might become noble alchemists. If not, with their qualifications, their achievements were destined to be low anyway, and they would not be affected much. Okay, you go first. Hearing that everyone agreed, Bai Ji pointed to a black-haired snakeman and said. The black-haired snakeman trembled when Bai Ji pointed, but still gritted his teeth and walked towards Bai Ji. Relax, there won't be any pain. Seeing the expression of the black-haired snakeman, it was like walking to the execution ground, and Bai Ji couldn't help but laugh. He used the soul of the two-headed fire spirit snake to perform the method of offering the soul, which was equivalent to strengthening the soul. The person being sacrificed would only feel extremely comfortable and could not feel pain at all. My lord, come on. Hearing Bai Ge's words, the black-haired snake man closed his eyes and acted as if he was ready to die. Bai Ji. Is the inner drama so rich? While Bai Ji was complaining in his heart, he summoned the soul of a two-headed fire spirit snake that he had previously captured. I don't know if it's because of the difference in the world, the soul of the two-headed fire spirit snake in Bai Ge's eyes is actually transparent red, instead of the black souls summoned by other people in the world under one person. Sacrifice the soul. Slowly spreading his right hand and aiming at the black-haired snake man in front of him, Bai Ji shouted in his heart and performed the soul sacrifice method of summoning the soul. As the soul sacrifice method was performed, the soul of the two-headed fire spirit snake in Bai Ge's heart, which was originally calm, seemed to begin to burn, and countless red light spots kept floating out of the soul and poured into the body of the black-haired snake man. While the red light spots were escaping, the soul breath of the two-headed fire spirit snake was constantly weakening, and the soul that was originally red was becoming more and more transparent. How do you feel? Bai Ji asked while offering sacrifices. It feels like taking a hot spring bath, my whole body is warm, especially my head, it's warm and very comfortable. The black-haired snake man resisted the urge and answered. As time passed, the soul of the two-headed fire snake in Bai Ji's hand was finally sacrificed and dissipated in the air. Test your attributes. Pausing the sacrifice, Bai Ji took out a crystal ball and threw it to the black-haired snake man in front of him. He wanted to see if his guess was correct. Yes, sir. After taking the crystal ball, the black-haired snake man took a deep breath and put his right hand on the crystal ball. With the injection of fighting spirit, the crystal ball suddenly burst into a bright green light, and in the green light, there was a faint red light. I have fire attributes. Seeing the red light mixed in the green light of the crystal ball, the black-haired snake man was suddenly ecstatic. There was fire in the wood, and he was qualified to become an alchemist. It actually worked. Behind him, the Great Elder and Cai Lin were also shocked. Bai Ji actually artificially created an alchemist through some unknown method. It's still not good enough. Although the dual attributes of wood and fire are indeed the qualifications that must be possessed to become an alchemist, for an alchemist, the fire attribute must be stronger. After all, alchemy mainly relies on fire, and the wood attribute in the soul only plays a role in perception and catalysis. Bai Ji shook his head at the ecstasy around him. But if more souls of two-headed fire spirit snakes are sacrificed, there should be some improvement. Bai Ji touched his chin and said. Chapter 569, Going to the Magic Beast Mountain Range, Xiao Yuxian's Crisis. After continuing to sacrifice several two-headed fire spirit snakes, the fire attribute finally prevailed in the physical attributes of the black-haired snake man. And it may be because the sacrifice strengthened the soul of the black-haired snake man, thereby improving the black-haired snake man's talent during the sacrifice. The black-haired snake man actually broke through. After the black-haired snake man, Bai Ji continued to sacrifice with the two-headed fire spirit snake, and finally transformed all the remaining dozen snakemen into fire with wood attributes qualified to become alchemists. Behind him, seeing that Bai Ge actually brought more than a dozen snakemen qualified to become alchemists for the snakemen, the elder was already very excited. Sir, can they become alchemists in the future? The elder suppressed his excitement and asked. Yes, but it is not so easy to become a qualified alchemist. You still need someone to teach you, and you have to keep refining medicine to hone yourself. Bai Ge nodded slowly. Sir, we snakemen don't have alchemists. Are there any alchemists in the human race willing to teach us? As if thinking of something, the elder's face suddenly became ugly. Don't worry about this, just leave it to me. But before that, you still have to let them switch to fire-attributed exercises and break through to the fighter level. Bai Ge said, glancing at the excited snakeman behind him. Yes, sir. The elder said respectfully. Okay, that's all about your snakeman. I have something else to do and can't stay here for long, but I'll be back in a few days. After saying that, Bai Ge was about to turn around and leave. When he was artificially making the alchemist just now, he suddenly thought of something. Farewell, sir. You just came back, are you leaving so soon? A rather resentful female voice sounded behind him. I originally came back for the previous matter. Besides, Kaidi is still waiting for me in Jiamatadu. You know how Kaidi is. If I don't rush back, as a sister, are you worried? Turning around and looking at Kalin, Bai Ge scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Humph. Then go back quickly. Kalin was slightly angry. After leaving the palace, Bai Ge was still a little confused. When they first met, she was still a queen, how come she has become like this now? I really don't understand women's minds. After leaving the Snake Man Temple, Bai Ge did not immediately return to the Jiamao imperial capital, but prepared to go to the Magic Beast Mountains, or Qingshan town near the Magic Beast Mountains. When he was artificially creating an alchemist just now, Bai Ge suddenly thought of Xiao Yuxian, because Xiao Yuxian's dream was to become an alchemist. The current world is 20 years ago in the original timeline. Xiao Yuxian is about the same age as Yun Yun, so Xiao Yuxian should be the same as Yun Yun, still a girl under 16 years old, right? Thinking in his heart, Bai Ge spread his wings of the holy demon, and suddenly flapped them, and instantly soared into the sky. Target, Magic Beast Mountains. In the evening, the sun was setting, and a group of people were walking slowly in the Magic Beast Mountains. At the forefront of this group of people, a group of burly men wearing black clothes and carrying weapons were clearing the way. In the back, a handsome young man was waving a folding fan and chatting with a beautiful girl in a white dress. However, compared with the young man's deliberate flattery, the girl was not paying attention to the conversation, but kept scanning the surroundings, as if looking for something. Mengsu, are you sure there is purple spirit grass here? But there should be a first-level magic beast purple spirit marten guarding the purple spirit grass, but we didn't see any purple spirit marten along the way. A trace of doubt flashed across the girl's cold and pretty face. Maybe the reason why there are no purple spirit martens is because they saw that there are so many of us, so they didn't dare to come out, but there must be purple spirit grass nearby. My men saw it with their own eyes. Mengsu was sure of the girl's doubts. Besides, Xiao Yuxian, how could I lie to you? Mengsu showed a flattering smile. Hearing Mengsu's words, Xiao Yuxian lowered her head slightly and pursed her lips, but did not answer. She just quietly held the bamboo tube hidden in her wide cuffs tighter. Roar! Suddenly, accompanied by a roar, a short wolf-like monster with grey-brown fur suddenly rushed out of the forest. Seeing that someone dared to enter its territory, the monster immediately roared, and then suddenly opened its mouth, and several sharp stone spikes suddenly condensed into shape, and then suddenly shot towards the crowd. Let's go together! Seeing the flying stone spikes, several black-clothed strong men standing at the front of the team shouted angrily and quickly put the iron shields in their hands on their chests. Yellow level intermediate fighting skills, Wild Bull Collision. A light yellow light shone from the bodies of several black-clothed strong men, and several black-clothed strong men roared and rushed up with shields raised together. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a muffled sound, the stone spikes emitted by the grey-brown wolf-like monster actually shot out the iron shield. Several dents were made on the stone spikes, but although the stone spikes had amazing penetration and impact, they still failed to break through the iron shield and were blocked. Roar! Seeing that the stone spikes he had sent out were useless, the grey-stone jackal suddenly showed a fierce look on his face and pounced on them, ready to bite several black-clothed strong men holding shields with his sharp teeth and claws. Back off! Seeing the grey-stone jackal pounce on them, the leading shield-holding strong man suddenly shouted loudly, and several black-clothed strong men holding shields quickly retreated. Having just blocked the stone spikes of the grey-stone jackal, their arms are still a little numb now. If the grey-stone jackal gets close to them, the consequences will be disastrous. Those behind, come on, kill this grey-stone jackal. Seeing the grey-stone jackal rushing over, under the order of the rich sun, the remaining black-clothed strong men immediately drew sharp swords from their waists, and then suddenly bent down and rushed towards the grey-stone jackal. Yellow-level fighting skills, violent slashing. Amidst a loud shout, a burst of black light suddenly bloomed from several men in black, and several swords slashed at the grey-stone jackal at the same time. At this moment, the grey-stone jackal was chasing several black-clothed strong men holding shields, and there was no time to retreat. Facing several swords slashing at the same time, the grey-stone jackal was unable to dodge and had its head chopped off. The monster is indeed a monster, without a brain. Meng Su stepped forward and kicked the body of the grey-stone jackal, and smiled coldly. See if there is a magic core. Meng Su turned his head and said to a black-clothed strong man. Hearing the words of his young leader, a black-clothed strong man immediately split the head of the grey-stone jackal with the sword in his hand, but unfortunately he did not find the magic core. Oh, bad luck! Seeing that no magic core was found, Meng Su's face showed a trace of disappointment. Miss Xiao Yuxian, where are you going? Meng Su turned his head and saw Xiao Yuxian retreating, and he couldn't help but frowned. Meng Su, how long do you want to deceive me? There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Since there are grey-stone jackals here, there can't be purple spirit martens. Without purple spirit martens, how can there be purple spirit grass? You lied to me here, what on earth do you want to do? Xiao Yuxian's pretty face showed a trace of anger. Humph! As expected of Xiao Yuxian, you still found it. Yes, I lied to you. Meng Su clapped his hands, and his face showed some appreciation. As for why, it's also very simple. I, Meng Su, expressed my love to you several times, why did you refuse? No woman in Qingshan town dared to refuse me, Meng Su. Since you don't want to, then I will do it myself. Looking at Xiao Yuxian, Meng Su sneered and clenched his hands suddenly. His face, which was full of flattery before, was now twisted and hideous. Meng Su, don't forget who saved you when you were bitten by the red fire snake. Pointing at Meng Su, Xiao Yuxian became even more angry, and even the slightly raised mountain on her chest began to rise and fall. Yes, you saved me, so I should have you, so that I can protect you closely in the future, haha. Hearing Xiao Yuxian's words, Meng Su licked his lips indifferently, his eyes full of lust, his hands pinched his waist, and laughed wildly. You are shameless. Xiao Yuxian's whole body trembled, she had never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 570 Rescue troops will come from the sky. Shameless? Hearing Xiao Yuxian's words, Meng Su sneered. Xiao Yuxian, you are too naive. In this world where the weak are the prey of the strong, kindness does not necessarily have good rewards. Even if I am shameless, as long as I am strong enough, who dares to say more? You, take her down for me. When I've had enough fun, maybe I can make you happy too. Meng Su turned his head and looked at the several black-clothed strong men around him, sneering. Yes, sir. Hearing Meng Su's words, the faces of several black-clothed strong men suddenly showed excitement. Looking at Xiao Yuxian's slender waist, several black-clothed strong men rubbed their breasts and approached with a smile. Looking at the several black-clothed strong men approaching, Xiao Yuxian gritted her teeth and slowly retreated, while holding the tightly grasped bamboo tube with her right hand. When several black-clothed strong men approached within 3 meters, Xiao Yuxian suddenly pushed open the stopper of the bamboo tube in her right sleeve, and then raised the opened bamboo tube forward, and at the same time, quickly stirred the air with fighting spirit. For a moment, the sky full of black and purple powder suddenly scattered, covering the several black-clothed strong men approaching. Ah! Screams suddenly sounded. After using poison powder to deal with several black-clothed strong men who were approaching but not on guard, Xiao Yuxian immediately turned around and rushed into the dense forest. Is this poison? Looking at several men writhing in pain in the poisonous fog, Meng Su muttered to himself. This little girl does have some tricks, but in this monster mountain range, you, a weak woman, can still escape from my palm. Meng Suo showed a few sneers at the corners of his mouth. Give me chase. Looking at the direction where Xiao Yuxian fled, Meng Suo shouted and took the lead to chase after him. On the other side, it took nearly a day to cross the vast Tagar Desert and pass through Wudin City. In the evening of the second day, Bai Ji finally arrived at the Monster Mountain Range. Compared with the yellow sand-filled Tagar Desert, the Monster Mountain Range is a completely different scene, with continuous mountains, ancient trees, tigers roaring, and monkeys crying, a primitive and wild scene. This is the Jiama Empire, another holy place for mercenaries besides the Tagar Desert. By the way, it seems that there is still a fragment of the pure lotus demon fire here. In the air, Bai Ji, who was on his way, suddenly remembered. Thinking of this, after entering the Tagar Desert, Bai Ji immediately released his mental power and began to detect the monster mountain range under his feet to see if he could find the cave under the cliff. However, after flying over the long monster mountain range, Bai Ji did not find the cave, but instead found a girl being chased. Chase them quickly, whoever catches up, I will reward you heavily when I go back. In the dense jungle, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled down, and it was almost dark. Meng Suo ran and chased, his face ferocious, and kept roaring. Young captain, there is no way. This woman has been spreading poison, and the wind happened to be blowing towards us. The poison is too strong. We must hide, and if we delay, we will not be able to catch up. A strong man in black said helplessly. Waste. A group of fighters can't catch up with a woman who is less than the third level of fighting spirit. It's going to be dark soon. We must not let her run back to Qingshan town. Meng Suo stamped his feet angrily and roared. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from a distance, and a scorpion-tailed leopard suddenly jumped out of the woods, blocking the way of Xiao Yuxian's escape. Haha, God really helps me. Seeing that Xiao Yuxian was blocked by a magic beast, Meng Suo couldn't help but his face turned from gloomy to bright in an instant, and he laughed triumphantly. Scorpion-tailed leopard? Seeing the first-level monster approaching in front of her, Xiao Yuxian's face was desperate, and the bare hands hidden under her sleeves could not help but clenched, and they were faintly blue. Although her poison was effective on humans, it was of no use against monsters. Now there were monsters in front and soldiers chasing her from behind. Could it be that God wanted her to die? Haha, Xiao Yuxian, don't run anymore, just surrender obediently. If we catch you, you may still survive, but if you are torn to pieces by monsters, you will die without a complete body. Seeing Xiao Yuxian's desperate look, retreating step by step under the pressure of the scorpion-tailed leopard, Meng Suo became even more proud. You are dreaming. Even if I, Xiao Yuxian, die under the claws of monsters, I will never commit myself to a villain like you. Xiao Yuxian turned her back to Meng Suo and said angrily. Bitch, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Meng Suo's face turned pale. As a villain, what he hated most was being called a villain by others, especially women. Humph. Villain, just give up on this idea. Xiao Yuxian turned her head, and a trace of determination appeared on her beautiful face. Then she didn't even look back, closed her eyes, and rushed to the scorpion-tailed leopard like a moth to a flame. Even if she died under the claws of the monster, she would never want to be defiled by an ungrateful villain. Damn it! Behind her, there was an unwilling roar. I didn't expect that I, Xiao Yuxian, would die in this way. I'm sorry, master, I didn't fulfill your dream. While throwing herself at the scorpion-tailed leopard, Xiao Yuxian closed her eyes tightly, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. But the expected fishy wind did not come, but after a whistling sound, the scorpion-tailed leopard's shrill scream sounded instantly. What's going on? Surprised, Xiao Yuxian opened her eyes and saw that the scorpion-tailed leopard in front of her was dead, and a blood-red long sword was stuck in the body of the scorpion-tailed leopard. Is this a sword? Just as Xiao Yuxian was stunned, a figure suddenly flew down from the sky and came to Xiao Yuxian. It turned out to be a handsome boy with silver hair and purple eyes. Do Wang? Behind her, a group of mercenaries shouted in shock. Xiao Yuxian discovered that behind the boy, there were 3 pairs of illusory wings, one black and one white. Is this the legendary ability that only Do Wang level strong men can have, Do Qi into wings? Xiao Yuxian was surprised. Damn, how could a Do Wang suddenly appear, and he is so young? Seeing Bai Ji saving Xiao Yuxian, Meng Su clenched his fists, his face was extremely ugly, and the jealousy and anger in his heart were burning like a raging fire. Young captain, what should we do now? Beside him, all the strong men in black were terrified and afraid. They were under the order of young Captain Meng Su to plot against Xiao Yuxian. Medical immortal, but now the little medical immortal was actually saved by a Douwang strongman. If the little medical immortal asked this Douwang to help, would they die? In Qingshan town, the strongest person they could see was only a Doushi, but he was already an unimaginable strongman. And the young man in front of them was a Douwang, 2 levels higher than the Doushi, and they had no courage to resist at all. Chapter 571 Take the hammer and you can go. Douwang. Beside him, the fearful words of his subordinates were like a basin of cold water poured on Meng Su's head, instantly extinguishing the anger and jealousy in Meng Su's heart. Fear surged into Meng Su's heart in an instant, making Meng Su tremble. It's over. As a villain, Meng Su never hesitates to estimate others with the greatest malice. In his opinion, Bai Ji, as a Douwang strongman, would never have saved Xiao Yuxian if he had not seen Xiao Yuxian's outstanding appearance. And if he put himself in her shoes, it is entirely possible that he would kill someone for the sake of a beautiful woman's smile. This made him panic. What should I do? What should I do? Meng Su began to think anxiously in his heart. If Xiao Yuxian spoke, Xiao Yuxian would most likely ask the Douwang in front of him to avenge her, and then he would be dead. He didn't want to die, but as a small person, he had no bargaining chips to let a Douwang spare his life. Got it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Meng Su's mind, and a nearly life-or-death method appeared in Meng Su's mind. Meng Su gritted his teeth and knelt down directly in front of Bai Ji. My lord, thank you for saving Bai Lan. Meng Su knelt on the ground and said in an excited voice. Bai Lan. Hearing Meng Su's words, Xiao Yuxian was stunned. Who is Bai Lan? If it weren't for the adult's help, this would be a regret for my life. Meng Su continued to pretend to be sad. Bai Lan, although I, Meng Su, bought you, I never had any improper thoughts about you. Why did you pretend that there was a treasure here, but in fact you wanted to escape in the chaos? If you want to leave, I, Meng Su, will never stop you. Why do you go to such great lengths and deceive me? Looking at Xiao Yuxian, Meng Su's face was full of disappointment. Not bought? When did I, Xiao Yuxian, become your slave? And it was not me who brought you here, but you who brought me here. Hearing Meng Su's words, Xiao Yuxian was so angry that she trembled. Now she understood that Meng Su simply wanted to throw dirty water on him. There must be a reason for this, but Xiao Yuxian didn't think much about it. At this moment, she only had endless anger in her heart. Meng Su, you are talking nonsense, when did I become your slave? Xiao Yuxian said angrily. Bai Lan, it's already this time, do you still want to lie? I know that I, Meng Su, am not good enough and not worthy of you. It's normal for you to look down on me. I don't mind, but you can't just kick me into the mud when you see a young man. Meng Su covered his chest, his face full of sadness and grief. But in his heart, Meng Su sneered. He just wanted to portray Xiao Yuxian as the most hated person by a man, currying favor with the powerful, clinging to the rich and powerful, and being ungrateful. Anyway, the young Douwang in front of him didn't know the specific situation. As long as he acted well enough, who could find out? Xiao Yuxian is a simple woman, and she still wants to fight him. Meng Su, you are shameless. My name is not Bai Lan at all. My name is Xiao Yuxian, and I am not your slave at all. Don't lie and confuse right and wrong. Xiao Yuxian's pretty face turned red because of anger, and she shouted angrily. On the side, Bai Ji was still watching the show. With his strong mental power, he could naturally sense who was lying, but the acting skills of the young man in front of him were so good that he could even get an Oscar. Wait, Xiao Yuxian? However, when Bai Ji heard the girl beside him say that her name was Xiao Yuxian, he was stunned. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Bai Lan, at this time, are you still lying? Forget it, since you want to cling to the powerful so much, then go ahead. Meng Su's face was full of disappointment, with an expression of grief and despair. This acting is excellent. Bai Ji was speechless, but since the girl beside him was Xiao Yuxian, he had no patience to continue watching the show, and he still had to find the cave where the pure lotus demon fire was hidden. Wait! Bai Ji suddenly spoke. My lord, what's wrong? Hearing Bai Ji suddenly speak, Meng Su couldn't help but be shocked, but still pretended to make a puzzled expression. At this moment, he seemed to be really as he described, from a villain to a young man who was deeply in love with the slave Bai Lan. No need to act anymore, your acting is very good, but it's useless in front of me. Bai Ji said lightly while pulling out the 7-killing sword from the scorpion-tailed leopard, and cut off the scorpion-tailed leopard's tail and put it into the ring. He remembered that this seemed to be a high-quality ingredient. What do you mean, sir? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng Su's heart tightened, and he subconsciously took a few steps back, revealing a forced smile. In his heart, he suddenly felt weak. Could it be that his acting skills were discovered? No need to pretend anymore. Do you think I don't know anything? Tell me, how do you want to die? Bai Ji held the 7-killing sword, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Damn it! Meng Su roared wildly in his heart. He had never been ignored like today, but he couldn't resist, and he also showed a little dissatisfaction, because the person in front of him could kill him at any time. Sir, this guy is a scumbag, you must kill him. On the side, Xiao Yuxian clenched his fists and said angrily. From childhood to adulthood, her master has always taught her to save the dying and the wounded, but she saved Meng Su from the fangs of the red fire snake, but Meng Su turned against her, which made her so angry. Damn it! You bitch! Seeing that the play could no longer be performed, Meng Su simply tore off his disguise, revealing a face full of anger, jealousy, and ferocity. Bitch! What qualifications do you have to call me a bitch, you ungrateful villain? The little doctor asked with a cold face. Haha, that's right. I am a villain, but so what? Meng Su laughed grimly. This is how the world is. Good people don't live long, and evil people are left for thousands of years. I don't think it's bad to be a villain. On the contrary, villains can live happier. Today I'm just unlucky. Come on, kill if you want to kill, cut if you want to cut, Meng Su, will take it all. Meng Su gritted his teeth, red eyes, and roared. Die. Bai Ji smiled coldly. Since you want to die so much, I won't let you die like this. Your name is Meng Su, right? Let's play a game, how about that? Bai Ji said lightly while putting down his right hand holding the 7-killing sword. At the same time, he slowly stretched out his left hand and spread out his palm. With a flash of black light, a black hammer with a cylindrical hammer head and circles of faint patterns on it suddenly appeared in Bai Ji's left hand. On the side, Xiao Yuxian's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She didn't see how Bai Ji took out the black hammer at all, but if the hammer was placed in the ring, it could indeed be taken out silently, but there should also be a fluctuation of fighting spirit, but she didn't feel it at all. See this little black hammer in my hand? As long as you catch it, you can go. Bai Ji said playfully, tossing the little black hammer back and forth in his hand, looking at Meng Su with a twisted and ferocious face. Chapter 572 I want you to die in pain. You can go if you catch this hammer. Meng Su looked a little bit unbelievable when he heard Bai Ji's words. Although he didn't believe that Bai Ji would let him go so easily, he didn't want to miss the straw that could save his life even if it was fake. Are you serious? Meng Su asked with gritted teeth. Is it good for me to lie to you? Bai Ji sneered. Okay, I believe that as a Do Wang, you should not go back on your word. Meng Su retorted and deliberately provoked Bai Ji, while gritted his teeth, circulated his Do Qi, and circulated all his Do Qi on his hands, staring at the black hammer in Bai Ji's hand. He had been ready to face death before, but now, his heart was rekindled with hope for life. Even ants try to survive, let alone him. It seems that you promised you, are you ready? If you are ready, then I will throw it away. Bai Ji smiled playfully at Meng Su's serious look. On the side, Xiao Yuxian wanted to say something, but seeing the playfulness at the corner of Bai Ji's mouth, Xiao Yuxian seemed to understand something and still did not speak. Got it. After Bai Ji finished speaking, he gently threw the black hammer in his hand out. The black hammer looked small and exquisite, and the hammer head was not much bigger than a human fist. From the outside, it weighed only about 10 pounds. After being thrown out, the black hammer drew a perfect parabola in the air and flew towards Meng Su's chest. At this moment, Meng Su had already held his breath nervously, and the little doctor was full of curiosity. From her point of view, Bai Ji didn't seem to be kind or saintly, but rather a cat playing with a mouse. Too easy. Looking at the flying black hammer, which was very slow, Meng So couldn't help but show joy on his face, and went straight to meet it with his hands emitting green light. Just as Meng So reached out to grab it, thinking that he could easily get the black hammer, the force from his hand butted made Meng So's face change greatly. The seemingly small black hammer was as heavy as a mountain. Although the hammer was moving slowly, the impact brought by the incomparable weight was simply unstoppable. Crack! As soon as it touched Meng So's right hand, the terrifying force from the black hammer crushed all the bones in Meng So's right hand. Ah! Meng So screamed when he felt the severe pain from his right hand. While Meng So was screaming, the black hammer smashed Meng So's right arm with the remaining force, and then fell heavily on Meng So's chest. The impact force generated by the incomparable weight directly smashed Meng So's chest, making Meng So's entire chest concave, and Meng So was knocked down by the powerful impact, spitting out a lot of blood and internal organs from his mouth. Yu cheated. Protecting his heart with the remaining fighting spirit, Meng So spat out blood and internal organs, and stretched out his right hand tremblingly, pointing at Bai Ji, his eyes full of resentment. I didn't cheat. Bai Ji shrugged, and then smiled maliciously. I just want to play with you because you like acting so much, but you are too naive. Do you really think that this hammer is easy to catch just because it looks small? Bai Ji showed a trace of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. I tell you, this is the Haoshan hammer, and the initial weight is 20,000 pounds. With you, you still want to catch it? Haha. You. Hearing Bai Ji's ridicule, Meng So trembled all over. Because of anger and resentment, a large amount of blood and internal organs were spit out of his mouth as his chest rose and fell violently. What do you think, Xiao Yuxian, do you want to kill him directly, or let him stay here and live a life worse than death? Looking at Meng So who was crippled by the Haoshan hammer, Bai Ji asked softly. Me. On the side, Xiao Yuxian was a little flattered. She didn't expect that Bai Ji actually remembered her name. Let him live a life worse than death. Looking at Meng So, thinking of Meng So's ugly face before, Xiao Yuxian said hatefully. Well, then let him stay here and wait to be bitten by the monsters, living a life worse than death. Bai Ji's mouth curled slightly, and stretched out his hand to summon the 9-spirit begonia. With the injection of soul power, the white healing light of the 9-spirit begonia sprinkled, but under Bai Ji's control, the 9-spirit begonia only healed Meng So's internal injuries, but did not heal his limbs and bones at all. Meng So was still a cripple who could not move, but he could not die. Just wait here slowly. I believe that they will give you a good dream at night. Bai Ji smiled inexplicably, but in Meng So's view, this was undoubtedly the devil's smile. Ah! You killed me, you kill me quickly. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Meng So seemed to see the scene of himself being bitten to death by the monsters bit by bit. His body could not help but tremble and roared in despair. Sir, spare our lives. We are innocent. He forced us to do this. Seeing Meng So's miserable end, a group of black-clothed strong men behind Meng So immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, and poured dirty water on Meng So. If it was before, Meng So would never suffer this loss, but now Meng So's heart was full of fear and despair, and he didn't hear his men pouring dirty water on him at all. Xiao Yuxian. Bai Ji didn't care about the words of these mercenaries, but looked at Xiao Yuxian and gave the decision to Xiao Yuxian. These guys are not good guys. Xiao Yuxian snorted coldly. Then kill them all. After hearing Xiao Yuxian's decision, Bai Ji nodded and waved the 7-killing sword in his hand. Countless sword chi shot out and instantly penetrated a group of black mercenaries. Thank you for saving me and helping me get revenge. Looking at the corpse in front of him and Meng So who was roaring angrily behind him, Xiao Yuxian's eyes showed a complicated look. You're welcome. Bai Ji smiled and took back the 7-killing sword. By the way, sir, what are you doing in the Warcraft Mountains? I happen to live nearby. If there is anything, maybe I can help you. On the side, Xiao Yuxian seemed to have thought of something and asked. Nothing, just looking for something, but it may take some time. Bai Ji shook his head. Does it take some time? If you don't mind, you can stay at my house temporarily. My house is in Qingshan town, not far away, very close to here. Xiao Yuxian thought for a while and suggested. Then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Xiao Yuxian. Bai Ji smiled warmly and clasped his fists. Although he knew that the girl in front of him was Xiao Yuxian, He had just met her and the time was not yet ripe, so he didn't plan to tell her the purpose immediately. No, you're welcome. Seeing Bai Ji's handsome and flawless face, Xiao Yuxian's face was a little blurred. She is still just a young girl now, not the little medical fairy in 20 years. Chapter 573, Treasure Hunt. The remaining map of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire is in hand. Qingshan Town, located near the Warcraft Mountains, is one of the towns closest to the Warcraft Mountains, so it is also called the Warcraft Town. Because it is closest to the Warcraft Mountains, Qingshan Town naturally developed into a mercenary town, providing a place to stay and supply points for countless mercenaries who went to the Warcraft Mountains to pan for gold. And because mercenaries are people who lick blood on the edge of a knife, they may live today and die in an accident tomorrow. Therefore, most mercenaries advocate enjoying life in time, and often spend money as soon as they earn it. Mercenaries who are not short of money make Qingshan Town, which is just a small town, extremely prosperous. Under the guidance of Little Medical Fairy, Bai Ji held Little Medical Fairy, stretched out the wings of the Holy Demon, and after flying over a section of the Warcraft Mountains, they came to the sky above a remote courtyard in Qingshan Town. Seeing the familiar courtyard below, Little Medical Fairy breathed a sigh of relief. We're here, Brother Bai, let's go down. Hearing Xiao Yuxian's words, Bai Ji folded his Saint Demon wings and slowly landed in the yard. In the wide yard, the ground was paved with a layer of blue stone bricks. A cobblestone path in front of the door led all the way to the house, and on both sides of the cobblestone path. On one side were clusters of low fruit trees similar to kumquats, and at the edge there was a big tree, with a canopy full of green leaves blocking the sun and providing a shade on the ground. On the other side were colorful flower beds, at the edge of the flower beds was a rattan lounge chair, and at the back of the yard, there was an ancient well, and the whole yard was filled with a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. Xiao Yuxian, is this your home? It looks great. Putting Xiao Yuxian down, Bai Ji looked at the yard and was a little surprised. Brother Bai, thank you for the compliment. This courtyard is not mine. It was left by my master. Looking at the courtyard in front of her, Xiao Yuxian showed a faint smile on her cold and pretty face. Master. Bai Ji was a little surprised. In the original book, Xiao Yuxian's master was not mentioned, but Xiao Yuxian's medical skills could not be self-taught, so Xiao Yuxian must have a master, there is no doubt about this. Your master must be a kind doctor who can teach a kind girl like Xiao Yuxian. If it's convenient, can you tell me about it? I'm very curious. Bai Ji said with a smile. Master. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Yuxian felt a little nostalgic. But because it was not an important matter, Xiao Yuxian did not think of hiding it, so she smiled slightly and said. There is nothing I can't say. I am an orphan without a name. I was picked up and raised by my master since I was a child. My master is a doctor in Qingshan Town. She is very kind and often treats civilians for free. When I was very young, my master took me to practice medicine everywhere. During the days of following my master to practice medicine, I saw the suffering of civilians and found out how happy it is to treat diseases and save people. Although we are not pharmacists, we have a heart to save the world and heal people. After learning medical skills, I also followed my master to treat diseases and save people. Because I saved many people called me Xiao Yuxian. Because I have no name, I took this as my name, and always reminded myself to treat diseases and heal people with a kind heart. Xiao Yuxian showed a few faint smiles on her face. But my master was already very old when he picked me up. When I was 13 years old, my master finally died of old age and his body could not support him. This yard is what my master left for me. Xiao Yuxian showed deep sadness on her face. Sorry, I mentioned your sad story. Bai Ji apologized. It doesn't matter. Birth, aging, illness and death are human nature. No one can avoid it. Xiao Yuxian shook her head gently. At night, after Xiao Yuxian rested, Bai Ji entered the monster mountain alone, looking for the cave where the Pure Lotus Demon Fire remnant map existed. The invisible mental power quickly swept across a large area of the monster mountain. Finally, in the wound of a cliff, Bai Ji found the destination of this trip. It's here. Bai Ji's eyes lit up, and he turned and flew towards a cliff below. Soon a steep cliff appeared in front of Bai Ji. This is a steep rock wall with jagged rocks, full of protruding gravel, weird dead wood and some broken bones. In a place covered by green vines, a dark cave appeared in front of Bai Ji. With a move, Bai Ji flew into the cave. Because it was already night, the already pitch-black cave was now pitch-dark. Although Bai Ji saw no difference between darkness and daytime under his mental scan, he still lit a fireball out of habit. Under the bright light, the dark cave suddenly lit up. Day, day, day. Going deeper into the cave, with the sound of crisp footsteps, the road soon came to an end, and a heavy stone door appeared in front. Although he knew that the stone door had a mechanism to open it, Bai Ji did not intend to look for the mechanism, but directly tore the space. Taking a step forward, Bai Ji appeared in the stone chamber behind the stone door in the next second. This is a very empty stone chamber, surrounded by grey-white stone walls, with only some moonstones embedded in the wall emitting a faint light, which looks particularly simple. In the center of the stone chamber, there is a chair, and a withered skeleton sits on the chair, which looks a bit gloomy, but Bai Ji is not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes light up and he walks towards the withered skeleton. I remember that the fragment of the map of the pure lotus demon fire should be in one of the bone arms. While thinking in his heart, Bai Ji swept his spiritual power and quickly determined the location of the fragment of the map of the pure lotus demon fire. Originally, Bai Ji expected that both of the bone arms of the dried bones would hide something, but he didn't expect that only the right arm hid the fragment of the map of the pure lotus demon fire, and there was nothing in the left arm. After breaking the right arm of the dried bones, and then pouring out and putting away the fragment of the map of the pure lotus demon fire, Bai Ji looked at the other two places in the stone chamber. In the other two places in the stone chamber, one was piled with a large pile of gold and treasures, and the other was a simple flower bed with some medicinal herbs planted in it. So many treasures, it seems a bit too much to put them in. Looking at the gold and silver treasures piled up like a small mountain in the cave, thinking that his storage ring was not too large, and he had to leave space for medicinal herbs, Bai Ji couldn't help but touch his chin. However, although his own storage ring was not enough, he actually had another storage ring. Medicine Master, come out and help. Walking towards the gold and silver treasures, Bai Ji touched the soul-warming ring on his left hand. Bai boy, what's the matter? As Bai Ji moved, the soul-warming ring suddenly flashed, and after a puzzled sound, Yao Chen's soul body suddenly floated out of the soul-warming ring. Where is this place? Yao Chen was a little surprised to see Bai Ji in a dark cave. Chapter 574, The Poisonous Body. A good place. Bai Ji walked to the gold and silver treasures in the cave with a smile on his face, pointing to the gold and silver treasures piled up into a small mountain and said, Yao Lao, help me collect all these gold and silver treasures. I say, Bai boy, what do you want these gold and silver treasures for? Wait until I teach you how to make medicine, and you can have as much money as you want. Looking at a pile of gold and silver treasures, which were so tacky, Yao Chen couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. But refining medicine costs money, and it's not good to have so many gold and silver treasures in front of you but can't take them away. Bai Ji said that obsessive-compulsive disorder is so helpless. Hey, you kid, forget it, forget it. In the end, Yao Chen still gave in and unwillingly put a lot of gold and silver treasures into his soul-warming ring. After collecting the piles of gold and silver treasures, Bai Ji walked to the flower bed on the other side. This is a small flower bed piled up with mud. Various flowers and plants are planted in the flower bed, and a strange fragrance lingers in it. Purple-blue leaves, white spirit ginseng fruit, snow lotus seeds. Although Bai Ji didn't recognize the medicinal materials, Yao Chen, who was floating beside Bai Ji, recognized the medicinal materials in the flower bed one by one. They are all pretty good medicinal materials. Seeing that the medicinal materials in the flower bed were all good, Yao Chen couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. These medicinal materials are enough for him to teach Bai Ji to refine a lot of pills. Ice Spirit Flame Grass. Suddenly, Yao Chen saw a plant with alternating white and red leaves in the center of the flower bed, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. What's wrong? Bai Ji was a little surprised. These should be just ordinary medicinal herbs, so they shouldn't surprise the famous medicine venerable, right? Following Yao Chen's line of sight, Bai Ji saw a strange herb. The leaves of this plant are white and red. The white branches are covered with ice crystal-like objects, and on the fiery red grass crown, it is like a ball of flame burning. Two completely opposite colors and attributes are strangely growing on a plant. A faint mist lingers around the plant, which looks extremely strange. If you need blood lotus pill, This ice spirit flame grass is one of the necessary medicinal materials for refining blood lotus pill, and it is extremely rare. Yao Chen sighed. Unfortunately, I don't need it. Bai Ji smiled faintly, took out some jade boxes from the ring, and put all the herbs in the flower bed into the jade boxes one by one. After doing everything, Bai Ji walked to the last place in the stone room, a stone table. On the stone table, there were 3 stone boxes, and the key to the stone box was on the dry bones, which had been taken away by Bai Ji. Slowly walking to the stone box, Bai Ji took out the key and opened the stone box. In the 3 stone boxes, there were 7 color poison sutra, flying do chi purple cloud wings, and a scroll recording a Xian level intermediate fighting skill. After taking away the treasures in the cave, Bai Ji left the cave, spread his holy demon wings, and flapped his wings to fly towards the courtyard where Xiao Yuxian was. When Bai Ji returned to the courtyard, it was already very late, but the lights were still on in Xiao Yuxian's room, which made Bai Ji a little strange. Is she still asleep? Xiao Yuxian, are you asleep? After retracting the holy demon wings, Bai Ji landed in front of Xiao Yuxian's room and knocked on the door gently. But after knocking for a long time, no sound came from the room. Bai Ji couldn't help but frown, and felt a little uneasy in his heart. Is something wrong? Thinking of this, Bai Ji couldn't help but move his heart, and his mental power quickly poured into the room. In the room, Xiao Yuxian was lying on a wooden table with her eyes closed, with a strange rainbow color on her face. On the wooden table, there were many bottles and jars. Next to Xiao Yuxian's pretty face, there was some black and purple powder on a piece of oil paper. There was also some black and purple powder at the corner of Xiao Yuxian's mouth. Is this poison? With his master-level alchemy knowledge, Bai Ji recognized at once that Xiao Yuxian should have taken a highly toxic powder. Could it be that Xiao Yuxian triggered the evil poison body earlier? Bai Ji couldn't help but be shocked. He pushed the door open suddenly, and Bai Ji quickly came to Xiao Yuxian's side. He felt Xiao Yuxian's breath and found that her breathing was normal. She should just be unconscious. Slowly sitting next to Xiao Yuxian, Bai Ji began to think about how to talk to Xiao Yuxian later. On the way back from the Monster Mountain Range, Bai Ji and Xiao Yuxian chatted for a long time. I don't know if it was because of Xiao Yuxian's master, Xiao Yuxian was not very willing to leave Qingshan town. However, if she was told about the existence and harm of the evil poison body, she should be able to change her mind. Bai Ji thought in his heart and began to recall the memory of the evil poison body, thinking about how to speak to convince Xiao Yuxian later. I don't know how much time has passed, and suddenly there was a sound of chanting beside me. Bai Ji looked up and saw that Xiao Yuxian woke up. Brother Bai, why are you here? She opened her eyes in confusion. When she saw Bai Ji in her room, Xiao Yuxian couldn't help but wake up immediately, her pretty face flushed, and she sat up quickly. I was going to talk to you, but when I knocked on the door, I found that no one responded. I thought you were in trouble, so I came in. Bai Ji thought for a while and explained. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Yuxian subconsciously looked at her clothes. After finding that there was nothing wrong, Xiao Yuxian breathed a sigh of relief, but she was suddenly disappointed. Xiao Yuxian, I'm going to ask you some questions. You must answer me truthfully. Did you eat poison just now? Bai Ji's expression suddenly became very solemn. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Yuxian was silent for a while, and then nodded, yet. I don't know what's going on. I have an inexplicable desire for poison since I was a child. Although I know that I can't eat it, I don't know why I just want to eat it. When I was tricked by Meng Suo and others to the Warcraft Mountains, I escaped with the poison powder I made. Now the poison powder is used up, I'm going to make some more, but I didn't expect that I couldn't help it this time. I licked it and ate it all. Xiao Yuxian showed a bitter smile on her face. I fell into a coma after taking the poison, but when I woke up, I found that there was nothing wrong with my body. On the contrary, my do chi cultivation level had improved a lot. Bai Ji, is there something wrong with my body? Xiao Yuxian looked up at Bai Ji, her eyes full of anxiety and confusion. If I'm not mistaken, your physique should be the legendary evil poison body. Bai Ji sighed a little heavily. Evil poison body. Hearing these words, Xiao Yuxian's heart tightened. This name doesn't sound like a good name at all. Chapter 575 Convincing Xiao Yuxian. Evil poison body is an extremely special physique, also known as the natural poison body. The special thing about this physique is that you will not be poisoned by any poison you take, but will increase your dou qi and transform your dou qi into an extremely special poison dou qi. Every move is highly poisonous, and as long as you keep taking poison, you can continue to improve your cultivation. It can be said to be a unique special physique. Bai Ge sighed. But this kind of physique should have defects, right? Hearing that there was no envy in Bai Ge's tone, but rather some regret, the clever Xiao Yuxian immediately guessed the key point, that is, the evil poison body must have a fatal flaw. That's right. Bai Ge cast an admiring look at Xiao Yuxian. If your evil poison body has only advantages, then your physique it can no longer be called the evil poison body, but should be called the heavenly poison body, or the poison spirit body. It is precisely because your evil poison body has fatal defects, and it is a defect that is extremely dangerous to both you and the world, so your physique is called the evil poison body. Evil, as the name suggests, is the world's misfortune and disaster. What exactly is the defect? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Xiao Yuxian couldn't help but get nervous. She is a kind girl. If only she suffers, she may not care, but if she causes great damage to the world, that is not what she wants to see. The most powerful and special thing about your evil poison body is that as long as you swallow poison, your physique can transform the poison contained in the poison into an extremely special poison-fighting spirit, that is to say, as long as you continue to swallow poison, your cultivation can be continuously improved. But while your cultivation is improved, your body will also have hidden dangers, that is because your poison-fighting spirit is not obtained by your own hard work, and your control ability is very poor. When your cultivation is still low, your physique can suppress the poisonous fighting spirit, but once your strength becomes stronger, once your physique can no longer suppress the poisonous fighting spirit, the poisonous fighting spirit in your body will explode, and the erupted poisonous fighting spirit will turn a large area into a destructive poisonous miasma, and you will also suffer from the pain of being devoured by all kinds of poisons, and from then on, you will die under this torture. Bai Ge sighed. Ah! Hearing Bai Ge's words, Xiao Yuxian's face suddenly changed, and her pretty face turned pale. Then what should I do? Looking at Bai Ge, Xiao Yuxian's eyes were full of fear and terror. She is not yet an adult, and she still has too many expectations for life. Thinking of dying miserably in the future, Xiao Yuxian is very scared. In fact, there is a way. Bai Ge frowned as he spoke. What way? Xiao Yuxian's eyes were full of expectations. Your physique is a bad poison body, and I just happen to have a poison book that can perfectly solve your physique problem, called the Bad Poison Book. As long as you practice this bad poison book step by step, your bad body will not have the possibility of erupting. Bai Ge said slowly. But... Bai Ge paused. But what? Xiao Yuxian asked hurriedly. But the problem is that this poison book is not in my hand now, you must leave here with me, because if I leave here, I may never come back in the future. You have to leave with me, and then I can go and give you the poison book. Bai Ge sighed. Do I have to leave here? Hearing Bai Ge's words, Xiao Yuxian hesitated for a while and said. Yes. Bai Ge nodded. Do you have to stay here? Your evil poison body is very special. If you don't swallow poison, your evil poison body may never be activated in your life, but you have already swallowed poison and activated your evil poison body. This process is irreversible. You will want to swallow poison uncontrollably, and eventually turn yourself into a source of all poisons. If you stay here, once the poison in your body explodes in the future, this place will definitely become a poisonous swamp where no one can live. Bai Ge frowned and advised. I know, but my master's life's hard work is here. Before my master died, her wish was for me to be a doctor here and treat people. If I leave like this, wouldn't I be sorry for my master? Xiao Yuxian's tone was a little low, and her expression was a little depressed. Xiao Yuxian, but you have to think about it, what if your evil poison body explodes in the future? At that time, you will implicate everyone here. Bai Ge said earnestly. Xiao Yuxian was speechless for a while. Thinking of the harm to her physique, Xiao Yuxian looked a little struggling. In the end, Xiao Yuxian still lowered her head helplessly and clenched her fists. Okay, I'll go with you. On the other side, Qingshan Town, the headquarters of the Crazy Lion Mercenary Group. The Crazy Lion Mercenary Group is the largest mercenary group in Qingshan Town. In the entire Qingshan town, the only group second to the Crazy Lion Mercenary Group is the Wolf Head Mercenary Group. However, the Wolf Head Mercenary Group is only close to the Crazy Lion Mercenary Group in terms of size. In terms of the highest strength, the leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group, Mushi, is only a 9-star fighter, and there is still a long way to go from the 3-star fighter of the leader of the Crazy Lion Mercenary Group, Meng Li. At least in the short term, among the mercenaries in Qingshan town, the Crazy Lion Mercenary Group is still the leader. At this moment, in the lobby of the Crazy Lion Mercenary Group, the leader of the Crazy Lion Mercenary Group, Meng Li, was sitting on a throne covered with the fur of a first-level monster, the Red Flame Wolf, with a gloomy face. In front of him were several mercenaries kneeling on the ground. "What did you say? Sir hasn't come back all night?" Hearing the words of the mercenaries kneeling in front of him, Meng Li's anger suddenly ignited, and he slapped his hand on the armrest of the chair, his face full of anger. "Yes, Captain, we heard that the young captain invited Miss Xiao Yuxian to pick herbs today. Did she encounter any unexpected situation?" A mercenary trembled. "Picking herbs? Humph!" A sneer appeared on Meng Li's mouth. No one knows his son better than his father. How could he not know what kind of character his son is? However, although his son does like women, he still has a sense of propriety. Even if he goes to the Warcraft Mountains, he can't go deep, let alone not come back at night. You must know that the Warcraft Mountains at night are extremely dangerous. All kinds of powerful and ferocious monsters appear at night. Even a fighter like him may encounter danger at any time, let alone a guy who has not experienced anything. Now he hasn't come back, is there really something wrong? Meng Li felt a little uneasy. "You, go to the house of the little medical fairy right now and see if she's back. If she is, arrest her immediately and find out the whereabouts of my son." Meng Li looked gloomy and looked around at the mercenaries. All of them lowered their heads and trembled. Chapter 776, Killing the Mad Lion with One Hand. After persuading the little medical fairy, Bai Ji handed the 7-colored poison scripture to the little medical fairy. The 7-colored poison scripture records the methods of refining many highly toxic drugs. If the little medical fairy can refine the poison and take it, she can quickly improve her cultivation. After that, Bai Ji returned to another room. "Are you there, Yao Lao?" Sitting on the bed, Bai Ji gently stroked the ring on his left hand. Sensing Bai Ji's call, the soul-warming ring suddenly flashed, and then Yao Chen's spirit suddenly spread out of the ring like smoke. "What's wrong, young Bai, do you have something to ask me?" Yao Chen yawned, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. "If nothing, I'll go back to sleep." "I say, Yao Lao, you are a soul body now, you shouldn't need to sleep, right?" Bai Ji was a little amused. "Who said that soul bodies don't need to sleep? Can't I miss the feeling of having a body?" Yao Chen glared at Bai Ji unhappily. "Okay, Yao Lao, actually I asked you out because I have something to ask you." Bai Ji shook his head and said seriously. "What is it?" Yao Chen also became serious. "Do you have any pills that can help fighters in the Doqi stage improve their cultivation?" Although he knew that Yao Chen had the foundation building spirit liquid in his hand, Bai Ji still chose to ask. "Yes, did you use it for the girl before?" Yao Chen thought for a while and asked. "Yes." Bai Ji nodded. "You are so lucky, kid. You can actually meet a girl with a poisonous body. I just happen to have a pill that can solve the hidden danger of the poisonous body. However, it is not easy to refine. Since you have the poison sutra that can solve the hidden danger of this girl, I will not show off. You should train this girl well. When she grows up, she can at least become a Dozun, not a Dosheng." Yao Chen stroked his long beard with a tone full of emotion. "As for the pill you asked about that can help Do-Chi stage Do practitioners practice, I also have it here, called Foundation Building Spirit Liquid. I remember you found some purple leaf orchid grass and bone-washing flowers in that cave before? The medicinal materials needed for the Foundation Building Spirit Liquid I developed are 3 complete purple leaf orchid grass, 2 bone-washing flowers and a wood-type first-level magic core. You just need to find a few first-level wood attribute magic cores, and I can teach you to refine the medicine. Please wait, Yao Lao." Bai Ji thought about it and tore the space directly. Not long after, Bai Ji returned to the room with several wood-attributed magic cores in his hand. With the help of powerful mental power, Bai Ji could tell that the monster had a magic core in its body with a single sweep of mental power, and it was really easy to find the magic core. Okay, the materials are ready, I will start teaching you how to make medicine now. Half an hour later. Are you a monster? Seeing that Bai Ji had easily refined a foundation building spirit liquid with a higher quality than the one he had refined, Yao Chen's mouth twitched a little. It's just good luck. Putting the successfully refined foundation building spirit liquid, which looked like jade liquid from the outside, into a porcelain bottle, Bai Ji smiled modestly. There was a reason why he could so easily refine a pill of a quality that was even better than Yao Chen's. First, he has mastered the alchemy of the Grandmaster level. Although the alchemy in Dopokangsheng is of a higher level, the two are essentially the same, which makes it easy for him to get started. The second is that he can control the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire that he controls with the power of the Flame Fruit, which is far more perfect than Yao Chen's control, and his God-level soul the power and excellent wood attribute constitution can sense the changes in the medicinal properties of medicinal materials more accurately than Yao Chen. In this way, the quality of the pills he refined is naturally better than Yao Chen. After refining the first portion of the foundation building spiritual liquid, Bai Ji continued to refine the next portion of the foundation building spiritual liquid, and then the third portion, the fourth portion. Unknowingly, the sky has brightened. In the early morning, a large group of people suddenly surrounded the courtyard of the little medical ferry. Captain, I have inquired. At night, there is smoke rising from this courtyard. The little medical ferry must be back. Meng Li rode a tall horse and stood in front of the courtyard with a cold face. Beside him, a man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks reported with a flattering face. Humph! You actually left my son in the Warcraft Mountains and came back by yourself. My son didn't come back, and you should stay in the Warcraft Mountains. Meng Li held the big knife tightly, his face full of cruelty and coldness. Mad Lion, break the door open for me. Bang! What's that sound? In the room, Bai Ji had just finished refining the last portion of foundation building spirit liquid. He frowned when he heard the noise coming from outside. The mental power quickly flowed into his body, and Bai Ji soon discovered everything that happened outside. Listening to the discussion in the crowd, Bai Ji sneered in his heart. He came here to take revenge. It seems that it was the father of that dude yesterday. It's true that like father, like son. Forget it, let's just get rid of all the evil. With a move, Bai Ji's figure instantly tore through the space and appeared in the sky outside the courtyard. Because he didn't have the ability to step on the void, Bai Ji spread his wings of the holy demon and stood in the air. Looking at the group of mercenaries who were hitting the gate of the courtyard, Bai Ji slowly stretched out his right hand. As the invisible gravity field unfolded, Bai Ji slapped his hand down like slapping a fly. Die! As Bai Ji shouted in his heart, the terrifying gravity pressed down instantly, and the mercenaries who were hitting the gate of the courtyard were crushed by gravity and burst into a blood mist. Not far away, the other mercenaries who were still talking and laughing saw what was happening in front of them, and they were all stunned like chickens and ducks with their throats pinched. What is going on? Fighting King! With a terrified shout from the crowd, everyone looked up at the sky and saw Bai Ji, who was standing in the sky with his wings of the holy demon. Are you kidding? How could there be a fighting king here? It's over, we angered the fighting king. We're definitely dead this time. Seeing Bai Ji, the faces of all the mercenaries of the Crazy Lion mercenary group changed immediately. They changed from their previous arrogance and domineering to become like hyenas encountering a lion, with despair and fear in their hearts. How can there be a Douwang in this small Qingshan town? In the crowd, Meng Li's face became even uglier and more ferocious when he saw Bai Ji. As a Dou master, he knew more clearly how powerful the Douwang was. That was an existence that none of them could shake even if they tried their best. Dear Douwang, this is all a misunderstanding. Looking at Bai Ji, Meng Li showed an ugly smile on his cold face, and drove his horse back while forcing a smile. But Bai Ji was too lazy to pay attention to Meng Li's explanation. He waved his hand directly, and the terrifying gravity crushed down, instantly crushing all the mercenaries, including Meng Li, and then the Qinglian earth core fire burned out, sweeping away all the blood mist. There should be more. Thinking that the Crazy Lion mercenary group should have a base, Bai Ji's mental power quickly enveloped the entire Qingshan town, and then his body moved, tearing the void, and appeared above the base of the Crazy Lion mercenary group. There is not a single good person. His mental power quickly swept through the station. The entire station was filled with mercenaries who did all kinds of evil. Bai Ji shook his head and slowly raised his right hand. Endless blue flames suddenly rose from his right hand, quickly covering the entire sky, just like a fire cloud, and then the blue fire cloud quickly rotated and twisted, turning into a blue fire giant palm covering the sky, and a palm print. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the terrifying Azure Lotus Earth Core fire exploded, and the entire Crazy Lion mercenary group station was instantly reduced to ruins under the burning of the overwhelming Azure Lotus Earth Core fire. Chapter 577 Return to the Jiama Empire, Gold Level Lottery Opportunity, Firefox. After dealing with the Crazy Lion mercenary group, Bai Ji turned into a stream of light and crossed Qingshan town, returning to the courtyard where Xiao Yuxian was. In the courtyard, Xiao Yuxian was sitting on a rattan chair, waiting anxiously. Seeing Bai Ji falling from the sky, Xiao Yuxian hurried over and asked nervously, "Brother Bai, what's wrong?" "It's okay, it's the people from the Crazy Lion mercenary group, but it's been dealt with." Bai Ji shook his head lightly, smiled faintly and signaled Xiao Yuxian not to be nervous. "Has it been dealt with?" Hearing Bai Ji's words, the clever Xiao Yuxian naturally understood what Bai Ji meant, and was silent for a while. At this moment, Xiao Yuxian felt a little complicated. She was kind-hearted and somewhat resistant to Bai Ji's solution, but her inner reason told her that the people of the Crazy Lion mercenary group were basically scum and did not need to be pitied. But no matter what, Bai Ji solved the Crazy Lion mercenary group, and this matter would definitely be known to the people of Qingshan town. When she knew that everything was because of her, it would be difficult for her to live in Qingshan town as before. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuxian sighed softly in her heart. She did not blame Bai Ji, but since things had come to this, she did not want to stay in Qingshan town. "Brother Bai, when are we leaving here?" Having made a decision in her heart, Xiao Yuxian breathed a sigh of relief, raised her head, and asked Bai Ji. "We can leave now, but are you ready?" Bai Ji was a little surprised, but did not ask more. "I'll pack up and leave." Xiao Yuxian nodded gently and whispered. "Then I'll wait for you." After a moment, Xiao Yuxian packed up everything and took a package. Standing in the courtyard, looking at the house in front of him for a long time, Xiao Yuxian finally turned around, with a complicated expression, "Brother Bai, let's go." Compared with the Tagar Desert, Qingshan town is closer to the capital of Jiama Empire. Starting from the morning, Bai Ji arrived at the Mitre family's residence in the evening. Arriving at the destination, Bai Ji folded the wings of the holy demon, hugged Xiao Yuxian, and slowly landed in the courtyard. After landing, Xiao Yuxian quickly got out of Bai Ji's arms. Looking at Xiao Yuxian, whose pretty face was slightly red and looked uneasy, Bai Ji felt a little funny in his heart. "You find an empty room here to live first. After a while, I will buy a house and then we will move out." "Master." Just as Bai Ji was explaining things to Xiao Yuxian, an excited voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Bai Ji turned his head and saw Kaidi trotting over with Yafei and Yunyun with a happy face. "Master! Master!" After arriving in front of Bai Ji, Yafei and Yunyun bowed to Bai Ji. "What's wrong? We haven't seen each other for a few days. Don't be so excited." Seeing Cai Dai's resentful look, Bai Ji teased. "Master, don't you know that a day without seeing you feels like a long time?" Cai Dai pouted. "By the way, Master, this little sister is..." Cai Dai suddenly noticed the little medical fairy beside Bai Ji and asked with some confusion. After Cai Dai finished speaking, Yafei and Yunyun also cast curious eyes on the little medical fairy. "Her name is Little Medical Fairy. She is currently your junior sister. Don't underestimate Little Medical Fairy. If you don't practice well, be careful that Xiao Medical Fairy's cultivation will surpass yours in a month." Bai Ji said with a smile. "Master, please don't lie to us. Senior sister Yuna is a fighter. If junior sister Xiao Yuxian has good talent and surpasses Yafei, Yafei believes it, but if she says she will surpass senior sister Yuna, Yafei doesn't believe it." Yafei hugged Bai Ji's arm and pouted. "Then let's wait and see." Bai Ji rubbed Yafei's little head and smiled mysteriously. At night, everything was silent. After handing over the gold and silver treasures in the cave to Middle Tengshan and asking him to buy a secluded house in the imperial capital, Bai Ji returned to the courtyard. In the room, Bai Ji sat on the bed and said to the system in his heart, "System, settle the fate of Xiao Yuxian this time." Ding! The host's request has been received and is being settled. Congratulations to the host for getting a gold level lottery opportunity. In his mind, the system's congratulations sounded. One chance to draw the gold level, okay. Bai Ji touched his chin and nodded in his heart. System, draw. The gold level draw opportunity has been used, the system is drawing. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you got the egg of Poca copyright Monday Firefox X1. The voice of the system sounded in his mind. The egg of Poca copyright Monday Firefox, could it be the Firefox, one of the three great families in the Kalos region? As the childhood memory of many teenagers, Bai Ji has naturally seen Poca Copyright Monday and is a loyal player of the Poca Copyright Monday game. When he heard the word Firefox, he naturally recognized its origin at once. When he was in Douluo continent, Bai Ji drew the egg of the blue bird. Now in Dupa world, he drew the egg of the Firefox again. He and Poca Copyright Monday are really destined. Middle Tangshan was very efficient. A few days later, he bought a house for Bai Ji, and servants, cooks, maids and the like were also arranged properly. After buying the house, Bai Ji took Kaidi, Yafei, Yunyun and Xiao Yuxian to live in the newly bought house. Living in the middle family for a long time, after all, there were still some inconvenient. In the following days, Bai Ji still arranged his schedule as before. He taught his 3 apprentices to practice during the day, and sometimes learned to refine medicine with Yao Chen at night, and sometimes practiced by himself with Bodhi seeds. It took half a month, and with the help of Bodhi seeds, Bai Ji finally deduced a high-level wind attribute fighting chi technique for Yunyun, which Bai Ji named Feng Huangju. After Yunyun mastered the 3-point return to origin chi, Bai Ji began to teach Yunyun the divine sword and thunder control Truju. As for Yafei, Bai Ji taught her the heavenly demon method. However, because Yafei's qualifications were still a lot worse, although Bai Ji used the foundation building spirit liquid to assist her practice every day, Yafei currently only had the 5th stage of fighting chi. In less than a month, improving the fighting chi by 2 stages was already an incredible miracle in the eyes of others, but compared to Xiao Yuxian, Yafei was really far inferior. In half a month, with the support of the middle family, Xiao Yuxian easily refined various poisons and swallowed them. Relying on the evil poison body, in just half a month, Xiao Yuxian was promoted from the 2nd stage of Do Qi to a 1-star Dahi, which made Yunyun feel a sense of crisis. After Xiao Yuxian broke through Dahi, Bai Ji handed the evil poison sutra to Xiao Yuxian. This technique, which was supposed to be created by Xiao Yuxian after the evil poison body was fully developed, was the most suitable for Xiao Yuxian. Chapter 578 2 years later, the God-level lottery, the sword body technique of mind. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. In these 2 years, Bai Ji's cultivation level has been raised from Dushi to Dueling level again, with an average of 1 major level per year. During this period, Bai Ji did not use any elixirs, but only relied on his strong mental power to assist in the inhalation and exhalation of spiritual energy. However, after reaching Dueling, Bai Ji's cultivation speed slowed down a lot. The further the Do Qi cultivation is, the slower the cultivation speed will be. In these 2 years, the strength of the 3 little apprentices accepted by Bai Ji, Yunyun, Xiao Yuxian and Yafei, has also greatly improved. Among them, Xiao Yuxian's cultivation level was the highest, and he was promoted directly from a fighter to a great fighter. His poisonous fighting spirit had already condensed into a prototype of a poison pill. Although Yunyun had the pills refined by Bai Ji to assist her cultivation, she was helpless because Xiao Yuxian's poisonous body was too abnormal. Even if she tried her best, she couldn't catch up with her cultivation speed. As for Yafei, she only broke through to the fighter, but Bai Ji valued her business talent more than her cultivation level. In the past 2 years, Bai Ji developed the rest of the magic conductive devices and taught them to the snake people. After 2 years of development, the magic conductive devices of the snake people have become popular throughout the Gamma Empire. Because Bai Ji has solved the suppression of the snake people by several major forces in the Gamma Empire, after having huge wealth, the snake people began to migrate away from the Tagar Desert and head to the Warcraft Mountains, which are more suitable for the snake people to live. However, because the Tagar Desert with its rich fire attribute aura is still an excellent place for refining tools and medicine, the snake people did not completely migrate away from the Tagar Desert in the end. Instead, some of them migrated to the Magic Beast Mountains, and some stayed in the Snake Oasis in the Tagar Desert to continue refining magic conductive instruments. In the past 2 years, Bai Ji has also learned Yao Chen's alchemy and various pill recipes, and most of the medicinal materials for refining the bone-melting blood pill have been collected by the Mitre family. It's just that the key 4 kinds of strange fire and Do Zong's corpse are still not available, but it doesn't matter. Needless to say, there are many Do Zong's corpses in Zhongzhou. As for the strange fire, Bai Ji basically knows where it is, and it is also very simple to collect the 4 kinds of strange fire. After learning the alchemy and various pill recipes from Yao Chen, Bai Ji directly sent Yao Chen to teach the alchemists of the Snake People. After 2 years of development, the Snake People have become extremely powerful, and it is time to receive the rewards of the Snake People. System, settle my reward for changing the fate of the Snake People. Bai Ji sat cross-legged in the quiet room and said to the system in his heart. Ding! The system is settling. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a god-level lottery. In his mind, the system's congratulations sounded. A chance to draw a god-level lottery. Bai Ji's face showed a smile. Now the gold-level lottery opportunity is actually not very meaningful to him. It can only be said to be icing on the cake, but the god-level lottery opportunity is a temptation that Bai Ji can't resist. System, use this god-level lottery opportunity. The god-level lottery opportunity has been used, and the system is drawing ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mind Sword Body method. In his mind, the system's voice sounded. Mind Sword Body method. Hearing the voice of the system, Bai Ji couldn't help but be shocked. The sword body of mind technique, this seemed to come from a technique from the world after ascension that he had read a long time ago, but the sword body of mind technique was very different from ordinary sword techniques. The unique sword art for the purpose of refining the soul in the realm of sword art. Moreover, the most abnormal part of the sword body of the mind is not its strength in sword art, but the 2 magical powers it can produce, namely the silver eye that breaks illusions and the 3-part soul. The silver eye that breaks illusions is a pupil technique that can see through illusions, see through the heart and see the nature, and see the origin directly. In the initial stage, the silver eye that breaks illusions has all the abilities of the eye of insight, and it is an upgraded version, such as breaking illusions, extraordinary visual range, insight. And with the improvement of cultivation, the silver eye that breaks illusions can reach the point of breaking the rules, and can directly see through the dead line of things like the straight death magic eye, disintegrate the enemy or the enemy's attack from the rule level, and launch a fatal attack. It can be said to be a very powerful pupil technique. And the 3-part soul is not necessarily the 3-part soul, perhaps it should be called the soul differentiation. After the mind sword body method reaches a certain level, the practitioner can perform soul differentiation, splitting the soul into several parts, each of which can carry part of the practitioner's emotions, which is somewhat similar to the beheading of the 3 corpses in the prehistoric times. The protagonist Fenjian Wuji in the original book chose to divide the inner demon, emotion and reason into 3 parts, but Bai Ji felt that if possible, he could completely change the differentiation method, like beheading the 3 corpses, beheading the evil corpse, the good corpse and the self, or he could choose to only behead the good and evil thoughts in his heart. The key to the clones differentiated by the mind sword body method is that they can practice independently. After fusion in the future, the clones can be unified, and this does not conflict with the clone magic of the golden horned beast. Does this mean that I can open several vests in the future? Bai Ji touched his chin, with some expectations in his heart. Since he can travel through the heavens and the worlds, Bai Ji naturally will not only want to practice one power system. In the Douluo continent, the main body is walking the path of the Lord of the world, but in the heavens and myriad worlds, there are also various systems such as martial arts, immortals, Confucianism, etc. Bai Ji naturally wants to walk through them all, and finally unite all the ways to achieve the supreme way. As long as you have a clone, all this is possible. System, accept the sword body of mind. After thinking it over, Bai Ji said to the system. In an instant, a large amount of information suddenly poured into Bai Ji's mind, which was all the content of the practice of the sword body of mind. In the world after ascension, at the beginning, the sword body of mind was incomplete, until the end, it was deduced and supplemented by the protagonist Fenjian Wuji, but as a reward drawn from the god-level lottery, Bai Ji naturally drew the complete sword body of mind. From the first layer of the sword, and the sword, to the magic sword of the second layer, to the 7th layer of the soul differentiation, and finally to the 10th layer of the soul division and unity. According to the system's introduction, the sword body of mind is a law-level skill. If you practice it to the end, you can achieve the 8th level law-level god and devil. This is the highest level skill that Bai Ge currently possesses. However, as the highest level skill, the difficulty of practicing the sword body of mind is also the most difficult Bai Ge has ever seen. However, because he has a powerful soul at the god level, plus the help of the Bodhi seeds, although the difficulty of practicing the sword body of mind is extremely difficult, Bai Ge believes that it is not difficult for him. Chapter 579 Nalan Yanran is born, Xiaolin falls. The sword body of mind is divided into 10 levels, namely the first level of the sword, and the sword. Among them, the sword is the ultimate sword skill, and the sword have touched the sword. As long as you practice the first level, you can fly the sword by yourself. The second level is the earth demon sword, the sky demon sword, and the sword of the way. It can condense the power of heaven and earth into sword energy to fight against the enemy. Once the sword energy enters the body, it can continue to grow. The earth demon sword grows from the earth energy, the sky demon sword uses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the Dao Law sword is everywhere. From the third to the sixth heaven, it is all the realm of swordsmanship. Practicing the mind sword body method will significantly improve the power of the soul. Starting from the third heaven sword emperor realm, the delusion-breaking silver eye magical power is initially awakened. In the fifth heaven sword emperor realm, the delusion-breaking silver eye matures and can be used in battle to slow down all attacks. It can see through the essential rules of various attacks and disintegrate them from the weakness. After the seventh heaven soul is differentiated, the delusion-breaking silver eye of the clone with the mind sword body method will be permanently constant, and the soul power can touch the rules. In the eighth heaven, the ultimate sharing, the clones can share the domain and magical power, and the delusion-breaking silver eye is promoted to the law eye, which can directly see the law. And the 10th heaven clones are united, the power surges, and they can also be separated after unity. Through the Bodhi seeds, it took Bai Ge half a year to finally cultivate the sword body of mind to the realm of the sword emperor, but the further he went, the more difficult it became to cultivate. However, after cultivating to the realm of the sword emperor, he had the silver eyes that could break illusions, and with the powerful attack power of the sword body of mind, Bai Ge was confident that he could defeat Dozun even without the true body of the holy demon titan Shura emperor. And in the past 6 months, a piece of news spread throughout the imperial capital again. A little princess was born in the Nalan family, named Nalan Yanran, and she was engaged to Xiao Yan, the third son of Xiao Zhan of the Xiao family. This news moved Bai Ge's heart. Originally, the Xiao family was a big family in the Jiama imperial capital, otherwise Xiao Yan would not have been engaged to Nalan Yanran, but because the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Lin, who was Xiao Yan's grandfather, died unexpectedly. As a result, the Xiao family was driven out of the Jiama imperial capital and eventually settled in only after the death of Wudin city. Xiao Yan had 30 years of ups and downs. Don't despise the poor young man. Since Nalan Yanran was born, it seems that Xiao Lin will soon die. Bai Ge thought in his heart. Originally, Bai Ge planned to cut off the engagement between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran directly from the source, but this would be too boring. So Bai Ge decided to change a method, that is, to train Nalan Yanran and let Nalan Yanran crush Xiao Yan in the 3-year engagement. Without Yao Lao, although Xiao Yan's own talent is not bad, he certainly can't be the opponent of Nalan Yanran who is taught by a famous teacher. As for the Xiao family, Bai Ge also has a plan. As long as Xiao Lin dies, Bai Ge can find a way to get the Xiao family's Tuashi ancient emperor Jade, and then wait for Xiao Suner to arrive at the Xiao family. Xiao Suner can be said to be Xiao Yan's second golden finger. Without Xiao Suner's help, even with Yao Chen's protection, Xiao Yan would not be able to grow from a useless person to the Yan emperor so smoothly. At least if Xiao Suner hadn't helped, Xiao Yan would have died at Yunshan's hands on the way to the 3-year appointment. If Bai Ge could capture Xiao Suner, the power of destiny generated by the plot deviation would at least give him a chance to win a god-level lottery. Bai Ge didn't like Xiao Yan very much. Although he didn't say that he had to kill Xiao Yan, it would be nice to play with him. You said Xiao Lin died. Finally, when Bai Ge heard Middle Tengshan's report, his heart moved slightly. The plot finally began. Yes, sir, Xiao Lin died. Now the Xiao family only has a few great fighting masters. The Mu family, the Du family and other major families are all sharing the Xiao family's industry. Should we join them? Middle Tengshan said respectfully. No need. The Xiao family's property is just a chicken rib. It's useless to seize it. Now we have the magic conductive devices of the snake people, and the supply of elixirs from the snake people has also increased. You don't need to seize this ill-gotten wealth. Bai Ji shook his head. Besides, I have my own arrangements for the Xiao family. Send someone to keep an eye on the Xiao family. If my estimate is correct, within half a month, the Xiao family should not be able to bear the pressure and choose to move out of the Jiama imperial capital. But those hyenas in the imperial capital will not let the Xiao family go so easily. They will definitely intercept the Xiao family's convoy and seize the Xiao family's property. Don't forget to notify me when the time comes. The Xiao family is still useful to me, Bai Ji said slowly. Yes, sir. On the other side, the Xiao family, the meeting hall. Because of the sudden death of the patriarch Xiao Lin, the position of the head of the Xiao family naturally fell to Xiao Zhan, the head of the Xiao family. At this time, in the meeting hall of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan was arguing with the three elders about how to solve the dilemma facing the Xiao family. Great elder. Now that my father has fallen, without the protection of the Douwang strongmen, our Xiao family is no longer the Xiao family of the past, but just a delicious bun that everyone wants to take a bite of. We must take advantage of those guys who are still eroding our Xiao family's industry and immediately move out of the imperial capital to retain our strength, otherwise they will definitely target our Xiao family's property next. In the meeting hall, Xiao Zhan tried hard to persuade the three elders and pointed out the difficulties faced by the Xiao family at this time, but the three elders did not think so. Xiao Zhan, I understand what you mean. Yes, our Xiao family is indeed facing the biggest crisis in history, but our Xiao family is not alone. Have you forgotten the Nalan family? I believe that if our Xiao family is in danger, Grandpa Nalan Ji is affectionate and righteous, and will never sit idly by. The great elder sat upright in his chair, his expression calm, and his tone was particularly firm. But Uncle Nalan also has to consider the Nalan family, and it is impossible for him to do his best for our Xiao family. Xiao Zhan was a little anxious. Don't worry, clan leader. Our Xiao family is not made of clay. Nothing will happen. The second elder also said calmly. On the side, the third elder also echoed. You will regret it. Xiao Zhan was furious when he heard the three elders' words, but as a new clan leader, his prestige was not as good as the three elders, and no one in the clan would listen to him. Now the entire Xiao family is still immersed in the glory of the past, enjoying the prosperity of the imperial capital. But without Xiao Lin's protection, the current Xiao family is a piece of fat meat in the eyes of other big families in the imperial capital, and everyone wants to take a bite. Just when Xiao Zhan and the three Xiao family elders were discussing matters, several other big families in the imperial capital, such as the Mu family, the Du family, and the Wang family, also launched a conspiracy against the Xiao family, intending to dismember and devour the Xiao family. But the Xiao family was completely unaware of the impending crisis. Chapter 580 The crisis of the Xiao family 3 days later. Outside the Jiama imperial capital, in a forest. The silent forest was lush and green, deep and quiet, with a road running through it. Suddenly, a huge convoy drove by. After entering the forest, the whole caravan had almost hundreds of people, including men, women, young and old, but they all looked sad and miserable, and the whole caravan was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. At the front of the caravan, a young man was riding a tall horse to lead the way. Beside the young man were 3 old men with white hair and beards. The damn Mu family, they disregarded morality and robbed our Xiao family. Did they think we couldn't recognize them after they changed into black clothes and covered their faces? Riding on a horse, the third elder covered his injured arm and said bitterly. Third elder, it's good that they didn't kill them all. We can only blame ourselves for thinking too well of them. On the side, the second elder sighed. Hey, it's fortunate that the clan leader moved all the treasures in the treasury in advance, otherwise our Xiao family would definitely be devastated after this battle. The first elder sighed, and for the first time he felt that Xiao Zhan had really grown up. 3 elders, let's speed up. When they finish counting the treasure house and find that there are no treasures, they will definitely chase us. In front, Xiao Zhan drove the warhorse and urged. Damn it, if Feng Xiao and Tian Hen were here, our Xiao family would not have suffered such a great humiliation. Thinking of the current weakness of the Xiao family, the 3 elders could not help but say angrily. But after hearing the words of the 3 elders, Xiao Zhan was silent, because these were actually related to him. Half a month ago, his wife Xiao Fixu had a difficult birth because of the third son Xiao Yan. Although it was difficult to give birth, his wife Xiao Fixu did not die immediately. Instead, he fed her a life-saving elixir and fell into a state of suspended death. As long as his wife took the best medicinal materials with life force before the suspended death turned into real death to make up for the physical loss caused by his wife's childbirth, it would be possible to revive his wife. After inquiring, Xiao Zhan knew that in a place deep in the Warcraft Mountains, there grew a top-grade medicinal herb called Shengsheng Zayahua grass. As long as he could pick this top-grade medicinal herb and let his wife take it, his wife would most likely be resurrected from the dead. For this reason, Xiao Zhan knelt down and begged his father Xiao Lin for help. As Xiao Yan's grandfather and Xiao Zhan's father, Xiao Lin naturally did not want to see his son lose his wife and his newborn grandson lose his mother, so Xiao Lin naturally agreed. Because the depths of the Warcraft Mountains are full of dangers, and it is said that there are 6th-level Warcraft beasts equivalent to the Duhuang level. Even if Xiao Lin's strength is Duhuang, it is still extremely difficult to pick Shengsheng Zayahua grass in the depths of the Warcraft Mountains. In order to increase the chance of success, Xiao Lin took the feudling of the Xiao family to the Warcraft Mountains. On the surface, Xiao Lin naturally would not say that he was trying to revive his daughter-in-law, but used the excuse of breaking through the Duhuang. Because as long as Xiao Lin breaks through Duhuang, the Xiao family's status in the imperial capital can be raised to a higher level, so the Xiao family naturally agreed to Xiao Lin's request. But no one expected that Xiao Lin would never come back after this trip, and the few doulings that Xiao Lin brought with him naturally died in it. Only one seriously injured douling finally escaped back to the Xiao family before dying, telling everyone the news of Xiao Lin and the douling's death. When Xiao Zhan knew the news at that time, his heart was suddenly struck by lightning. In order to save his wife, he buried his father in the Warcraft Mountains, and incidentally, pushed the family into the abyss. When Xiao Zhan rode forward with a heavy heart, a burst of laughter like a night owl suddenly came from the sky. I saw several black-robed men vibrating the Doqi wings behind them, galloping from the distant sky. Everyone be careful! Seeing the black-robed men flying from the horizon, Xiao Zhan's face changed drastically. On the other side, in a secluded courtyard in Jiama imperial capital. Has the Xiao family withdrawn from the imperial capital? Looking at middle Tengshan who was kneeling on the ground, Bai Ge asked slowly. Yes, sir, the Mu family, the Du family and the Wang family joined forces with many big families in the imperial capital and launched a disguised attack on the Xiao family. The people of the Xiao family have now all withdrawn from the imperial capital. Middle Tengshan answered respectfully. Didn't the Nalan family help the Xiao family? With Nalan Ji's strength and influence, as long as he is willing to help, it should be no problem to save the Xiao family, right? Bai Ge frowned and asked. Sir, according to the information we have obtained, it is not that Nalan Ji did not take action, but was stopped by the Douwang invited by several big families. Middle Tengshan answered in a low voice. Are these families so bold? Bai Ge was a little surprised. It's like this, sir. According to the information I got from the imperial capital, Xiao Lin went to the Monster Mountain range to pick a 6th-level medicinal herb. It is rumored that this medicinal herb is one of the necessary medicinal herbs for refining the Duhuang pill that can help Douwang break through the Duhuang realm. That's why those guys are desperate, even if it means offending Nalan Ji. Middle Tengshan bowed and replied. I see. Bai Ge touched his chin. Now he understands the cause and effect of Xiao Lin's death. Although it is not known whether it is true or not, Xiao Lin must have died in an accident when he went to the Warcraft Mountains, and because he took away all the douling of the Xiao family, he pitied the Xiao family. If it were not for Xiao Lin taking all the douling of the Xiao family with him on the road, if only Xiao Lin died, the entire Xiao family would not be unable to survive in the imperial capital and have to flee the Jiama imperial capital. Haven't those guys reacted yet? Sitting up slightly, Bai Ge lay back on the recliner, squinting his eyes, sensing the scene in the Xiao family's residence at the moment, and couldn't help talking to himself in his heart. He has always been paying attention to the Xiao family, so he naturally knows that Xiao Zhan has transferred a large number of fighting skills, elixirs, and treasures from the Xiao family's treasury. If the Xiao family brought all these things to Wudin City, with these foundations, there would be no other family in Wudin City that could compete with the Xiao family. So the Xiao family's arrangement this time must have been discovered by someone, and in the end not only were the things they took away robbed, but most of the masters in the family were also killed. Otherwise, Xiao Lin only took away the douling of the Xiao family. Now the Xiao family still has many powerful dushi. If the Xiao family retained all their strength and arrived at Wudin City, in more than 10 years, someone would definitely be promoted to douling. And the douling level can already dominate Wudin City. It's time for me to show up. Suddenly, Bai Ji smiled softly and sat up from the armchair. Teng Shan, remember to close the door of the yard when you leave. Bai Ji stood up slowly, and while speaking, he took a step out. The void suddenly rippled, and the next second, Bai Ji's figure disappeared in the room. Seeing this, Teng Shan lowered his head even lower, and his face became more respectful. Yes, sir. Chapter 581 The Xiao family in desperate situation. On the other side, in a forest outside Wuden City. Everyone, hurry up, leave this to us. Looking at the Douwangs attacking from the sky, the three elders shouted angrily, stirring up their dou qi, and bursts of dou qi of different colors were suddenly stimulated. You guys, if you want to attack our Xiao family, you have to get past us first. The three elders were full of anger, and they jumped up one after another, stepped on the horses under them, and attacked the Douwangs attacking from the sky. Because they prevented Xiao Zhan from evacuating the family, and put the Xiao family into such a situation, now they should atone for what they did. You three great Dou masters, want to stop us Douwangs, aren't you thinking too much? Seeing the three elders flying and attacking, the leading black-robed Douwang laughed sinisterly. With a palm strike, the dark blue dou qi surged out violently, condensed into an icy palm with a chilling cold air in the air, and instantly knocked down the three elders. What a waste, at such an old age, the cultivation is only a great Dou master, it's just a waste of food. Looking at the three elders who were knocked to the ground, the black-robed Douwang sneered. You! Hearing the black-robed Douwang's ridicule, the elder was so angry that his face turned red. He stretched out his right hand tremblingly and pointed at the black-robed Douwang. Under the attack of blood and qi, the elder couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Haha, I'm so angry, these old guys can only be furious. Seeing the elder was furious, but helpless, several Douwangs in the sky couldn't help laughing. But this laughter sounded extremely harsh in the ears of all the Xiao family members. Listen, for the sake of General Nalanji, we will not kill all of your Xiao family, but you Xiao family must also know what's good for you. Hand over all the treasures in your treasury, and we will let you go, otherwise don't blame us for being ruthless. Looking at the Xiao family's convoy below, the black-robed Douwang said coldly. Hearing the words of the black-robed Douwang, the entire Xiao family suddenly became chaotic. No one would want to give away their hard-earned property, but facing the threat of the black-robed man, no one wanted to use his life to protect these properties. Of course, the most important thing is that even if you fight for your life, the result may not be saved. Patriarch, what should we do? Just as Xiao Zhan's face was livid, a great Dou master of the Xiao family came over and asked. What should we do? There is no way, we can only hand it over to them, so that our Xiao family can continue to survive. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath, loosened his hand that was tightly holding the reins of the horse under him, and smiled bitterly. Senior, if we hand over all the treasures, can you guarantee to fulfill your promise? Having made a decision in his heart, Xiao Zhan rode forward and asked several Douwangs in the sky. Humph! Boy, are you questioning us? As long as you hand over the things, we will definitely do what we say. We are not want to offend that old guy Nalanji to death. The black-robed Douwang snorted coldly. Following the words of the black-robed Douwang, the other Douwangs also nodded in agreement. In the entire imperial capital, who doesn't know that the old guy Nalanji loves face the most? If they just robbed the Xiao family, for the sake of the family, Nalanji might be able to turn a blind eye, but if they wiped out the Xiao family, the old guy would definitely go crazy. Well, I hope the seniors will do what they say. Staring at the Douwangs in the sky, General Xiao Zhan took out a cloth bag from his arms, opened the cloth bag, and found that it was full of storage rings. Here. Although he was reluctant, for the survival of his family, Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth, tied up the cloth bag, and threw it into the sky. In the sky, the black-robed Douwang took the cloth bag, picked up the storage ring inside, and began to inject dou qi to check the items stored in it. But the more he checked, the uglier the black-robed Douwang's face became. Because until he checked all the storage rings, he didn't find the rumored 6th level medicinal material. Boy, are you framing me? Are you sure that all the treasures of your Xiao family are placed in it? The black-robed Douwang had an ugly face and asked. Senior, I have already presented all the treasures of the Xiao family. What else do you want? Xiao Zhan was already very angry after being forced to hand over all the foundation of the Xiao family. Seeing that the black-robed Douwang was still unwilling to give up, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but laugh angrily. Boy, watch your tone. The black-robed Douwang had a cold look in his eyes and an unhappy expression. To tell you the truth, we came here this time for the 6th level medicinal material of your Xiao family. As long as you hand it over, everything will be fine. Otherwise, you will die. 6th level medicinal materials? When did our Xiao family have such a treasure? If you want to kill our Xiao family, just come directly, don't accuse us of unwarranted crimes. Xiao Zhan said angrily. No? According to the information our people have found out, your Xiao family has a Douling who escaped from the monster mountain range. Didn't he get the medicinal materials? The black-robed Douwang had a cold expression. No. My father didn't get anything at all in the monster mountain range. These are just your own guesses. You want our Xiao family to hand over something we don't have. How can this be possible? Xiao Zhan clenched his fists and said angrily. Whether there is or not, we want to see it for ourselves, come on. The black-robed Douwang smiled coldly, called several Douwangs beside him, and rushed down towards the Xiao family's convoy. Damn it! Too much bullying. It seemed that the black-robed Douwang was going to turn their Xiao family upside down. Xiao Zhan could no longer tolerate this humiliation. Everyone, let them see the blood of our Xiao family. He activated the crazy lion's fury, and a green illusory lion head condensed and formed above Xiao Zhan's head. Xiao Zhan roared loudly, and the lion head above his head also issued a series of low roars like thunder. Our Xiao family will never be humiliated like this. If you want to add accusations, you will be innocent. We will fight him. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, all the men of the Xiao family could no longer bear it. They activated their dou qi, shouted, and responded to Xiao Zhan's call. They would rather die than be humiliated like this. Ridiculous. A bunch of trash who are not even Douling, do you think you can defeat Douwang by fighting desperately? Seeing the Xiao family fighters rushing over from all directions, several Douwangs sneered. Mysterious intermediate fighting skills, Ice Palm. Mysterious low-level fighting skills, Fiery Explosion. Mysterious low-level fighting skills, Wind Howling Slash. As several Douwangs shouted, they stimulated their fighting spirits and displayed their own fighting skills. For a moment, all the Xiao family fighters flew backwards, vomited blood and fell to the ground, or were directly frozen into popsicles by the cold ice, burned to death by the flames, or strangled to death by the wind blades. The Xiao family suffered heavy losses immediately. Seeing what was happening in front of him, Xiao Zhan, who was also knocked away by the fighting skills of several Douwangs but was not seriously injured because of his good luck, could not help but burst into tears. Ah! Xiao Zhan roared in grief and anger. Why did their Xiao family suffer such a disaster? Who can come to save their Xiao family? Chapter 582, Attack and Kill. In the dense forest, a tragic massacre is going on. Several black-robed men with cold faces were invincible in the caravan. They waved their hands and raised their feet, and their fighting spirit was flying, knocking the surrounding men and women away. While solving the obstacles, several black-robed men were also constantly searching the carriage, looking for their targets. Almost. In the forest not far away, seeing the Xiao family having fallen into a desperate situation, Bai Ji's heart moved, and the holy demon wings instantly unfolded. He leaped up and flew into the sky. Stop it! I will protect the Xiao family. You scum can go now. High in the sky, gently flapping the holy demon wings, Bai Ji made a plain but unquestionable voice. Hearing the sudden sound, it was very plain, but full of sharpness. Several black-robed Douwang couldn't help but look up in the direction of the sound. Douwang! When they saw the holy demon wings behind Bai Ji, several black-robed Douwang were stunned, because Bai Ji's face was too young. No, the dou qi fluctuation is only at the Douling level. The black-robed man in the lead frowned and said. Then what's the matter with this dou qi wing? On the side, another black-clothed man couldn't help but ask. Is this the legendary flying fighting skill? According to legend, only flying fighting skills can allow fighters to condense fighting spirit wings before reaching the Douwang realm. Another black-robed Douwang thought for a while and said. Flying fighting skills. Hearing the answer from the black-robed Douwang, everyone showed greed. Although flying fighting skills are useless to Douwangs like them, they can enable people to have the ability to fly before reaching the Douwang realm. This flying fighting skill must be an extremely precious fighting skill. Boy, are you talking to us? Thinking of this, a black-robed Douwang said sinisterly, and spread his fighting spirit wings, flew into the sky, facing Bai Ji. Boy, don't think that you can deceive us with fighting spirit wings behind you. You are just a Douling. Do you think that you can pretend to be a Douwang by practicing flying fighting skills? The black-robed Douwang smiled sinisterly, and when he looked at Bai Ji's holy demon wings, his greedy eyes were almost bursting out. Flying fighting skills. Bai Ji showed a disdainful smile. This Douwang didn't need to continue talking. Bai Ji knew what he was going to say. Shut up. Bai Ji's face was cold. He stretched out his right hand and slapped it. The invisible gravity field unfolded, and the terrifying gravity was sent out with a palm, and it was instantly suppressed. The Douwang, who was still smiling grimly, hadn't finished laughing yet, and his body was instantly crushed by the terrifying gravity and turned into a blood mist all over the sky. Now Bai Ji's strength has reached Douling. With the soul power of the holy demon titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, he unfolded the gravity field. The gravity that burst out with all his strength could not be resisted even by the 5th level magic beast of the Douwang level, let alone the human Douwang. Perhaps only the Douzone level fighters who began to involve the power of space could crack or ignore his gravity field. In the convoy, several black-robed Douwangs were still watching the black-robed Douwang in the sky teasing Bai Ji with interest, but suddenly, the black-robed Douwang in the sky exploded into a blood mist, and the fine blood slag splashed directly on their faces, and everyone was stunned. Are you kidding? Black Hawk just died like this. Wiping the blood slag on his face, looking at the rich blood color on his fingertips with a trace of white bone stubble, a Douwang's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Ice Ape, are you sure this guy is really a Douling? A pale-faced Douwang asked the leading Douwang. How do I know? The Ice Ape was also trembling in his heart. It was impossible for even a Douwang to kill a Douwang silently. Could it be that the boy in front of him was not a Douling, but a Douzone who had rejuvenated? It is said that as long as the strength reaches the Douzone, you can rejuvenate and return to your youth. Could the boy in front of him be a Douzone? I said, I will protect the Xiao family. Don't you understand what I said? Looking at the black-robed Douwangs below, Bai Ji said coldly. Sir, we understand, but for a big man like you, this small Xiao family should not be in your eyes, right? Bing Yuan stepped forward cautiously and bowed. The Xiao family has what you want, so can't they have what I want too? Bai Ji said calmly. Hearing Bai Ji's words, many Xiao family members were shocked again. Could it be that this guy is also here to ask for the 6th level medicinal material that they didn't have? But they don't have this thing at all. But after hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Zhan, who was lying on the ground, gritted his teeth, stood up from the ground, and half knelt down in front of Bai Ji. Sir! Please avenge our Xiao family. These guys killed our Xiao family without any reason, causing our Xiao family to suffer heavy losses. As long as you avenge us, no matter what you want, our Xiao family will definitely give it to you. Towards Bai Ji, Xiao Zhan clasped his fists and spoke angrily. His voice was as sad as a cuckoo crying blood. After speaking, Xiao Zhan lowered his head heavily and his body trembled. Sir, don't listen to this kid. We can also give you whatever you want. Come here. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Bing Yuan's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said. I don't want the things that the master offers himself, but you robbers snatch them away. Bai Ji showed a little sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Zhan, are you sure you are willing to offer everything? Bai Ji looked at Xiao Zhan and asked slowly. Although he didn't know how the adult in front of him knew his name, Xiao Zhan didn't dare to offend him at all, but still lowered his head and said respectfully, no matter what the adult wants, even if the adult wants my life, I Xiao Zhan will definitely offer it in person. As the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan was unwilling to let go of the opportunity to take revenge after seeing his people being slaughtered. Even if the result was death, he would kill the enemy first and avenge his people. Very good. Bai Ji's face showed a faint smile. Seeing the smile on Bai Ji's face, the faces of several black-robed Douwangs below suddenly changed. Run away. The Ice Ape, or Mu Han of the Mu family, narrowed his pupils, fluttered the ice-blue wings of Do Chi behind him, and wanted to fly away. The other Douwangs also prepared to flee in all directions. Escape, can you escape? Seeing that several Douwangs were preparing to escape, Bai Ji raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of teasing, stretched out his right hand, and slowly patted. Under the lock of mental power, the gravity field was instantly activated, and the terrifying gravity bombarded, like a gravity cannon, directly blasting several douwongs into a ball of blood mist in mid-air. Ah! Amid several screams, several black-robed douwongs exploded on the spot, leaving only a large cloud of blood mist in the air. Below, seeing their enemies being killed, all the Xiao family members couldn't help but shed tears silently, as they all had relatives who died at the hands of these douwongs. After dealing with several black-robed douwongs, Bai Ji looked at Xiao Zhan, and the holy demon wings behind him fluttered slightly, and he flew down immediately. Chapter 583 Tuaxi Ancient Emperor Jade is in hand, Beatty Sect. Seeing Bai Ji falling from the sky, Xiao Zhan lowered his head even lower. The man in front of him was a ruthless man who could wipe out several douwongs with a wave of his hand. He could easily wipe out several douwongs, and it would be absolutely easy to wipe out their Xiao family. Whatever the adults need, as long as our Xiao family has it, we will definitely give it to them in person. Xiao Zhan clenched his fists and lowered his head. Don't worry, I won't take the 6th level medicinal materials that your Xiao family doesn't have. Your Xiao family has inherited an ancient jade, right? Just give it to me. Bai Ji said lightly. How did he know? Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Zhan was stunned. Their Xiao family did inherit an ancient jade, which was said to be extremely valuable. It was a treasure that their Xiao family had inherited since ancient times and was related to the fate of their Xiao family. But now the Xiao family is in danger. If they refuse, they may be directly wiped out. Xiao Zhan did not think too much and made a decision in his heart: give it. Now the Xiao family has no choice at all. If they give it, the Xiao family can continue to survive and win the favor of the strong man in front of them. And if they don't give it, the strong man in front of them can still easily slaughter the Xiao family and seize the treasure. There is no difference between giving and not giving, so why not give it? Thinking of this, Xiao Zhan exhaled lightly, his expression condensed, stretched out his hand and rubbed it slightly on the ring, took out a broken ancient jade from the ring, and then handed it to Bai Ji. My lord, this is the treasure jade that our Xiao family has inherited from generation to generation. Please accept it. Xiao Zhan said respectfully. Is this the Tuaxi ancient emperor jade? Taking the ancient jade handed over by Xiao Zhan, Bai Ji gently stroked the lines of the ancient jade, feeling the slight coolness coming from the ancient jade, thinking in his heart. There is nothing special about the Tuaxi ancient emperor jade. It is just the key to open the Tuaxi ancient emperor cave. The ancient jade in the hands of the Xiao family is not a complete Tuaxi ancient emperor jade, but only a part of the Tuaxi ancient emperor jade. After putting the Tuaxi ancient emperor jade into the ring, Bai Ji looked at Xiao Zhan again and said softly, very good, I am very satisfied with your promise. As long as you agree to one more condition of mine, in exchange, I will protect your Xiao family and let the people in the imperial capital no longer trouble your Xiao family. Please speak, sir. Hearing Bai Ji say that he would protect the Xiao family and stop the people in the imperial capital from causing trouble for the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but feel refreshed. He was worried that after Bai Ji left, those families in the imperial capital would not give up. If the strong man in front of him was willing to protect their Xiao family, with the protection of such a strong man who could easily wipe out several douwong, would their Xiao family still need to worry about those families in the imperial capital? 3 years later, I will come to your Xiao family and transform into a 4-year-old child to live in your Xiao family. If you agree, I will let my forces protect your Xiao family. Bai Ji said slowly. I wonder what the name of the forces under your command is? Xiao Zhan asked respectfully. Hehe, it seems that you still don't trust me. Looking at Xiao Zhan, Bai Ji smiled slightly. Slightly raised. I don't have many forces under my command, but I believe that Chief Xiao should have heard of their names: the Middle Family, the Yunlin Sect, the Snake Kingdom, and the Gamma Royal Family. I wonder if Chief Xiao has heard of them. The Middle Family, the Yunlin Sect, the Snake Kingdom, and the Gamma Royal Family. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Zhan was shocked and couldn't help but raise his head. In the recent actions against the Xiao family, in the imperial capital, except for the Nalan family, it seems that only the Middle Family and the Gamma Royal Family have not participated in other big families. I didn't expect that the Middle Family and the Gamma Royal Family have been conquered by the strong man in front of him. Xiao Zhan's heart was in turmoil. There are also the Yunlin Sect and the Snake Kingdom. Did the royal family call a meeting to cancel the suppression of the snake people because of this strong man in front of him? What's wrong with Chief Xiao? Seeing Xiao Zhan's inexplicable look of shock, Bai Ji couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. I didn't expect that your status is so noble. Xiao Zhan has never heard of your name in the imperial capital. I am so ashamed, so ashamed. Xiao Zhan smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is no need for you, Patriarch Xiao. As long as you agree to my conditions, the Xiao family will no longer have to worry about troubles from the imperial capital. Bai Ji smiled faintly. Your conditions are very simple, and we will naturally agree. I just don't know what is so special about our Xiao family that you can make your dignity lower. Xiao Zhan smiled bitterly and shook his head, asking with some doubts. These are not what Patriarch Xiao needs to know. Bai Ji shook his head with a calm expression. I am just curious, don't blame me, sir. Xiao Zhan smiled awkwardly. I will deal with your Xiao family's affairs after I go back, but I don't know where your Xiao family is going. If I want to find your Xiao family in the future, where should I go to find it? Bai Ji nodded without comment and asked. We, the Xiao family, can no longer stay in the imperial capital. After discussion among the clan, we plan to move to Wudin City. Wudin City is also a famous city in the Jiama Empire. It is adjacent to the Magic Beast mountain range and has many mercenaries. It is a good place. If you want to come to us in the future, just come to Wudin City. Xiao Zhan smiled bitterly and answered respectfully. Okay, Wudin City. Bai Ji nodded in his heart. It seems that the plot has not changed much. I have dealt with the Douwang who is chasing you. After returning, I will let my forces warn the family that is chasing you. You don't have to worry about the danger from the imperial capital in the future. If anyone dares to touch you, I will not sit idly by. Now you can continue to set off. Bai Ji said slowly. After speaking, Bai Ji lightly fluttered the 3 pairs of holy demon wings behind him, and instantly turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Farewell, sir. Facing the direction where Bai Ji left, all the Xiao family members who survived the disaster half knelt on the ground respectfully and said in unison. Time flies, and the years are like flowing water. Unknowingly, another 3 years have passed. In these 3 years, Bai Ji's cultivation has finally been truly promoted to the Douwang level, Xiao Yuxian has been promoted to Douwang, and Yun Yun has been promoted to Duling, and as for Yafei, she has also been promoted to the Grand Duchy. With the help of the elixir refined by Bai Ji, Yunshan, Hai Badong, and Jia Xingtian have successively been promoted to the Duzong level, and the Yuhai Jiao beast, oh no. After swallowing the dragon essence, the Yuhai Jiao beast has evolved into the Yuhai Jiao. Because it swallowed the dragon essence and purified its bloodline, the Yuhai Jiao beast, which has evolved into the Yuhai Jiao, has also successfully promoted to the 7th level magic beast. On the other hand, Zhuang Yushe and Mo Liao in the Tagar Desert have also been promoted to the 7th level Magic Beast and Duzong respectively. During the 3 years of development, Yunlin Sect, Jiama Royal Family, Middle Family and the Snake Kingdom have also realized each other's advantages. The military power of Yunlin Sect, the policies of Jiama Royal Family, the wealth and channels of Middle Family and the products of the Snake Kingdom, the advantages of the 4 forces combined are huge. Finally, a year ago, led by Queen Cai Lin of Medusa, Yunlin Sect, Jiama Royal Family, Middle Family and the Snake Kingdom under Bai Ji finally united to form a new Force Beatty sect. Chapter 584 3 years later, go to Xiao Family. Jiama Imperial Capital, Suburbs. On a misty mountain, a large number of majestic and gorgeous palace buildings are continuous, and on the top of the mountain, a tower is standing. At the entrance of the tower, a golden plaque is engraved with 3 large characters, Beatty Sect. At this moment, inside the tower, in a gorgeous palace, 3 girls are chasing a little fox with golden and red hair and playing. Among them, one girl was wearing a white dress, with a beautiful face and an ethereal temperament, one girl was wearing a green dress, dignified and beautiful, and the last girl was wearing a red dress, with a charming face. Although she was young, she was already the 3 girls were Xiao Yuxian, Yun Yun and Yafei. After 2 years, the 3 little girls had grown into girls, and the oldest Yun Yun was almost an adult. Where can you run? The 3 girls chased the little fox. In the end, Yun Yun, who practiced the wind attribute, was more skilled. With a flash, she grabbed the little fox into her arms. Holding the little fox, Yun Yun couldn't help but smile. Sister, you broke the rules. You said you didn't need to fight. Yafei stamped her feet and said angrily. I didn't use fighting skills. I just used my fighting spirit a little bit. It's just that my fighting spirit is of wind attribute, so my speed suddenly increased a little bit, but if you want, you can do it. Yun blinked with an innocent expression. Sister, you have changed. Seeing that Yun was actually playing rogue, Yafei couldn't help but show a resentful expression. Haha, junior sister Yafei, didn't junior sister Yun also learn from you? On the side, Xiao Yuxian couldn't help laughing. Hearing Xiao Yuxian's teasing, Yafei's face became even more resentful. Oh, so boring. Not being able to grab the little fox, Yafei could only sit on a chair in the palace angrily, and held her cheek with her right hand in boredom. If Sister Kaidi hadn't left, it would be great. Master loves Sister Kaidi the most. If Sister Kaidi wants to go out to play, Master will definitely agree. It's not like us. Yafei sighed. It's all your fault. If you hadn't always dragged Sister Kaidi out to play, Sister Kaidi wouldn't have had no time to practice, and finally Sister Kaelin would have been called back to the snake tribe to practice hard. Xiao Yuxian was a little amused. What do you mean it's all my fault? Didn't you go out to play? Yafei was a little angry. What do you mean it's all her fault? Everyone praised her when they went out to play together, but now they are throwing the pot on her? It's been almost 3 years. I remember Master said that he would go to Xiao's house to live in seclusion for a while after 3 years. Now, Master should be leaving soon, right? Yun, who was playing with a fox, suddenly stopped and said. Yes, I remember Master did say that. Yafei's eyes lit up and she nodded immediately. Yafei, do you remember Master said that if he left, he would let you go to Middle Auction House in Wutan City to train? Why are you so happy? Seeing Yafei's excitement, Xiao Yuxian couldn't help but smile. Yafei was speechless. Sister, can't you let me be happy first? Yafei was speechless and tears flowed first. Okay, your strength is too low, and you can't go to Canaan College with us. I remember you were so happy when Master praised you for your talent in business. Why are you not happy now? Yun shook her head. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't see you, senior sisters. I will definitely miss you when the time comes. Yafei said with a smile. Come on, Canaan College is so far away, and we still want to go to Wutan City with Master. Xiao Yuxian rolled her eyes at Yafei. Just as the 3 girls were talking, a white figure suddenly came from the back of the palace, and at the same time, a burst of laughter came. Why, what are you talking about so happily? Master. Hearing the voice, the 3 girls immediately showed a happy look and stood up together. In Yun's arms, the little fox also struggled to jump out of her arms, and after running on the ground for a while, it suddenly rushed into Bai Ji's arms. What's wrong, Fire Fox, are they teasing you again? Bai Ji gently stroked the fire fox that hatched in his arms a year ago, and asked with a smile. Woo 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 in his arms, the fire fox kept waving its short claws, pointing at the 3 girls, and whining. They always like to pinch your tail, and always call your name wrong. Thanks to the beast taming technique, Bai Ji easily understood what the fire fox meant, and the smile on his face became more obvious. Okay, I will teach them to call you by your correct name in the future, and then not to touch your tail. Rubbing the fire fox's head, Bai Ji smiled. Master, you are out of retreat now, are you going to the Xiao family? Seeing Bai Ji coming out of retreat, Yafei couldn't help asking. Well, the master has something to do, so I have to go to the Xiao family and make arrangements in advance. You should also go to the middle family in Wutan City to train. Don't you always boast about how good your vision is? Then let me see how good your vision is. Hearing Yafei's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but stop stroking the fire fox and slowly said. Master, I will prove myself. Regarding her own vision, Yafei very confident. By the way, Yuner, when the little girl from the Nalan family starts to practice qi, you can take her into the sect. As for her identity, you can decide for yourself. As if thinking of something, Bai Ji looked at Yun again and said. Ah! Master, I remember that the little girl from the Nalan family should have just turned 3 this year. Is her talent so outstanding that you are paying attention to her? Yun was a little surprised. Hehe, her talent is average. Compared with you and Xiao Yuxian, it is definitely worse, but it is still pretty good. And the most important thing is not her talent, but the story that will happen to her. Bai Ji smiled softly and said. The story that happened to her. Listening to Bai Ji's words, the three girls were a little confused. What kind of story can a 3-year-old girl have? Okay, I'm leaving soon, and you're going to Canaan College too. I guess we won't see each other for a long time, so let me come and see how much you've improved recently. Putting down the firefox in his arms, Bai Ji stood up and looked at the three girls in front of him, with a playful smile on his face. Ah? No, master. After giving the three little disciples some pointers, Bai Ji left the Baidi sect. Standing on the top of the cliff surrounded by clouds and mist, Bai Ji spread his wings of the holy demon. The illusory wings of the holy demon behind him fluttered, and Bai Ji's figure suddenly soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. 3 years, including the year when Xiao Yan was born, it has been almost 4 years. Bai Ji remembered that in the original work, Xiao Yan started to refine qi at the age of 4, and began to sneak into Xiao Suner's room every night to warm her body. Now, Xiao Suner should be here soon. Chapter 585, alias Xiao Bai, move into the Xiao family. Wuyudan City, Xiao family. Recently, Xiao Zhan was very distressed. Although the family moved from the imperial capital to Wuyudan City smoothly, and because they took back the ring they had handed over before, they had the foundation accumulated by the family in the imperial capital. Although the masters of the family suffered heavy casualties, the family soon gained a foothold in Wuyudan City. As long as their Xiao family develops steadily, one day, their Xiao family will be able to dominate Wuyudan City, and even one day in the future they will be able to return to the imperial capital and wash away the shame. But a month ago, a mysterious Do Huang suddenly came to their Xiao family. Don't ask him why he knew that the other party was a Do Huang. Anyway, Do Wang and Do Huang are almost the same for their Xiao family now. The other party first asked them if they had any Tuoshi ancient emperor jade, and they naturally answered no. What Tuoshi ancient emperor jade? They had never heard of this name. But when it comes to ancient jade, Xiao Zhan suddenly thought of the ancient jade that had been taken away from their Xiao family. Last time, a strong man with at least Duhuang level took the ancient jade away. Now another Duhuang came to inquire about this matter. Could it be that the ancient jade is a treasure? But the ancient jade has been handed over, and Xiao Zhan can't ask for it back. Instead of making trouble, it's better to pretend not to know. Originally, Xiao Zhan thought that this Duhuang would be angry, but the other party seemed to have expected their reaction long ago. He was not angry at all, and even said that he wanted to send someone to their Xiao family. Xiao Zhan was confused at the time. This operation, why does it feel so familiar? Faced with a Duhuang's request, their Xiao family naturally dared not refuse. But it has been almost 3 years. Thinking that the Duhuang who saved their Xiao family is coming, if he bumps into this Duhuang, won't it be a collision between Mars and the Earth, and explode directly on the spot? Xiao Zhan is very worried and distressed. As the patriarch of the Xiao family, he is really too difficult. Ah! Looking at the night outside the window, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong with the Xiao clan leader? Why are you sighing? Suddenly, a voice came from the room. Xiao Zhan was startled and looked back. He saw a handsome young man with silver hair sitting on a chair not far away. It turned out to be the adult. Seeing Bai Ji, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He thought it was the mysterious Do Huang before. Although the Do Huang did not show hostility, he must have a better impression of Bai Ji than Bai Ji who saved their Xiao family. It's been 3 years. I have protected your Xiao family for 3 years. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. From today, I will transform into a 4-year-old boy named Xiao Bai and live in your Xiao family. I hope you can make all preparations and don't show your feet. Sitting on the chair, looking at Xiao Zhan, Bai Ji stretched out 3 fingers and said slowly. That, adults come to our Xiao family, and our Xiao family naturally welcomes you very much, but, I have something to tell adults. Xiao Zhan said hesitantly. What's the matter? Bai Ji frowned. It's like this, sir, last month, there was also a Do Huang who was just like you. They want the ancient jade that our family has inherited, and they also want to send a little girl from their clan. If you come now, will there be any problems? Xiao Zhan smiled bitterly. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Hearing that Xiao Suner was really coming, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile. Then, in Xiao Zhan's puzzled eyes, Bai Ji stood up. As the heavenly snake breathing method was running, Bai Ji's body began to make a series of clicks. And clicks. Sounds, and gradually shrank. In the end, he turned from a handsome boy of 16 or 17 years old into a delicate little boy who looked only 3 or 4 years old. This. Seeing Bai Ji's changes, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but be stunned. This time, there should be no problem, right? After using the shape-changing method in the heavenly snake-breathing method to change the body shape, and then running the heavenly snake-breathing method to change the breath into that of an ordinary and invincible little boy, Bai Ji said. No problem. Xiao Zhan was still a little dazed. Since there is no problem, why don't you arrange a place for me to stay, and then introduce me to the younger generation of your Xiao family tomorrow? As for my identity, I will be your distant relative of the Xiao family. Bai Ji sat back in the chair and said lightly. Oh. Xiao Zhan woke up as if from a dream, and quickly got up and walked to the door and opened it. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Zhan finally rushed back again. However, this time when he came back, there were a few more old men around Xiao Zhan. In addition to the 3 elders at the beginning, there were several old men, all of whom were senior members of the Xiao family. Greetings, sir, thank you for saving our Xiao family's life. Seeing Bai Ji, several old men bowed to Bai Ji. No need to thank me, I didn't help you for nothing, you don't owe me anything. Bai Ji waved his hand lightly. Don't say that. This is nothing to you, sir, but it is a life and death crisis for our Xiao family. An old man said seriously. You can think whatever you want, but don't call me that next time you see me. From now on, my name in your Xiao family is Xiao Bai. Don't forget that Xiao Zhan said that your Xiao family will have a Do Huang soon. Don't let it slip. Bai Ji glanced at several old men and said. We know this. Please come with us, sir. Your accommodation has been arranged. Several old men smiled bitterly, and then respectfully extended a hand and asked. Well, let's go. Bai Ji nodded lightly, and then followed several senior members of the Xiao family out of Xiao Zhan's study, and finally came to a secluded courtyard. This is where Bai Ji will live in the future. The next day, the Xiao family compound. The wide blue stone square was crowded with children aged between 3 and 6, and these children were the latest generation of the Xiao family. Sister, do you know what happened? Why did the clan leader ask us to come here? On the blue stone square, a 5-year-old boy asked a 6-year-old girl next to him. I don't know either. You should ask cousin Xiao Yan. The clan leader is his father. The girl shook her head and glanced at a 3-year-old child in black clothes not far away. Although the 3-year-old child had a childish face, his eyes flashed with maturity that did not match his age, and he looked quite deep. That guy is so arrogant, I don't want to ask him. The little boy turned his head and said unhappily. Xiao Ning, although cousin Xiao Yan is a little unsociable, he is your cousin after all. As a brother, you should give him some leeway. The girl sighed and said. That arrogant guy doesn't look like a cousin at all. Why do I feel that he is my cousin? Xiao Ning muttered. Hearing Xiao Ning's words, the girl didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just when the little girl was talking to her brother Xiao Ning, there was a commotion all around. In front of the blue stone square, a little boy in white clothes, with silver hair, purple eyes, red lips, and white teeth, and a handsome face came up. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Bai, and I hope you will give me more advice in the future. In front of the blue stone square, the little boy named Xiao Bai smiled and bowed slightly to the children in front of him. Chapter 586, Xiao Yan was very pretentious when he was a child. Wow, my god, this little brother is so cute. Damn, where did this guy come from? How can he be so good looking? It's so hateful. After Bai Ji appeared, the crowd on the blue stone square suddenly became agitated. Among them, those who expressed cuteness were naturally older girls, and those who spoke in a less good tone, or even a little embarrassed, were naturally a group of envious and jealous boys. Quiet. Found that there was some commotion in the square, the elder Xiao Zhan frowned, then walked up to Bai Ji and shouted at the square. Hearing Xiao Zhan's shout, everyone suddenly quieted down. After the surroundings quieted down, Xiao Zhan slowly turned his head and looked at the elders beside him. Both sides nodded secretly, and then an elder stepped forward and cleared his throat. Ahem, children, let me introduce you. The child in front of you is named Xiao Bai. He is a distant branch of our Xiao family. Because of the influence of our Xiao family, he can't live in the imperial capital, so he can only come to our Xiao family. Xiao Bai will be a member of our Xiao family in the future. Xiao Bai is younger than most of you. I hope you can help Xiao Bai more in the future. Do you understand? Looking at the children in the square, the elder coughed a few times and said loudly. Tisk, it turns out to be a poor relative. After listening to the elder's introduction, many boys secretly curled their lips. But the elder asked them to take care of him, and they couldn't refuse, so they could only answer in unison, got it. Okay, Xiao Yu, you are the oldest, take Xiao Bai over and take a good look at our Xiao family. After saying that, the elder looked at a 6-year-old girl in the square. The girl was wearing a green dress and had a pretty face. Although she was young, her figure was already exceptionally tall, and she was actually a whole head taller than the people around her. Can we only say that she is worthy of being Xiao Yu? Yes, elder, Xiao Yu knows. Xiao Yu responded respectfully, and then walked forward and came to Bai Ji. Cousin Xiao Bai, I will take you to visit our Xiao family. Looking at Bai Ji, Xiao Yu put on the appearance of an older sister, made a gesture of invitation, and said with a smile. Xiao Yu? This is an acquaintance, but in the Xiao family, Xiao Yu is still quite popular, but in the future, she will be molested by Xiao Yan, and finally fall in love with Xiao Yan, this is too routine. Looking around, the eyes of a group of boys are just as if they want to kill him, Bai Ji thought in his heart. But since he wants to act, his acting skills must be close to the movie Emperor. Then thank you, Sister Xiao Yu. Looking up at Xiao Yu, Bai Ji pursed his lips slightly and showed a faint smile. Although it was a smile, it was 2 points of shyness, 3 points of shyness, and 5 points of being at a loss. With the appearance of only 4 or 5 years old, it was distressing. On the side, seeing Bai Ji's performance, Xiao Zhan and a group of elders were relieved. In terms of acting, they are definitely no problem. After all, they are timid enough and can pretend, but they are just afraid that Bai Ji can't continue to act. Since Bai Ji can continue to act, it can't be better. After the elder finished his speech, all the children in the square dispersed. Bai Ji followed Xiao Yu and began to visit the Xiao family. Although the Xiao family was just a family, the area of the residence was extremely large, comparable to the sum of several universities in Bai Ji's previous life. After visiting various buildings of the Xiao family, such as the school, library, canteen, and pavilion in the center of the lake, finally, they came to the back mountain of the Xiao family. Cousin Xiao Bai, this is the entrance to the back mountain of our Xiao family. Because the martial arts field in the clan is limited, sometimes everyone chooses to go to the back mountain to practice fighting skills. I am quite familiar with the back mountain. If I have time, I can take you, Cousin Xiao Bai, to visit it. Pointing to the continuous mountains and forests in the distance, Xiao Yu's beautiful face showed a slight smile. Sister, the canteen is about to open for dinner. I'm hungry. Let's go back. Beside him, Xiao Ning, who had been following him, urged. Why are you urging me? Can't you see that I'm showing my cousin Xiao Bai around? Hearing her brother's urging, Xiao Yu raised her eyebrows and scolded. Hearing Xiao Yu's scolding, Xiao Ning's eyes were slightly red. He didn't mean any harm. After all, he was only 4 years old. He just couldn't bear to see his sister taking a strange boy to play around and leaving him alone all the way. This made him feel like his sister was taken away, but he didn't expect his sister to yell at him because of an outsider. Don't be angry, Sister Xiao Yu. Actually, I'm hungry too. Let's visit the back mountain later when we have time. Bai Ji spoke at the right time to ease the tense atmosphere. Xiao Ning, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Look at you. You're already 5 years old, but why are you not as sensible as your cousin Xiao Yan? Your cousin Xiao Yan knows that he won't disturb others when they are doing something. Xiao Yu sighed. Xiao Yan. Hearing his sister's words, Xiao Ning's face suddenly turned dark. It was Xiao Yan again. Why did he always compare him with Xiao Yan? Am I your brother, or is Xiao Yan your real brother? Seeing Xiao Ning clench his fists and secretly bursting with strong hatred, Bai Ji seemed to understand something in his heart. No wonder Xiao Ning hated Xiao Yan so much. It seems that apart from Xiao Suner, when he was a child, he was always teased by others. It's all because of the comparison with Xiao Yan. Xiao Ning was upset when Xiao Yu compared him with Xiao Yan again. He didn't say anything along the way, just walked with his head down, and finally came to the cafeteria. Xiao Ning, and Xiao Bai, you wait here, I'll go get you food. Seeing that there were a lot of people in the cafeteria, and looking at the height of Xiaoning and Bai Ji at this time, Xiao Yu suggested. After that, regardless of whether the two agreed or not, Xiao Yu walked directly into the cafeteria. Seeing Xiao Yu leave, Bai Ji's heart moved slightly, and he leaned towards Xiaoning who was sulking on the side. Brother Xiaoning, who is Xiao Yan that sister Xiao Yu mentioned just now? Bai Ji gently patted Xiaoning's shoulder and asked. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiaoning raised his head and looked at Bai Ji. Because he was sulking all the way, Xiaoning was wearing a rough breath at this time, his eyes were as big as a cow's eyes, and his eyes were red, which almost scared Bai Ji. Although he heard Bai Ji calling him brother Xiaoning, Xiaoning's attention was not on Bai Ji's way of calling him because Bai Ji mentioned Xiao Yan. Instead, he seemed to have found an outlet to vent, and he gritted his teeth and began to complain to Bai Ji, saying how hateful Xiao Yan was. In short, Xiao Yan was very pretentious, and he was upset when others always compared him with Xiao Yan. So before the fall, Xiao Yan was so pretentious. After hearing Xiaoning's words, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little amused. It seems that Xiao Yan's contempt in the future is also the root of the trouble caused by his previous high profile. Xiao Bai, tell me, is Xiao Yan hateful or not? After saying that, Xiaoning squatted on the ground and angrily hammered the ground with his hand, but because the ground was too hard, his hand was hammered so hard that he grimaced. Yeah, I think so too. Bai Ji nodded with deep concern. That Xiao Yan, not only does he not want to play with you, but he also always disdains your invitations and looks at you like a child. He is obviously a child too, why is he pretending? Pretending, yes. That's right, he just likes pretending. Xiaoning snorted. Chapter 587. A month later, Xiao Suner arrived. After expressing his disdain for Xiao Yan, Bai Ji easily got closer to Xiaoning. And in the days that followed, he basically got familiar with the other new generations of the Xiao family, except Xiao Yan. Because Xiao Yan was just like what Xiaoning said, maybe because he had just traveled through time, he always had a cold face to everyone, like Sima, but Xiao Yan was indeed dead. Although Bai Ji did not have the idea of getting close to Xiao Yan, he was still a little puzzled by the fact that Xiao Yan was always so pretentious, just like Erzhuzi. After all, Erzhuzi's whole family died, so he is cynical and cold to everyone every day. But don't you still have a father? Why do you feel like your whole family is dead? In the past, Bai Ji was still wondering why everyone mocked Xiao Yan after he became a loser. His popularity is too bad. Now Bai Ji understands that Xiao Yan was so pretentious when he was a child, and later became a genius, so he must be someone else's child. But judging from his posture, he must not know how to restrain himself. It would be strange if he doesn't become a loser in the future. This is a case of everyone pushing the wall down. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this month, Bai Ji did not practice too seriously. Instead, he mostly played around leisurely. Although he did not make much progress in his Do-Chi cultivation, he had a considerable improvement in the practice of the Mind Sword Body. In this regard, Bai Ji guessed that it should be because the Mind Sword Body is not only a sword technique, but also a technique for cultivating the soul. One way to cultivate the soul is to train the mind and experience the world, so it is better to walk around than to practice in seclusion. After a month, Xiao Suner is finally coming. My lord, they are here. Late at night, an elder came to Bai Ji's room and said respectfully to Bai Ji. Are they finally here? Hearing the elder's words, Bai Ji, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed practicing, opened his eyes. Then when are you going to introduce them to us? Tomorrow. The next day, early in the morning. Just like Bai Ji did at the beginning, the Xiao family gathered all the children, and then Xiao Zhan and a group of elders brought a little Lolita wearing purple clothes, who looked like a delicate jade, to the front of the blue stone square. Ahem, let me introduce you, this is Xiao Suner, also a distant relative of our Xiao family. From today on, Suner will also stay in our Xiao family. I hope everyone can take care of Suner in the future. Facing the crowd, Xiao Zhan coughed a few times and said. Wow, this little sister is so cute. Is this little sister also a distant relative of our Xiao family? We are so lucky. It is equivalent to Bai Ji, Xiao Suner appears this scene almost conquered everyone. There was no way. Even though they were all children, the gap between boys and girls was sometimes so big. After the speech, Xiao Yu took Xiao Suner to visit the Xiao family as usual. However, this time, there were many boys following, including Xiao Yan. However, compared with time travelers like Bai Ji and Xiao Yan, Xiao Suner was a real little lowly. Although she was the little princess of the ancient clan, the place where she lived since she was a child must be much more magnificent than the Xiao family. However, when she first came to a strange place, Xiao Suner still seemed a little timid. Although she followed Xiao Yu to visit, she still kept her head down and dared not look at people. While Xiao Yu took Xiao Suner to visit the Xiao family, Bai Ji followed behind him, and at the same time, he operated the heavenly snake breathing method to perfectly hide his own breath. Although he did not release a powerful soul power, Bai Ji still easily discovered the black shadow that had been hiding behind him with the perception brought by the powerful soul power. Judging from the breath, it was indeed Do Huang, but I don't know if it was the Ling Ying who appeared later in the original book. After visiting the Xiao family, time went by and it was evening. He left. In the evening, Bai Ji was surprised to find that the person who had been following and protecting Xiao Suner had left quietly. Did he return to the ancient clan to report? Xiao Yan seems to have started to refine qi. Would he go to Xiao Suner's room today? Suddenly, Bai Ji couldn't help but think of this question. In the original work, Xiao Suner was clearly protected by a strong man, but Xiao Yan could still find her room. It seems that when she was a child, the strong man was not around. This time, the Do Huang should not come again in a short time. No, I must not let Xiao Yan sneak into Xiao Suner's room under the name of warming up the body. Bai Ji made a decision in his heart. The regrets of countless compatriots in the previous life must never happen again. Quickly getting up from the bed, Bai Ji hurriedly left the room. On the way, Bai Ji couldn't help thinking. Counting the age before the time travel, Xiao Yan's mental age is at least 30 years old now, and Xiao Suner is only 4 years old. She is definitely not familiar with Xiao Yan. How can Xiao Yan feel at ease to touch the girl's body under the pretext of warming her body? Bai Ji really couldn't figure this out. Even if Xiao Yan has no other thoughts about Xiao Suner now, doesn't he understand the principle that men and women should not be intimate? Xiao Suner is a child, but he is not a child, right? Anyway, as a time traveler, Bai Ji can't do such a thing, after all, he knows etiquette and shame. When he came to the room where Xiao Suner was, Bai Ji used the heavenly snake breathing method, lurked quietly, and began to wait to see if Xiao Yan would take the bait. However, while waiting, Bai Ji thought about it. The reason why Xiao Yan was able to capture Xiao Suner's heart was largely because Xiao Suner was unfamiliar with the Xiao family and must be very lonely in her heart, so she was taken advantage of by Xiao Yan. If I don't solve this problem, even if I stop Xiao Yan now, Xiao Yan may succeed again in the future. No, I must not give Xiao Yan a chance. Bai Ji doesn't have the face to do the same as Xiao Yan, touching little girls every night and gaining the girls' favor in this way. But although Bai Ji can't do it, he can find something to replace him. Thinking of this, Bai Ji couldn't help but think of the fire fox left at Yafei's place. Yes. I can use pets to relieve Xiao Suner's loneliness, so that Xiao Yan won't have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Bai Ji couldn't help but smile proudly. As for Xiao Yan, he will love and kill Xiao Ning in the future, and finally stay with Xiao Mei until old age. Isn't it true that a bitch and a dog will be together forever? Bai Ji thinks that Xiao Yan and Xiao Mei are a good match, and seeing that both of them have bad personalities, it must be interesting to see Xiao Yan and the woman he should hate stay together forever. Thinking of Yafei, it has been nearly a month since he came to the Xiao family. Yafei should have come to the middle auction house in Wudin City. Because the Dohuang of the ancient clan has left, Bai Ji released the soul power that was enough to cover the entire Wudin City without hesitation. He quickly locked Yafei's position, and then arrived at the middle auction house by tearing the space, and instantly came to Yafei. Are you master? Yafei, who was teasing the fire fox, was still a little confused when she saw the silver-haired boy who suddenly appeared in front of her. Give me the fire fox. Because time was urgent, Bai Ji did not explain too much. He directly took the fire fox away, stepped out, tore the space again, and returned to the Xiao family, leaving Yafei behind him stomping her feet angrily. Hush, be quiet. Lurking near Xiao Suner's room again, Bai Ji held the fire fox, made a silent gesture to the fire fox, and then continued to wait for Xiao Yan to appear. I don't know how long I waited. Late at night, when everything was silent, a sneaky figure suddenly approached from not far away. Chapter 588, Beat up Xiao Yan, and give favor to Xiao Suner. This should be the place, right? With the light from the sparse stars in the sky, Xiao Yan looked at the surrounding environment and thought secretly in his heart. After confirming that he came to the right place, Xiao Yan began to circulate the dou qi cultivated in his body. As the dou qi circulated, Xiao Yan's 5 senses were greatly enhanced. This dou qi is actually real. Feeling that his 5 senses were greatly enhanced by the blessing of dou qi, and even the darkness in front of him seemed to be a little brighter, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. It seemed that he had indeed traveled through a fantasy world. Although after traveling through time, since his body developed to the point where it could carry the soul of the traveler, his consciousness was completely awake, and he had also seen the strength of some of his family members to break monuments and split stones at will. However, as a traveler who traveled through time from a materialistic society, Xiao Yan still didn't believe that such an unscientific thing as dou qi could exist. Isn't this something that only appears in the movies? But now, after cultivating dou qi and personally experiencing the power of dou qi, Xiao Yan completely believed it. Haha! My father said that I am a genius. It seems that I, Xiao Yan, will also be like the protagonists in the movies and reach the peak of my life from now on. Xiao Yan smiled wildly and complacently in his heart. After being complacent in his heart, Xiao Yan suddenly thought of the business again. I heard from my father today that it seems that the identity of that little lowly is very extraordinary. Now that this little lowly has just arrived in our Xiao family, she must be very lonely. If I can take the opportunity to gain her favor, it will definitely benefit me a lot in the future. Thinking of the scenes he had seen in various movies before crossing over, Xiao Yan thought in his heart. In the movies he had seen before crossing over in his previous life, the identities of the mysterious girls who appeared around travelers like him were generally very extraordinary, and he must be the same. And as a otaku in his previous life, Xiao Yan also had a good impression of the little lowly. I heard from my father that using dou qi to warm the body can relieve tension, so why not come in and try it? Thinking of what his father Xiao Zhan once said, Xiao Yan thought to himself. As the saying goes, it is better to do it today than to choose a day. Since he is here, Xiao Yan naturally wants to go in and take a look. Are you asleep already? With the increased 5 senses, Xiao Yan vaguely heard the slight breathing sound coming from the room. It seemed that the little Lolita had fallen asleep. But it was just right. It was convenient for him to move when she fell asleep. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan immediately moved over carefully and prepared to enter the room, but what he didn't know was that not far away, Bai Ji had been waiting for a long time and was ready to wait for him. Haha, she's here as expected. Sensing Xiao Yan's arrival, Bai Ji sneered in his heart. If some of his compatriots who hated Xiao Yan in his previous life came here, they would probably pull out Xiao Yan's tendons and bones. After all, at such an old age, it was too perverted to molest a little girl. However, although he was very unhappy with Xiao Yan's behavior, Bai Ji didn't want to kill Xiao Yan. After all, as a otaku in his previous life, Fights Breaks Fear still brought Bai Ji a lot of happiness. Bai Ji didn't deny it just because he put on his pants. Besides, Xiao Yan's indecent assault on Xiao Suner hadn't happened yet. Now that he was here, everything would naturally change. Xiao Suner would be protected by him, Bai Ji, to make up for the regrets of his previous life. As for Xiao Yan, he should stay with Xiao Mei for the rest of his life. Seeing that Xiao Yan was about to touch Xiao Suner's room, Bai Ji flashed and appeared behind Xiao Yan, then knocked Xiao Yan unconscious with a knife. It's really embarrassing for a time traveler. Let me vent my anger for my compatriots in my previous life. After stuffing the firefox into his clothes, Bai Ji picked up Xiao Yan, sneered in his heart, and directly tore the space and appeared in the back mountain of the Xiao family. After arriving at the destination, Bai Ji threw Xiao Yan to the ground. Although he fell hard, he was knocked unconscious. Although he was thrown to the ground like a dead pig, Xiao Yan showed no signs of waking up. Accept the punishment of justice. Looking at Xiao Yan who fainted on the ground, Bai Ji kicked him directly, then another kick, then a fist, and finally a violent punch and kick. After a burst of punches and flesh-slapping sounds, everything returned to silence. Hey, comfortable. After punching and kicking, Bai Ji looked at the bruised Xiao Yan on the ground, exhaled lightly, smiled and clapped his hands. After teaching Xiao Yan a lesson, he was now mentally clear, and even felt that his mind sword body technique had improved to a certain extent. It's still a bit dangerous in the back mountain at night, so let's throw him on the tree. Originally, he planned to leave immediately, but after thinking about it, Bai Ji still picked up Xiao Yan, jumped up, and hung Xiao Yan on the tree. After doing everything, Bai Ji stepped out. The next second, time and space changed, and Bai Ji appeared in front of Xiao Suner's room again. As a otaku in his previous life, Bai Ji naturally he has a good impression of Xiao Suner. After all, who wouldn't like a sister like Xiao Suner? However, Bai Ji would not use such a vulgar method to capture Xiao Suner like Xiao Yan did. Since he, Bai Ji, wants to capture a girl, he will only do it openly. Knock, knock, knock. Standing in front of the room, Bai Ji knocked on the door. Who is it? Xiao Suner's crisp and somewhat timid voice came from the room. Hearing Xiao Suner's question, Bai Ji was stunned for a moment. How should he answer? It's me, Sister Suner, I'm Xiao Bai. Bai Ji coughed a few times and answered. Although he answered, Bai Ji felt that Xiao Suner would not remember him. After all, he didn't talk much along the way before, and he might not have a sense of presence as chattering Xiao Ning. But when Bai Ji was thinking about it, the door suddenly opened. A little girl in white pajamas, who looked as delicate as a jade sculpture, opened the door and looked at Bai Ji with her big watery eyes. Are you brother Xiao Bai? Xiao Suner half hid behind the door and asked shyly in a crisp voice. Suner, do you remember me? Bai Ji was a little surprised. I remember, I just don't know my name. Xiao Suner blushed a little. Of course she remembered Bai Ji. After all, Bai Ji looked more handsome than many big brothers in her clan. People are visual animals, and Xiao Suner is no exception. If Xiao Yan in the original book was not a handsome boy, but an ugly monster with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks, the story of Do Po Kangsheng would probably end directly. Then you know now, my name is Xiao Bai, you can also call me brother Xiao Bai, I am not from the Xiao family like you. Bai Ji said with a smile. Isn't brother Xiao Bai also from the Xiao family? Xiao Suner was a little surprised. Yet. Bai Ji nodded. So you and I are in the same boat. I saw you seemed a little disappointed during the day, and you were not very happy in the afternoon. I was a little worried about you, so I came to see you. Bai Ji had a slight smile on his face. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Suner couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Her father was so ruthless to her and sent her here alone, but she didn't expect that there would be someone here who was the same as her and cared about her. Thank you, brother Xiao Bai. Xiao Suner's bright eyes moved slightly and she said softly. Hehe, you're welcome. In fact, I brought you a gift. Bai Ji rubbed Xiao Suner's head lovingly, and then took out a furry thing from his arms with a smile. Woo woo woo. Being pulled up by the back of the neck, the fire fox looked confused, and kept kicking its 4 little paws, with a confused expression of where I am and who I am. Little fox. Seeing the fire fox, Xiao Suner's eyes lit up. Girls like furry things, and she is no exception. Woo woo woo. Hearing Xiao Suner calling her a little fox, the fire fox couldn't help but wave its little paws in dissatisfaction and called Xiao Suner woo woo. It's called the fire fox, a noble poka copyright Monday, not a little fox. It's called the fire fox, and it's my pet. You're alone in the Xiao family, so let it accompany you, so you won't feel lonely. Putting the fire fox in Xiao Suner's arms, Bai Ji said with a smile. Brother Xiao Bai. Xiao Suner took the fire fox in a hurry, and heard Bai Ji's words, and she was a little moved. Leave the fire fox to Sister Suner, it's getting late, I'll leave first. After doing everything, Bai Ji smiled and waved, and then left without looking back, leaving Xiao Suner holding the little fox in the same place, a little absent-minded. And the next day, the news that Xiao Yan was beaten and hung on a tree in the back mountain quickly spread throughout the Xiao family, making Xiao Ning and other people who were already unhappy with Xiao Yan very happy. What puzzled them was that Xiao Zhan had no intention of seeking justice for Xiao Yan, but did not mention the matter at all, as if he was still a little guilty. It was really puzzling. Chapter 589 12 years later, Xiao Yan, the Eternal Second. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, 12 years have passed. In these 12 years, Bai Ji's cultivation has made another breakthrough, from the Duhuang realm 12 years ago to the point where he is now close to Dozun. In terms of the mind sword body Dafa, 12 years of seemingly dull life in the world tempered by Ge's state of mind, and actually promoted by Ge from the 4th level of the Sword Emperor realm of the Mind Sword Body Dafa to the current 5th level of the Sword Emperor realm. The performance of the Sword Emperor realm of the Mind Sword Body is essentially similar to that of the Dozun. The Dozun can control the power of space and turn the world into his own use, while the Mind Sword Body Dafa can also control the world when it reaches the Sword Emperor realm. He can merge with the heaven and earth, transform into the heaven and earth, and absorb the heaven and earth energy in the controlled area for his own use. However, he is not as good as Dozun in controlling a large range of space, but in controlling a small range of space, the realm of Sword Emperor is better than Dozun. As a unique sword art, the attack power of the sword body of mind is undoubtedly stronger than Bai Ge's other spells and martial arts. Perhaps only after Bai Ge swallows enough strange fire and uses the Buddha's Wrath Lotus can he compete with the sword body of mind in terms of attack power. Since he has such a unique art, Bai Ge has naturally been practicing sword art for the past 12 years. After these 12 years, he now has the Saint Demon Titan Shura Emperor Martial Soul, whose strength can rival that of Dosheng when he bursts out with all his strength, and the Do-Chi cultivation close to that of Dozun, plus the attack power of the sword body of mind that is comparable to or even exceeds that of Dozun, and the existence of the silver eye that breaks delusion. Bai Ge's current strength is completely able to rank among Dosheng. Although he may not be as strong as Gu Yuan and Soul Emperor in terms of hard power, after more than 10 years of dormancy, Bai Ge can go to Zhongzhou without fear of the Soul clan. In fact, although Bai Ge has not yet gone to Zhongzhou, Xiao Yuxian and Yun Yun have already gone to Zhongzhou from Canaan College a few years ago, and brought a lot of people with them to start planning for Bai Ge's trip. With the help of Bai Ge, Xiao Yuxian and Yun Yun's strength is far beyond the original work, because they have the perfect training method of the Evil Poison Sutra that is perfectly adapted to the evil poison body. Xiao Yuxian's current strength is even stronger than Bai Ge, and she is at the Dozun level, while Yun Yun's cultivation is also Dozone. Moreover, because Xiao Yuxian cultivates the poison Do-Chi unique to the evil poison body, even Dosheng may not dare to easily provoke Xiao Yuxian, and Yun Yun has the Divine Sword Thunder Control True Art, Sword Control Art and 10,000 Swords Art taught by Bai Ge. Although her strength is only Dozone, she can also fight with Dozun. As long as the two of them take steady steps in Zhongzhou, it won't be a problem to conquer a world. In the morning, the sky was high and the air was refreshing. The whole Xiao family was bustling. Today was the day when the Xiao family tested the cultivation of the family disciples' fighting spirit every year. All the underage young people in the family would gather in the martial arts field to test their cultivation. This was the grand day of the Xiao family every year. Xiao Huangzhong, Fighting Spirit 5 Stage. Following the shouts of the tester on the side, the young man named Xiao Huangzhong couldn't help but clench his palms, with a strong unwillingness and disappointment on his face. I remember Huangzhong seemed to be an adult next year. Yes, I didn't expect that he only had 5 stages of fighting spirit. It's too difficult to improve 2 stages of fighting spirit within a year. Haha, it's not impossible to improve 2 stages of fighting spirit within a year, but he is not that kind of monster. There were waves of discussions from the audience. Next, Xiao Yan. After Xiao Huangzhong went down, the tester called out the next name again. Haha, it's Xiao Yan, there's another good show to watch this year. He should be at least a 4-star fighter this year, but why do I want to laugh so much? Don't talk about you, we want to laugh too. Although he is a genius, he is far behind that one. On the way to the test magic stone tablet after leaving the crowd, Xiao Yan's face darkened when he heard the business coming from the surroundings. Master Xiao Yan, please put your hand on it. Arriving in front of the test magic stone tablet, the tester said to Xiao Yan. Yes. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan nodded and slowly put his hand on the test magic stone tablet. With the injection of fighting spirit, the test magic stone tablet suddenly burst into a dazzling light. When the light dissipated, 4 big words appeared on the test magic stone tablet, Fighter 5 stars. Not far away, when the crowd saw the 4 big words on the magic stone tablet, a burst of exclamation and commotion suddenly broke out. Looking at the 4 characters that appeared on the test magic stone tablet, and listening to the exclamation from not far away, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile. He practiced hard every day, wasn't it just for this moment? Hehe, just a 5-star fighter, 2nd place for 10,000 years, what's there to be proud of? A disdainful and even mocking voice suddenly came from the crowd, and Xiao Yan's face became ugly again beside the magic stone tablet. Master Xiao Yan, it's time for the next one. It was not until the tester next to him spoke that Xiao Yan clenched his fists, walked away from the test magic stone tablet step by step with a gloomy face, and went down the stairs. When he walked into the crowd, a handsome young man in black clothes, who looked about 16 or 17 years old, sneered and cast a provocative look at Xiao Yan. Xiao Ning. Chewing this name in his mouth, Xiao Yan's anger surged in his heart, and he wanted to take action. This was not the first time Xiao Ning provoked him, but thinking of the person behind Xiao Ning, Xiao Yan still held back. Seeing that Xiao Yan actually held back, Xiao Ning was obviously a little disappointed. He was just waiting for Xiao Yan to make his move, although he couldn't beat Xiao Yan and would definitely be beaten, as long as he told that person would definitely take sides and teach Xiao Yan a lesson. As long as he saw Xiao Yan in pain, even if he was also in pain, he would feel good in his heart. In the martial arts arena, the tester tested several more people unknowingly. Next, Xiao Bai. With the shouts of the tester, the whole square fell silent. Everyone's heart was complicated and inexplicable. If Xiao Yan was just a genius, but still not to the point of making them despair, then this person was a demon who defied the heavens, and they had no confidence to catch up at all. Hey? Is it my turn? Next to the martial arts arena, a lazy voice came from a big tree, and then accompanied by a shaking of the big tree, a handsome boy in white clothes, silver hair and purple eyes jumped down from the tree. Seeing the boy, the eyes of the girls in the martial arts arena suddenly glowed. Bai Ji ignored the passionate looks of the girls, and instead looked at Xiao Yan in the crowd with a slightly playful look, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. It seems that our Xiao Tianke is a 5-star fighter, so how much strength will he use this time? Chapter 590, always one level higher, the irritable Xiao Yan. Master Xiao Bai, please. Before and after Bai Ji came to the test magic stone tablet, the tester immediately showed a flattering smile to Bai Ji. Although he didn't know Bai Ji's true identity due to his status, the talent Bai Ji showed at present was already beyond his reach. Hearing the tester's words, Bai Ji leisurely stretched out his right hand and placed it on the test magic stone tablet. Since Xiao Tianke is a 5-star fighter, he must be a 5-star fighter. With the injection of fighting spirit, the test magic stone tablet burst into a dazzling light. When the light dissipated, 4 big characters suddenly appeared on the test magic stone tablet, 5-star fighter. Seeing the 4 big characters on the test magic stone tablet, the crowd in the square suddenly erupted in an uproar. This Xiao Bai, is he a monster? I remember that he was only a 3-star fighter last year, and now it's only been a year, and he has been promoted to 2 stars. A member of the Xiao family exclaimed. Although Xiao Yan was promoted from a 2-star fighter to a 5-star fighter, the more he practiced Do Qi, the harder it was. The difficulty of practicing Do Qi is different from that of practicing Do Shi. Oh, what a coincidence! I didn't expect that I was 1 level higher than my cousin Xiao Yan. Thank you for letting me do that. After the test, Bai Ji took his hand off the test magic stone tablet, turned around and looked at the crowd, or Xiao Yan in the crowd, with a perfect smile. Hearing Bai Ji's words, everyone in the square couldn't help but look at Xiao Yan, with sympathy, ridicule, jokes, and amusement. It was not a coincidence that Bai Ji was 1 level higher than Xiao Yan, but it was the same every year during the test. Everyone knew that Bai Ji did it on purpose. But because of this, everyone was terrified when they thought about it. Because he wanted to be 1 level higher than Xiao Yan forever, Bai Ji's strength would only be higher, which made Bai Ji's strength always shrouded in a fog. Damn it! Hearing Bai Ji making fun of him again, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. He is obviously a genius in the family, why does he always feel so aggrieved? He wants to be the strongest, not to be the eternal runner-up. But when he thought about the fact that the cultivation level of the person in front of him was always 1 major level higher than his own during the annual test, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart. He is not stupid, and naturally understands that Bai Ji is just teasing him. In terms of real strength, Bai Ji will definitely be higher. Brother Xiao Yan, don't be sad, Mayor will always support you. On the side, a girl who was about 14 years old, with a pure and tender face, but with a touch of charm, gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and cheered him up. Mayor. Looking at the girl beside him, Xiao Yan's eyes were a little complicated. On the side, Bai Ji, who had just walked down from the high platform where the magic stone tablet was tested, saw the scene in front of him and couldn't help but feel quite amused. After all, he was very familiar with the girl in front of him. It was Xiao Mei who curried favor with the powerful in the original book. Like most other girls in the Xiao family, Xiao Mei wanted to please him at the beginning, but it was a pity that Bai Ji, who knew the nature of the girl in front of him, did not give her a good face, but directly ignored her kindness. So Xiao Mei finally chose to throw herself into Xiao Yan's arms decisively, but it was a pity that Xiao Yan seemed to still be obsessed with Xiao Suner, so he never responded to Xiao Mei directly. It was also because Xiao Yan had always been treacherous, otherwise Bai Ji would not tease and target him so much. Next, Xiao Suner. Not far away, the tester shouted out a name again. Following the tester's voice, the noisy crowd in the square suddenly quieted down again, and everyone he couldn't help but look at a tree not far away. There, a girl in a purple dress was holding a cute golden little fox in her arms, stroking it gently, with a calm face. Hearing the tester's voice, the girl stood up slightly, moved lightly with lotus steps, and soon passed through the crowd with a gust of fragrant wind and came to Bai Ji's side. "Brother Xiao Bai, Xiao Xiao will be handed over to you first." The girl showed a peaceful smile, stuffed the little fox in her arms into Bai Ji's arms, and then turned and walked towards the high platform where the test magic stone tablet was located. Seeing that Xiao Suner was so fond of Bai Ji, Xiao Yan's face flashed with jealousy. Such a beautiful girl should have belonged to him, Xiao Yan. "Miss Suner, please." Seeing Xiao Suner on the stage, the tester also showed a humble smile. Xiao Suner was indifferent to the tester's respect. She stretched out her hand, and her purple sleeves with black and gold threads slid down, revealing a white and tender wrist, and then lightly touched the stone tablet. With the injection of fighting spirit, the dazzling light on the stone tablet bloomed again. "Miss Xiao Suner, 1-star fighter." Looking at the words on the stone tablet, the square fell into silence again. "Congratulations, Miss Suner, you can become a fighter at the age of 14. Miss Suner is the third person in our Xiao family in 100 years. On the side, the tester couldn't help but sigh that Xiao Suner was the third person in the Xiao family. The first person was naturally Bai Ji, and the second person was Xiao Yan. "Thank you." For the tester's congratulations, the girl showed a faint smile on her face, and then put down her fair little hand, and the purple sleeve covered her white wrist. Then she moved lightly, stepped down the high platform, walked through the crowd, and returned to Bai Ji again. "Brother Xiao Bai, let's go." Taking the fire fox from Bai Ji's arms, Xiao Suner showed Bai Ji a peaceful smile, and then the two slowly left the square together. "Alas, although I am very jealous, I have to say that if I have to find a home for Sister Suner, only Xiao Bai is the most qualified." A young man in the crowd sighed. "I agree with this. In terms of talent and appearance, it is indeed only Xiao Bai who is worthy of Sister Suner." Others on the side also echoed. "Well, I think Xiao Yan should not be bad, right?" A voice in the crowd said a little weakly. "Xiao Yan? Haha, in terms of talent, he Xiao Yan is indeed barely qualified, but in other aspects, I am not convinced." A young man sneered. At first, he wanted to ask Xiao Yan for advice on a fighting skill he didn't understand, but Xiao Yan ignored him and chatted with several beautiful girls around him. But when he went to find Xiao Bai was willing to give him advice. This made him very dissatisfied with Xiao Yan. In the crowd, Xiao Yan was very annoyed when he heard people around him being dissatisfied with him. It was not that he didn't want to give advice at the beginning, but he had to catch up with Bai Ji's cultivation. He didn't have time to practice, so how could he have time to give advice to others? As for the sisters in the clan asking for advice, how could he refuse as a brother? Chapter 591 Nalan Yanran is here, goodbye Kaidi. On the other side, outside the martial arts arena. "Suner, not bad, you are already a 1-star fighter. It won't take long for your cultivation to surpass Xiao Yan, right?" Walking on the quiet corridor, the flowers blooming on both sides exuded fragrance. Looking at the purple-clothed girl holding a golden fox beside him, Bai Ji smiled and said, "Brother Xiao Bai, you are too optimistic about Suner. Suner is only a 1-star dahi now. She is far from a 5-star dahi. How can she catch up so quickly?" On the side, the beautiful purple-clothed girl rolled her eyes at Bai Ji. "Haha, it may not be certain whether others can catch up, but Suner is different. I am very optimistic about you, Suner." Bai Ji touched his chin and smiled playfully at Xiao Suner's modesty. Others don't understand Xiao sooner, but how can he not understand her? The girl in front of him is the owner of the divine bloodline that is rare in the ancient clan for thousands of years. Now it's just that the bloodline has not started to work. When the divine Doudi bloodline starts to work, it will be easy to surpass Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan is a time traveler, he has no system. If he hadn't met Yao Chen, he would probably only be able to go to Canaan Academy for a while in his life, and then return to the Jiama Empire to be a Duhuang. If you are lucky enough to be discovered as a pharmacist, you may even be able to work part-time as an excellent pharmacist, but as for wanting to become the later Emperor Yan, it is just a foolish dream. Although Sooner has no confidence, since brother Xiao Bai is so optimistic about Sooner will definitely work hard. Hearing Bai Ji's words, the purple-clothed girl blinked slightly and made a gesture of hard work. You girl! Seeing Xiao Sooner acting cute, Bai Ji couldn't help but rub the girl's soft black hair beside him with some amusement. By the way, brother Xiao Bai, have you heard that our Xiao family seems to have guests coming? Suddenly, as if she remembered something, Xiao Sooner spoke. A guest is coming. Hearing Xiao Sooner's words, Bai Ji also remembered something, and his face looked a little strange. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Although he had indicated it at the beginning and made corresponding arrangements, he didn't arrange a specific time. Could it be such a coincidence that he is coming now? Ahem, what's the matter? I really don't know, Sister Sooner, why don't you tell me? Bai Ji coughed a few times and asked in a fake way. However, Xiao Sooner saw through Bai Ji's pretense at once, and couldn't help laughing. Brother Xiao Bai is going to lie to Sooner again, but Sooner won't be fooled now. Xiao Sooner rolled her eyes at Bai Ji and turned her head to the side pretending to be angry. Sister Sooner, I really don't know, just tell me. Bai Ji smiled awkwardly and said quickly. Humph. Since you are so sincere, Sooner will talk to you. Xiao Sooner said angrily, but her face looked cute. I heard that the Nalan family is coming. Thinking of the news she had received, Xiao Sooner couldn't help but smile slightly. Because of Bai Ji's influence, Xiao Sooner now has no good feelings for Xiao Yan, because Xiao Yan always looks at her as if he is looking at an item that should belong to him, and she doesn't like this look. If other people looked at her with this look, Xiao Sooner would have found someone to kill him long ago, but Xiao Zhan was nice to her, so Xiao Sooner gave Xiao Zhan a face. It has to be said that without the 3-year fall period, Xiao Yan is now normal on the surface, or can be said to be cold, but he is very arrogant in his heart, looking down on the male tribesmen of the same age around him, but he is extremely loving to the female tribesmen around him. If it weren't for offending people too hard, in the original book, Xiao Yan would not have been ridiculed and mocked by so many people after he became a waste, it was all his own fault. Only rely on your own talent to win the respect of others. When you have no talent, others will naturally not respect you. If you win the favor of others with your talent and character, even if you become a waste, others will accept this favor. Everything is mutual. What happened to the Nalan family? Bai Ji pretended not to understand and asked. Brother Xiao Bai, you don't know this, do you? Xiao Sooner looked incredible. Nalan Yanran has joined the Baidi sect and is one of the 2 great saints of the Baidi sect. Although she is only 14 years old, her cultivation is the same as yours, brother Xiao Bai, and she is already a doshi. And I heard that the rules of the Baidi sect seem to be that the saint can only be married to someone with a higher cultivation than herself. Xiao Yan is only a 5-star doji now, and he is still a long way from a doshi, so the intention of the Nalan family coming this time is very obvious. Xiao Sooner explained. Cancel the engagement. Bai Ji touched his chin and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Yet. Xiao Sooner nodded seriously. Although I heard that old man Nalan Ji of the Nalan family seems to be a man who keeps his promises, the Baidi sect is currently the largest sect in the Jiama Empire. It is even said that there is a shadow of the Jiama royal family in it. They can't let their saint girl break the sect rules and marry the heir of a small family, even if this heir is not weak, so they must be here to tear up the engagement this time. Haha, then we will wait and see Xiao Yan's good show tomorrow. The next day, early in the morning. Xiao Yan, who was unaware of the inside story, was still practicing fighting skills in the martial arts training ground, while Bai Ji took Xiao Sooner to the cafeteria to eat and then strolled around the Xiao family to digest the food. When passing by the reception room, a sudden burst of laughter from not far away attracted Bai Ji's attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw that the clan leader Xiao Zhan and 3 elders were talking and laughing with an old man in white. It was just that when the old man responded to Xiao Zhan's colleagues, there was always a hint of helplessness on his face, and his eyes subconsciously looked back from time to time. And behind the old man, there was a plain girl in a white dress walking side by side with a beautiful woman in a 7-color long skirt, with a charming face and a pure temperament. This is... Seeing the woman in the 7-color long skirt, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Although 12 years had passed, Bai Ji still recognized her at a glance. Isn't this a colorful butterfly? It's just that Kaidi now looks much more mature than before, but it's normal, after all, it's been almost 12 years. Brother Xiao Bai, what are you looking at? Xiao Suner's resentful voice came from the side. Ahem, I didn't see anything, is that someone from the Beatty sect? Bai Ji coughed awkwardly a few times, and quickly straightened his mind and said. Well, Brother Xiao Bai, how about we go over and take a look? Xiao Suner couldn't help showing a hint of playfulness. Okay. Hearing Xiao Suner's suggestion, Bai Ji also showed a bright smile. With him this time, he wanted to see if Xiao Yan could still say the classic line, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't despise the poor young man. Chapter 592 Because I'm handsome, you covet my body. Haha, Yan Ran, I didn't expect that you have grown up so much after not seeing you for so many years. Is your grandfather in good health? Inviting the people from the Beatty sect to enter the reception hall and sit down, Xiao Zhan also sat down and began to greet Nalan Yanran and get closer to them. Thank you Uncle Xiao for your concern. My grandfather has always been in good health. Nalan Yanran smiled politely, not respectful, nor distant, but this attitude was undoubtedly not what Xiao Zhan wanted to see. After all, this was his son's fiancé copyright. But now the Xiao family is in decline, and the Nalan family has climbed up to the giant Beatty sect. Xiao Zhan can only pretend not to care, still smiling with concern, and chatting with Nalan Yanran about the recent situation of the Nalan family. Patriarch, what kind of distinguished guest has come to our Xiao family today, and you didn't tell us? While Xiao Zhan was eager to get closer to Nalan Yanran, Bai Ji brought Xiao Suner and came to the door of the reception hall with a faint smile. Hearing Bai Ji's voice, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but turn her head subconsciously and look at the door. When she saw Bai Ji, even with Nalan Yanran's character, she couldn't help but be amazed. Needless to say, Bai Ji's image, silver hair and purple eyes, is particularly eye-catching. In addition, after many transformations in Douluo, his appearance and temperament are almost perfect. Of course, what attracted Nalan Yanran's attention even more was that she couldn't see through Bai Ji's cultivation. You know, because of Bai Ji's influence, Yun accepted Nalan Yanran as her apprentice several years in advance, and with the support of many elixirs refined by the snake people, the original Nalan Yanran had no chance to contact the foundation building spirit liquid in the Doqi stage. Because of Bai Ji's influence, Nalan Yanran's cultivation level has almost improved by a large level compared to the original work, reaching the 3-star Doshi realm. Nalan Yanran can see through the cultivation level of ordinary Do practitioners at a glance, but Bai Ji, she can't see through. This can't help but make Nalan Yanran curious. After all, the reason why she can be so talented is because she has a famous teacher, Yun, to teach, elixirs from a large sect, Beatty sect, and excellent Do Chi skills, Earth-level advanced Feng Huangju, so she can achieve such an achievement. But Bai Ji is just a child of a declining small family in her eyes. Although he looks a little handsome, his strength can't be higher than hers, right? Uncle Xiao, who is this? Confused in her heart, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but ask Xiao Zhan on the side. This is Xiao Bai, a member of our Xiao family, with great talent. Hearing Nalan Yanran's question, Xiao Zhan was startled and quickly explained in a nonchalant manner. But although he explained, Xiao Zhan only said that Bai Ji's talent was very good, and did not mention Bai Ji's cultivation. The reason is naturally very simple, that is, Nalan Yanran is his son's fiancé copyright. Today, when he came to their Xiao family, the protagonist must be his son Xiao Yan. How could Bai Ji steal the limelight? It turned out to be Xiao Bai and Suner. Come in and sit down quickly. But compared to Xiao Zhan's deliberate nonchalantness, the elder sitting on the side was very enthusiastic, even flattering, and actually personally moved chairs for Bai Ji and Xiao Suner and asked them to sit down. Nalan Yanran and Ji Ye on the side were confused. Is the elder of the Xiao family so approachable? Then thank you, Great Elder. Bai Ji smiled and bowed to the Great Elder, then pulled Xiao Suner to sit on the chair. Since he was seated, Bai Ji turned around and looked around, and happened to see Kaidi, who was wearing a colorful long skirt, looking at him with a smile on her face. Her smile was full of excitement and happiness, but also full of resentment. Did you recognize me? Bai Ji wiped his nose awkwardly and thought to himself. It seems that those girls have exposed his whereabouts, otherwise Kaidi would not come here on purpose, but after staying with Kalin for 14 years, Kaidi is much more mature now. Why, brother Xiao Bai, do you know that woman? While Bai Ji was thinking in his heart, a jealous and resentful voice sounded from the side. Suner sister, what are you thinking? We grew up together. You should know exactly who I know. Bai Ji explained guiltily. Then Xiao Bai, please explain to me, when we went to the middle auction house together, why was that woman named Ye Fei so enthusiastic about you, brother? Xiao Suner said faintly. It must be because she saw that I was handsome and wanted my body. Bai Ji said confidently without thinking authentic. Brother Xiao Bai, you are so shameless. How can a boy say that about himself? Although it was not the first time that she heard Bai Ji say such a ridiculous thing, Xiao Suner couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard Bai Ji say such shameless words so confidently. However, brother Xiao Bai is indeed very handsome. This time, Suner will let you pass. Xiao Suner changed her tone and pouted. Hey! Bai Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Xiao Suner stop asking. After seeing Xiao Suner put her attention back on the fire fox in her arms, Bai Ji raised his head again and looked in the direction of Nalan Yan Ran. This girl named Nalan Yan Ran is just like the description in the original book. She has a plain and beautiful appearance, especially the green jade pendant hanging on her earlobe, which adds a touch of delicacy to her. However, due to Bai Ji's influence, although the appearance of Nalan Yan Ran in front of her has not changed much, her temperament and clothing are somewhat different from the original. First of all, compared with the delicate and tender in the original, the temperament of Nalan Yan Ran in front of her is obviously more calm and capable, even a little sharp, and she seems to be more proficient in the ways of the world. At least she can talk and laugh with Xiao Zhan, and it is hard to tell that her purpose of coming here is to break off the engagement. Then there is the clothing. Although she is still wearing a moon-white robe, there are still many differences between the disciple uniforms of the Beatty sect and the Yunlin sect. The first is the sect emblem. The sect emblem of the Yunlin sect is the cloud silver sword, and after the alliance with the snake people, the Jiama royal family and the Mitre family, the sect emblem of the Beatty sect is based on Bai Ji's 7-killing sword, but the color of the sword has been changed to silver. On the sword, a snake is coiled, representing the snake people, and around the sword, there is a cloud of mist floating, representing the Yunlin sect. The copper coin-shaped snowflakes represent the Mitre family, and a hill represents the Jiama royal family. And next to Nalan Yan Ran's chest, the strength symbol that should have been only a 3-star fighter has also been replaced by the symbol of a 3-star fighter. In the reception hall, Xiao Zhan was still chatting with concern, chatting with Nalan Yan Ran, and Nalan Yan Ran nodded politely and responded from time to time. Finally, with the voice coming, the main character appeared. Father, I'm here, what's the matter? Chapter 593 Nalan Yan Ran's reason. Father, I'm here, what's the matter? Xiao Yan said doubtfully as he stepped into the reception hall. When he saw that in addition to his father Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders in the reception hall, there were actually 2 strange women and an old man, Xiao Yan was even more confused. Wait! As if he noticed something, Xiao Yan was suddenly startled. On the chest of the strange old man's robe, there was a silver crescent moon painted, and around the crescent moon, there were 7 golden stars. It's actually a 7-star master. Xiao Yan's heart trembled. The strength of this old man was 2 stars higher than his father. But what did such a strong man do in their Xiao family? In doubt, Xiao Yan continued to scan the reception hall, and suddenly saw Bai Ji leaning on a chair with a playful smile. For some reason, Xiao Yan suddenly felt something was wrong. Yaner, you are finally here, come, sit down quickly. Seeing Xiao Yan come in, Xiao Zhan laughed and asked Xiao Yan to find an empty chair in the reception hall to sit down. Unlike the original work, Xiao Yan was targeted by the 3 elders because he became a waste. Under Bai Ji's change, without the opportunity of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan has always been the top genius of the Xiao family, and the 3 elders will naturally not target him. Therefore, it is not a coincidence that there are no chairs in the reception hall, but there are enough vacant seats, so Xiao Yan easily found a chair and sat down. Yanner, let me introduce you, this is Nalan Yan Ran. After Xiao Yan sat down, Xiao Zhan began to introduce Nalan Yan Ran's identity to Xiao Yan. On the side, I saw Xiao Zhan introducing Nalan Yan Ran to Xiao Yan so enthusiastically. And because Xiao Yan did not have Xiao Suner's love, and did not have the tempering of the 3-year period of falling, the identity of a time traveler and the name of genius by people around him since childhood, Xiao Yan's heart was full of arrogance and inflated. With a beautiful fiancé copyrightee, Xiao Yan naturally lamented that he was treated as a protagonist. Looking at Nalan Yan Ran's eyes, well, very satisfied. As Nalan Yan Ran frowned more and more, Bai Ji's playfulness at the corner of his mouth became more obvious. Sister Suner, it seems that Xiao Yan doesn't know that his fiancé copyrightee is here to break off the engagement, right? He has always claimed to be a genius, so he naturally wouldn't expect someone to break off the engagement with him. Xiao Suner slowed down her action of stroking the firefox and spoke softly. Without the influence of the warm body buff from childhood, Xiao Suner's perception of Xiao Yan was very objective. He was just a frog in the well who claimed to be a genius, with inexplicable arrogance. Although in Mutant City, he was indeed a genius, but Xiao Suner was the little princess of the ancient clan. There were countless people in the ancient clan who were more talented than Xiao Yan. Xiao Suner naturally would not treat Xiao Yan differently. In the original work, Xiao Suni are saying that Xiao Yan was full of vigor and charm when he was young is purely because of the buff. In fact, Xiao Yan was arrogant when he was young, otherwise he would not have touched Xiao Yu all over her body after watching her take a bath because he was afraid of being reported. Is this something a human can do? And if he had not been arrogant and proud, even if he became a waste, almost the entire young generation of the Xiao family would not have taken advantage of him, right? Father, she is Nalan Yan Ran, my fiancé copyrightee. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Xiao Yan was a little happy. Haha, yes, you have been engaged since childhood. Today is the first time you meet, you must get to know each other well. Xiao Zhan clapped his hands and laughed. Uncle Xiao. While Xiao Zhan was laughing, Nalan Yan Ran suddenly interrupted Xiao Zhan. What's wrong, Yan Ran? Xiao Zhan was a little confused. Actually. Nalan Yan Ran was a little hesitant, and turned her head slightly to look at the old man beside her. Feeling Nalan Yan Ran's gaze, Ji Yat, who was regulating his breath, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up, laughing and said, Clan leader Xiao, in fact, we came to your family this time mainly to ask for something. What is it, just tell me? Xiao Zhan asked in confusion. Ahem, it's like this, Clan leader Xiao, our Beatty sect has a rule that the saint girl cannot marry someone with less strength than herself. Our young sect leader once specifically said that the engagement between the saint girl and your Xiao family is somewhat inappropriate, so. Ji Ye coughed a few times and explained. So you are here to cancel the engagement? On the side, hearing Ji Ye's words, Xiao Yan's original joy of getting a beautiful fiancée disappeared instantly, and turned into a raging anger. Under the strong shame, Xiao Yan stood up and said angrily. Yanner, calm down. Seeing his son lose his composure like this, although he was also very angry, Xiao Zhan still suppressed the anger in his heart and scolded Xiao Yan. Hearing his father Xiao Zhan's scolding, thinking that the old man in front of him was a 7-star master, whose strength was higher than his father, Xiao Yan calmed down immediately, suppressed his anger, and sat back. Damn it! He is a time traveler, a genius that the Xiao family has not produced for hundreds of years. He was practicing Qi at the age of 4, and the 9th stage of fighting Qi at the age of 10. At the age of 11, he was promoted to a fighter. Why did the woman in front of him dare to look down on him and even want to break off the engagement with him? Niece Nalan, does your grandfather know about your breakup? Xiao Zhan suppressed his inner anger, clenched his palms, and asked in a deep voice. My grandfather doesn't know yet, but even if my grandfather knows, I don't regret it. The future of Nalan Yan Ran can only be decided by myself. I absolutely don't want to entrust my future to someone I have never known, even if it is decided by my grandfather. Nalan Yan Ran shook her head, but her tone was very firm. Then can you trample on my dignity at will? On the side, Xiao Yan stood up angrily again. I don't mean to trample on your dignity. No matter who you are, a genius or a waste, I will cancel the engagement. I am not cancelling the engagement because I look down on you, but because my destiny can only be determined by myself. Nalan Yanran glanced at Xiao Yan and said lightly. My master has told me since I was a child that a person's destiny must be decided and fought for by himself. I'm sorry, the engagement between us was not decided by me. I don't know you, and I also think that we can have a common language, so I don't want to maintain this engagement. Mr. Ge Yat. After saying that, Nalan Yanran looked at Ge Yat on the side. Hearing Nalan Yanran's order, Ge Yat immediately laughed, stood up, waved to the table on the side, and with a flash of light, a full 18 jade boxes appeared neatly on the table. This is seeing the jade box, whether it was Xiao Zhan or Xiao Yan, or the three elders on the side, they couldn't help but show doubts. On the side, seeing the jade box, Bai Ji's eyes moved slightly, and he reached out to touch his chin, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that this cancellation of the engagement is still the original formula. Chapter 594 Double Standard Xiao Yan. Patriarch Xiao, we also know that the request to cancel the engagement is a bit difficult, but this is also a last resort. After all, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. There are some things that even we adults can't decide. In order to express his apology, the young master specially asked us to prepare a compensation gift. As long as Patriarch Xiao agrees to cancel the engagement, the 9 qi gathering powders and 9 condensing yuan pills placed in these 18 jade boxes will be given to your Xiao family. Pointing to the 18 jade boxes piled on the table, Ge Ye smiled lightly. He didn't believe that the Xiao family, a small family that doesn't even have a douling, would have such a big heart to ignore the qi gathering powder and condensing yuan pill. Qi gathering powder. Ning yuan pill? Hearing Ge Ye's words, the 3 elders beside him couldn't help but exclaimed and stood up all at once. Qi Ju San and Ning Yuan Dan, these are both third-grade pills. Among them, Qi Ju San can prevent the fighter from failing to condense the Do Qi cyclone at the 9th stage of Do Qi, and 100% success in condensing the Do Qi cyclone. The effect of Ning Yuan Dan is that after taking it, it can improve the fighter's cultivation. The great fighter can be upgraded by 1 star, the fighter can be upgraded by 2 stars, the fighter can be upgraded by 3 stars, and the Do Qi can be directly upgraded by 4 stages. Looking at the 18 jade boxes on the table, the heat in the eyes of the 3 elders almost turned into substance. Whether it is Qi Ju San or Ning Yuan Dan, they have supreme temptation for them. However, the 3 of them are not for themselves. After all, they are old and have no extravagant hopes for cultivation. It's just that their grandchildren have not yet broken through to the dojet. If they can get Ning Yuan Dan and Qi Ju San, they can completely let their grandchildren directly promote to the 9th stage of Do Qi and avoid the danger of failure to condense the Do Qi cyclone at the 9th stage, and become fighters 100%. The earlier you can become a fighter, the more beneficial it will be for your future practice. After all, the peak period of fighting spirit practice is only a dozen or 20 years. If you miss it, the road ahead will undoubtedly be difficult. How about it? Have you thought about it? Anyway, we in the Beatty sect will definitely stick to the end of the cancellation of the engagement, even if old man Nalan Ji comes. This is the same. This is the rule set by our sect master. Ge Ye put his hands behind his back, his face proud. The sect master of their Beatty sect is said to be a Dozun strongman. Hearing Ge Ye's words, Xiao Zhan's face struggled. If he stood from the perspective of his son, he should undoubtedly refuse immediately, but from the perspective of the head of the Xiao family, he had no reason to refuse. After all, facing a behemoth like the Beatty sect, their Xiao family is destined to be unable to twist their arms and thighs. Since things have become a foregone conclusion, it is better to try to stop the loss instead of making meaningless resistance. Because Xiao Yan did not become a waste like in the original book. Although Xiao Yan did not show the talent of Nalan Yanran because of Bai Ji's influence, he was still a 14-year-old 5-star fighter with excellent talent. Even if the engagement was cancelled, Xiao Yan and Xiao Zhan would not become a laughingstock like in the original novel, because although Xiao Yan was indeed not worthy of Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yan also had the potential to become a strong man, which could only mean that the two were not destined to be together. So Xiao Zhan was just a little angry at the moment. After all, cancelling the engagement was still very embarrassing. But because of his genius son Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan was not as angry as in the original novel, which made Xiao Zhan struggle at the moment. Should he save face but not money, or should he save money but not face? Patriarch, these are 9 qi gathering powders and 9 condensing yuan pills. With these 9 qi gathering powders, our Xiao family can completely give birth to 9 fighters, and with these 9 condensing yuan pills, you, the patriarch, may also become a dueling spirit. Patriarch, you have to think about the Xiao family. Seeing Xiao Zhan's struggling expression, the 3 elders immediately began to advise Xiao Zhan with the righteousness of the family. Listening to the advice of the 3 elders, Xiao Zhan looked at his son Xiao Yan with a complicated expression, and then looked at Bai Ji with a complicated expression. Bai Ji had revealed his identity at the beginning, and Xiao Zhan was not stupid, so he naturally guessed that Bai Ji was the leader of the Beatty sect, and he also guessed the purpose of Bai Ji's visit, which was for the mysterious Xiao Suner. Seeing Bai Ji's calm and composed look, and his nonchalant look, he obviously didn't intend to get involved in this matter, and Xiao Zhan couldn't help but laugh at himself. The young man in front of him is the leader of the Beatty sect, how could he embarrass his own saint for the sake of their Xiao family? But just as Xiao Zhan was about to accept the 9 qi gathering powders and 9 condensing yuan pills that Ji Ye took out on behalf of the Beatty sect, Xiao Yan was furious and couldn't help jumping out again. Without the 3-year period of decline in the original book, as a time traveler, Xiao Yan, who has been called a genius since childhood and has come all the way smoothly, is far from the forbearance in the original book. As a genius, Xiao Yan is very proud of himself in the Xiao family. Except for Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu who has joined Canaan College, that girl always calls him Brother Xiao Yan, Brother Xiao Yan. But now, there is a woman who wants to break off the engagement with him. How can he tolerate this? Xiao Yan feels that his dignity as a man has been seriously violated. Damn it! You Beatty sect bully people with your power. Do you want to buy us off with elixirs? Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and said angrily. This Xiao Yan is too shameless. On the side, Xiao Suner couldn't help but frown slightly. As a girl, Xiao Suner can understand Nalan Yanran's thoughts very well. Nalan Yanran just said that she just didn't want to marry someone she had never met, not because of Xiao Yan. If Xiao Yan was a waste, Nalan Yanran would break off the engagement, then it might be Nalan Yanran's flattery. But Xiao Yan is actually not bad. Nalan Yanran's intention to break off the engagement was very clear, she just didn't want to marry someone she didn't know. But Xiao Yan always thought differently. He would say that others were bullying, first putting a hat on others, and then he would stand on the moral ground. This made Xiao Suner very disgusted. I bully others by taking advantage of my power. If I were to bully others by taking advantage of my power, why would I have to come here in person? I would directly ask the Dozong elders in our sect to discuss. Would your Xiao family dare to object? Listening to Xiao Yan's words, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but laugh in anger. Xiao Yan was speechless. Xiao Yan, don't pretend. Don't think I don't know what you think. Don't you just feel that your dignity as a man has been trampled on? Although we have an engagement, we don't know each other at all. You just saw that I was beautiful and had lustful thoughts in your heart. If I were an ugly monster, you would probably want me to cancel the engagement. Looking at Xiao Yan, Nalan Yanran's eyes flashed with disgust, and said. I came to discuss the matter of breaking off the engagement with your Xiao family in private. I have given your Xiao family enough face. Please don't be so ignorant. Damn it! Hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Xiao Yan's face turned blue and red, and he was ashamed and angry. He had to admit that Nalan Yanran was right, but he didn't think he was wrong. He, Xiao Yan, was obviously not bad. Since there was an engagement, Nalan Yanran should not break off the engagement. Even if she broke off the engagement, it should be him, Xiao Yan, who broke off the engagement. At this moment, Xiao Yan completely forgot that he was a time traveler and forgot the freedom of love on earth. Perhaps, this is double standards. Can I say something? Just when the atmosphere in the reception hall was stagnant, a faint chuckle suddenly broke the silence. Chapter 595, Forcing Xiao Yan to abdicate and taking the role. Xiao Bai, this is my business, when is it your turn to take care of it? On the side, Xiao Yan was even more angry when he heard Bai Ji wanted to get involved, because he knew that Bai Ji would definitely not stand on his side. What do you mean it's just your business? If you, Xiao Yan, were not born in the Xiao family, would you be qualified to have this engagement? Bai Ji sneered at Xiao Yan's words and questioned. Xiao Yan was stagnant again. Everything you have comes from the family, so don't say stupid things like it's just your business. Now this matter is not just your business, but it concerns the entire Xiao family. Bai Ji said lightly. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Zhan and the three Xiao family elders also sighed. This is indeed not just Xiao Yan's business. If it is not handled properly, it may endanger the family. After all, their Xiao family is too weak. I want to say something fair about this matter. Bai Ji continued. In fact, I think Miss Nalan did nothing wrong. There is actually no connection between Miss Nalan and Xiao Yan. It's just that the previous generation made this engagement. But this did not obtain Miss Nalan's consent, so it's normal that Miss Nalan is unwilling now. After all, this is not her decision. Xiao Bai, what are you talking about? Are you still a member of our Xiao family? You are actually helping outsiders speak. Listening to Bai Ji's words, Xiao Yan felt humiliated and couldn't help but yelled at Bai Ji angrily. But Bai Ji sneered in his heart at Xiao Yan's anger, which was just impotent rage. He, I said, cousin Xiao Yan, I really didn't speak from your perspective, that's because I stood from the perspective of the entire Xiao family. Bai Ji sneered and said disdainfully. It's you, cousin Xiao Yan, have you been used to being domineering in Mutant City since you were a child, and you don't know that there are people outside people and there are heavens outside the sky? The Xiao family is a role in Mutant City, but it is nothing in the entire Jiama Empire. Do you want the family to give up the opportunity to grow and go to extinction for your so-called dignity? Besides, have you really lost your dignity? You are not a waste, and Miss Nalan did not directly inform the whole empire that she looked down on you. Miss Nalan only brought a few people to the Xiao family now, and is discussing with us calmly, and also brought sincerity. Even if the engagement is cancelled, as long as it is announced to the outside world that Miss Nalan came to the Xiao family and met you, she found that the two of you were not suitable and had no fate, so after discussing, she chose to cancel the engagement. What can outsiders say? Tell me, what dignity have you lost? Or is it really like Miss Nalan said, you are just attracted by beauty? Bai Ji laughed sarcastically. Listening to Bai Ji's constant criticism, Xiao Yan's face turned pale and sweaty. For the first time, he felt that all his thoughts were seen through. And listening to Bai Ji's reasonable words, seeing Xiao Yan's face turned pale and sweaty, even Xiao Zhan understood at this moment that his son Xiao Yan was guilty. This made Xiao Zhan sigh. What Bai Ji said was indeed right. There was indeed room for maneuver in the matter of cancelling the engagement. It would not necessarily make the Xiao family lose face. On the contrary, if they did not agree, the Xiao family would definitely not have a good ending. You guys. Xiao Yan felt extremely ashamed after Bai Ji revealed his inner thoughts. In the shame, a burst of anger broke out again. Nalan Yan Ran, you are the saint of Beatty sect, but is that powerful? You have only come to this point by relying on the resources of Beatty sect. If I, Xiao Yan, can have such resources as you, I can also be stronger than you. Oh no. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan's face was full of unwillingness. He pointed at Nalan Yanran and said coldly. My master said that luck is also a part of strength. However, Nalan Yanran was very calm about Xiao Yan's unwillingness. Yes, she was lucky, with famous teachers, a lot of resources, and top-notch cultivation techniques, but isn't luck also a part of strength? If Xiao Yan was an ordinary person, born in an ordinary family, wouldn't he have reached this point? It's just the pot calling the kettle black. Nalan Yanran, you can cancel the engagement, but I want to make an agreement with you that we will have a duel in 3 years. I want to prove that your choice today is wrong. Xiao Yan clenched his fists and became even more angry at Nalan Yanran's calmness. After a heavy breath, Xiao Yan directly shouted out the classic line, 30 years in the east, 3. But before Xiao Yan finished shouting, Bai Ji showed a hint of playfulness and interrupted Xiao Yan directly, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor young, right? My cousin Xiao Yan, the time limit you agreed with Miss Nalan is 3 years, not 30 years. Don't say such words as 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor young man. It's too embarrassing. People who don't know probably think you are trying to delay time. The pretentious lines that were brewing on the tip of his tongue were interrupted by Bai Ji. Xiao Yan almost vomited blood. At this moment, he was so frustrated in his heart. Okay, Miss Nalan, cousin Xiao Yan has agreed to cancel the engagement. Our Xiao family will accept this apology. After interrupting Xiao Yan, Bai Ji looked at Nalan Yanran and chuckled. Thank you. Nalan Yanran said to Bai Ji very seriously. Bai Ji's previous words really touched her heart, which made Nalan Yanran, who had a slight liking for Bai Ji, even more fond of Bai Ji at this moment. On the side, seeing that his fiancé copyright seemed to have fallen in love with his mortal enemy, Xiao Yan felt a sense of suffocation in his heart again, and he was furious. Niece Nalan, your goal has been achieved, so you can leave now. Xiao Zhan stood up with a complicated expression and ordered Nalan Yanran to leave. Thank you, Uncle Xiao, for your help. We will do our best to handle the marriage contract and try not to bring any negative impact to the Xiao family. Nalan Yanran bowed politely to Xiao Zhan. Hey, let's go, let's go. However, Xiao Zhan was not interested in what Nalan Yanran said and waved his hand. Then Uncle Xiao, we'll say goodbye. Seeing that Xiao Zhan obviously did not welcome her, Nalan Yanran did not force it, and stood up and prepared to leave the Xiao family. While watching Nalan Yanran and her group leave the reception hall, Bai Ji clearly saw that before leaving, Kaidi, who was wearing a 7-color long skirt, looked back at him, with a gleam in her bright eyes, and the meaning was very clear. Clan leader, how should this Qi gathering powder and Ning Yuan pill be distributed? Behind him, the voices of 3 elders licking their faces and asking for pills came. Sooner, let's go. Ignoring the distribution of pills in the reception hall and ignoring Xiao Yan's angry eyes behind him, Bai Ji smiled indifferently and called Xiao Sooner to leave the reception hall. Chapter 596 Goodbye Kaidi, Preparations before going to Canaan Academy. After leaving the reception hall, Nalan Yanran and his party left the Xiao family directly. Outside the gate of the Xiao family, a gorgeously decorated carriage and a grey unicorn with Warcraft bloodline were quietly waiting. When they arrived in front of the carriage, Nalan Yanran and Kaidi got on the carriage together, while Ji Ye rode on the unicorn. Let's go. After riding on the unicorn, Ji Ye gave an order to the coachman driving the carriage. With a burst of Dada horse hooves, the carriage slowly started and drove forward. Sister, what are you looking at? In the carriage, seeing Kaidi looking out the window as if looking for something, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but ask in confusion. Nothing, I seem to see an acquaintance. You go first, I'll leave for a while and come back soon. Kaidi smiled softly at Nalan Yanran and said. Then Sister Kaidi, hurry up, we will wait for you. Nalan Yanran nodded in confusion and responded. She had no doubt whether Kaidi could catch up with the carriage after leaving. After all, the woman in front of her was the head of the Beatty clan. One of the old members was a powerful Dozone warrior. But she was surprised that someone familiar to Cai Dai would appear in Mutant City. Well, I'll be back soon. Cai Dai said, her face calm but with a hint of excitement. Nodding, Cai Dai stood up and lifted the curtain, and then moved, instantly leaving the carriage, and disappeared in a few flashes on the roadside. In a forest on the side of the road, Bai Ji was leaning against a tree and waiting quietly. After leaving the reception hall, Bai Ji deliberately sent Xiao Sooner away, just to see Cai Dai. After all, they hadn't seen each other for almost 12 years. Master, long time no see. While Bai Ji was waiting quietly, a resentful voice came from beside him. Hearing the voice, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile. Turning his head to the side, a beautiful woman in a 7-color long skirt was staring at him with resentment, her pretty face full of resentment and excitement. Cai Dai, I haven't seen you for so long, I can't recognize you. You have matured a lot. Bai Ji smiled, but there was a lot of emotion in his tone. It's been 12 years, even you, the master, have grown up. If I haven't made any progress, then I have stayed in the snake tribe for so long in vain. A smile appeared on Cai Dai's face. I can't believe that after 12 years, the master has become smaller. Looking at Bai Ji's current appearance, Cai Dai first looked at Bai Ji with a smile, then leaned over and hugged Bai Ji suddenly. Feeling the familiar warmth, Cai Dai couldn't help but try to put her head close to Bai Ji's neck, greedily breathing the familiar breath from the tip of her nose. While Cai Dai was hugging him, a pair of big beasts couldn't help but bump into Bai Ji's face. Feeling the softness that suddenly hit his face, Bai Ji's old face suddenly blushed. Is this the legendary dribbling and hitting people? Cai Dai, how did you become like this? Are you still the little Dai I remember? Bai Ji was suddenly hugged by Cai Dai. Thinking that the innocent and cute little maid had become like this, his face was full of black lines. Master, people will change. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Cai Dai couldn't help but raise her head, blinked at Bai Ji, and a smile hung on the corner of her mouth. I was so naive before. Master, you have accepted so many female disciples, but I didn't feel anything. Now they are all grown up. Do you know, Master, I feel a sense of crisis in my heart now. Did Cai Lin teach you these words? Bai Ji's mouth twitched even more. He couldn't believe that the innocent and kind little maid would become like this today, like a seductive fairy. My sister didn't teach me either. Cai Dai stuck out her tongue. It's mainly because I think that's the case. Master, you already have me, my sister, Yuner, Yafei, Xiao Yuxian, and the little girl next to you just now. Kaidi stretched out her green fingers and counted them one by one. Bai Ji was so confused. What's the connection? He didn't have such a stud. Whether it was the sisters Kalin and Kaidi, or the three little disciples he accepted, the relationship between them was obviously pure. If he had to say that there was one person who went there with impure thoughts, it would probably be Xiao Suner. But for Xiao Suner, he was more of a person who wanted to make up for the regrets of his previous life. He really didn't have any dirty thoughts. Really? Stop, stop, stop. Bai Ji had a headache the more he listened, and quickly interrupted Kaidi's words. You are coming to the Jiama Empire now, does your sister know? My sister? Of course my sister knows, it was she who asked me to come, the elders of the tribe all agreed, and asked me to keep an eye on you, and never let other vixens abduct you away, saying that only my sister and I are qualified to be your queen. Kaidi said as a matter of course. Listening to Kaidi's words, Bai Ji was completely out of temper. Snakes are lustful by nature, so he shouldn't have any expectations of the snake people. You know, among the snake people, except for a few snake people, most of the powerful snake people have always had a lot of harems. Forget it, say whatever you want. Bai Ji was a little sad. By the way, Master, who was the little girl who sat with you before? You didn't come to the Xiao family just because of her, did you? As if she thought of something, Kaidi couldn't help asking. It's just a small part of the reason, a small part of the reason. Bai Ji smiled awkwardly, and complained in his heart, this little maid, when did she become so smart? By the way, how is Kinglin doing recently? How far has she evolved the four-headed fire spirit snake I gave her using the beast taming technique? Seeing that Kaidi was about to ask, Bai Ji quickly changed the subject. As a time traveler, Bai Ji would not forget Qinglin, but ordered to look for Qinglin, and finally found him. Because he had no time to teach, Bai Ji asked Cai Lin to teach Qinglin. But Bai Ji also personally handed over the beast taming technique and the four-headed fire spirit snake that were most suitable for Qinglin to Qinglin, and Qinglin was also the second saint of the Beatty sect. Qinglin has already sacrificed the four-headed fire spirit snake to the point of 7 heads, and said that it has stimulated some magical power, and its strength is almost comparable to Dozun. Cai Dai thought about it and said. Not bad. Bai Ji nodded with satisfaction. Compared with cultivation, it is indeed easier to sacrifice witch insects and witch beasts. As long as there is enough flesh and blood, the witch beast can quickly catalyze the evolution, but the only drawback is that the witch beast has no soul and needs to be controlled by the master. Okay, Kaidi, I should stay in the Xiao family for another half a year, then sign up for the enrollment of Canaan College and set off for Canaan College. You can let the people placed by the sect in Canaan College and Blackhorn region start to prepare. Thinking that the plot is about to begin, Bai Ji said to Kaidi with a serious face. When we arrive at Canaan College, just like in the original book, we can find a way to persuade Han Feng to lead people to attack Canaan College. Then Bai Ji can take the opportunity to devour the fallen heart flame in the burning heaven refining Qi Tower, and will not offend Canaan College and Mang Tianqi, and can also make Canaan College owe a favor to the Beatty sect. The reason why Bai Ji kept Han Feng until now is precisely to not change this plot. Then Bai Ji only needs to spend another 2 years to resolve the 3-year agreement between Nalan Yanran and Xiao Yan, and he can get a chance to draw a god-level lottery. After that, as long as he follows the path that Xiao Yan took in the original book, he should be able to catch up with all the opportunities. After devouring Han Feng's Sea Heart Flame and Canaan Academy's Fallen Heart Flame, he should be able to officially break through the Dozun and can directly return to the Jiama Empire at any time with the power of space, without having to worry about what will happen to the old nest. Well, I know, Master, I will have people start preparing after I go back. Kaidi also nodded seriously. Then see you in half a year. Bai Ji's mouth curled up a smile and touched Kaidi's hair. Then he took a step back, and the void suddenly rippled. Bai Ji disappeared into the woods after a blur. Watching Bai Ji's figure leave, thinking of today's long-lost meeting, Kaidi's pretty face couldn't help but show a gentle smile. Then, with the purple dochi wings behind her unfolding, she gently fluttered, and Kaidi's figure quickly flew into the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 597 Xiaoning asked for help, and the coming-of-age ceremony was about to begin. The next day, in the neatly furnished room, Bai Ji sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, holding a bodhi seed in his hand. The brilliant green clouds were blooming from the bodhi seed in Bai Ji's hand. The dazzling rays of light turned into a verdant and vigorous bodhi tree behind Bai Ji from time to time, and turned into a compassionate Buddha chanting scriptures from time to time. Waves of faint Zen chanting echoed in the room. At the same time, on Bai Ji's body, black, gold, blood and brown lights were constantly shining alternately. This was Bai Ji trying to merge the four major domains derived from the holy demon Titan Shura Emperor, and then combine the sword body method to derive the sword domain. Compared with the domain in Douluo continent, the domain of the world after ascension is undoubtedly more powerful. The domain in Douluo continent does not actually have the characteristics of most fantasy, where the domain is the only one, but it is more inclined to increase oneself and suppress the enemy. However, this increase is limited to the soul power that also comes from the martial soul, so it is a bit useless for Bai Ji who has already switched to fighting spirit. At present, the most convenient thing for Bai Ji to use is the gravity field. However, as the gravity field is a derivative of the power of space, if the opponent's strength reaches Dozong and masters the power of space, he should be immune to the influence of the gravity field, so Bai Ji is in urgent need of sublimating the field. And because he has the sword body of mind that also has the ability to develop the field, Bai Ji must first try to see if he can merge the field of the martial soul, and then combine the sword body of mind to derive the sword field that can only be derived by breaking through the sword emperor and reaching the realm of sword god. After a long time of hard work, Bai Ji has been able to use the sword energy to suppress and merge the four major fields, but he still can't sublimate it to the sword field. It's still not working. Although the comprehension is enough, it seems that the soul power is still not enough to break through to the realm of sword god. It seems that Yafei still needs to continue collecting to see if she can find medicinal materials to strengthen the soul power. Putting down the bodhi seeds in his hand, Bai Ji thought to himself. After thinking, Bai Ji looked out the window and the sky was bright. After touching his stomach and feeling a little hungry, Bai Ji couldn't help but take back the bodhi seeds and got up from the bed. He opened the door and the vibrant golden sunlight immediately poured in. Feeling the sunlight all over his body, Bai Ji stretched comfortably. It's time to eat. He left the room. After having breakfast with Xiao Suner in the cafeteria, Bai Ji chose to part ways on the way back and returned to the room alone. Later, he still had to go to the middle auction house to ask Yafei to collect medicinal herbs that could nourish the soul. It was better not to let Xiao Suner know about this. But just as Bai Ji closed the door, a figure sneaked over and knocked on the door. Who is it? Bai Ji frowned, turned around and opened the door. A familiar figure was standing in front of the door, smiling at Bai Ji. Xiaoning, what do you want to talk to me? Bai Ji was a little confused. Xiao Bai, can I go in and talk? Xiaoning rubbed his hands and smiled. What's going on, so mysterious? Bai Ji was even more suspicious, but still did not refuse. Come in. With Bai Ji's consent, Xiaoning entered the house happily, sat on the table in the room, cut himself a cup of tea, and drank it. Well, Xiao Bai, the tea here is really good. After drinking tea, I feel that the speed of the fighting spirit in my body has accelerated. It's incredible. Xiaoning said with an intoxicated look on his face. This made Bai Ji complain. His tea was all spiritual tea supplied by the middle family. Of course, the quality was better than those miscellaneous teas of the Xiao family. Xiaoning, you are not here just to drink tea, are you? If you are here to drink tea, I still have some tea here. Take it away quickly. I have something to do and don't have time to chat with you. Bai Ji waved his hand. Hey, Xiao Bai, how can you cross the river and burn the bridge? I help you write to my sister every month to ask about her situation in Canaan College. I have no merits but hard work. You want to send me away with a little tea? Xiaoning stood up suddenly and said indignantly. Bai Ji had a headache after listening to Xiaoning's words. He really shouldn't have gone to the back mountain in the first place. Although he stopped Xiao Yan from accidentally entering Xiao Yu's bathing place, he was discovered by Xiao Yu, who had just finished bathing. The atmosphere was awkward at that time. Then Xiao Ning somehow knew about this matter, and Xiao Ning always thought that he liked Xiao Yu. In addition, he always took sides and stood on Xiao Ning's side to deal with Xiao Yan, which made Xiao Ning think that he liked his sister Xiao Yu, otherwise why would he help him so much? God sees pity, although he was also curious about Xiao Yu's long legs in his previous life, but he really didn't have that intention towards Xiao Yu. But Xiao Ning spread rumors everywhere, saying that he liked Xiao Yu. At the beginning, he took a lot of effort to explain it clearly to Xiao Suner. Xiao Ning, didn't I say it already? I really don't have that intention towards your sister. Bai Ji explained with a dark face. Xiao Bai, what do you mean? I know you are a genius, but my sister is not bad looking, is she not worthy of you? You peeped at my sister taking a bath and ruined her chastity. Are you going to deny it now? Xiao Ning looked angry. Didn't I see it at the beginning? Bai Ji was helpless. Look, you said you don't like my sister, you didn't see it, so you are going to see it. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Xiao Ning's face suddenly changed, as if he was a weasel who stole the hen, and laughed. Bai Ji was completely drunk. He was actually tricked by Xiao Ning. Forget it, no explanation. Xiao Ning, tell me, what is your purpose in coming to me? Don't beat around the bush. If I can help, I will definitely help you, okay? Bai Ji said helplessly. Hehe, I know that you are very righteous, Xiao Bai, much better than Xiao Yan. Xiao Ning smiled. It's actually like this. Isn't the coming-of-age ceremony going to be held in a few months? After the coming-of-age ceremony, the Duqi Pavilion will be open for a short time, and clansmen who have reached adulthood or reached the Duqi level in advance can go in and choose the exercises. Before Xiao Yan was divorced by Nalan Yan Ran, didn't the Beatty sect give our Xiao family 9 Ning Yuan pills and 9 Juki powders? 4 of them were given to clan leader Xiao Zhan, and 3 were given to my grandfather and his family, and 1 was left to be used as a reward for outstanding clansmen. And my grandfather and his family gave us all the Ning Yuan pills and Juki powders, so within these 3 months, I estimate that I can break through to Dahi, and Mayor is the same. I remember that Xiao Bai, you haven't been to the Duqi Pavilion yet, so I want to ask you to go in with me and help me get the exercises inside. Xiao Ning looked pleading. He has a way, so he naturally knows where the best exercises are inside, but with his temporarily improved cultivation, it may be difficult to break through the protective shield and get the exercises, so he set his sights on Bai Ji. After hearing Xiao Ning's words, Bai Ji fell into deep thought. Xiao Ning, are you sure Xiao Mei can also break through to the fighter level? After thinking for a while, Bai Ji asked. Of course. Xiao Ning, it was a matter of course. Third grandfather loves his precious granddaughter very much. He bought a lot of foundation building spirit liquid from the middle auction house for her to practice. I remember that she has already broken through to the 8th stage of Do Qi this year. With the condensation pill and the gathering Qi powder, she will definitely be able to break through to Do Jet. If Xiao Mei also goes to the Do Qi Pavilion this year, then... After thinking about Xiao Ning's approach and Xiao Mei, who should not be stupider than Xiao Ning, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile mysteriously. Okay, I'll help you. Chapter 598 The Nature of Humans, The Temptation of Yafei. After bidding farewell to Xiao Ning, Bai Ji closed the door again. After changing his body shape with the shape-changing method in the heavenly snake-breathing method, Bai Ji changed into a black robe, then tore through the space and came to an empty alley not far from the middle auction house. Bai Ji did not choose to enter the auction house directly. The reason was very simple, that is, Yafei might not be in the room, but was holding an auction. And because the auction at middle auction house usually lasts a whole day, if he doesn't go to find Yafei specifically, he probably won't be able to see her until the evening. Not to mention the evening, as long as he doesn't return to the Xiao family in the evening, Xiao Suner may find something wrong, so Bai Ji has to hurry up. Tightening his black robe, Bai Ji calmly walked out of the deserted alley and came to the front of middle auction house. Entering middle auction house. The luxurious reception hall is magnificent, and every corner of the hall is decorated with clusters of green plants. Because many magic conductors are installed, the entire reception hall looks like some modern entertainment clubs with exquisite decorations at first glance. After entering the hall, Bai Ji went straight to the counter, then took out a silver white token from the ring and put it on the counter. Which auction house is your chief auctioneer Yafei in now? Bai Ji asked hoarsely. This is... Behind the counter, the waiter was shocked when he saw the silver-white token on the counter. This turned out to be the Xian level token of the Beatty sect. Could it be that the person in front of him was a big shot from the Beatty sect? Thinking of this, the waiter immediately showed a humble and respectful expression, and said to Bai Ji, "Respected sir, Miss Yafei is holding an auction at the number 1 auction venue." "Well, I know." Bai Ji nodded calmly, picked up the token, put it into the ring, and then entered the back passage of the middle auction venue. According to the instructions on the wall, he walked towards the number 1 auction venue. Walking through the long passage, the surroundings began to dim, and at the end of the passage, a charming voice that made people numb came faintly. "Is there anyone else bidding? 10,000 gold coins once, 10,000 gold coins twice." Bai Ji walked into the auction venue and looked around. The seats in front of him were full of people. And on a high platform in the front, a beautiful woman wearing a red dress, with a hot body and exquisite curves, was constantly knocking the auction hammer in her hand. "Okay, since no one is bidding, this precious 1,000-year-old white jade goddess statue belongs to this young man." As the woman shouted loudly and finally hammered the auction, a young man in brocade clothes stood up from his seat excitedly. "Haha! Miss Yafei, it's me, I took the 1,000-year-old white jade goddess statue." The young man shouted excitedly, hoping to attract Yafei's attention. After getting a polite smile from Yafei, the young man immediately covered his chest, with an expression of suffocation, and slumped in his seat. All around, everyone's mouth twitched. Where did this idiot come from? He spent 10,000 gold coins to buy a jade statue just to make a beautiful woman smile? If his father knew, he would probably be mad to death. Then, the next auction item, the colorful glass bracelet carefully carved from deep-sea colorful glass jade, starts at 100 gold coins, and starts now. As Yafei's charming voice shouted, the auction venue suddenly became a commotion. "I'll pay 200 gold coins. I'll pay 500 gold coins. I'll pay 1,000 gold coins. I'll pay 3,000 gold coins." Seeing the group of people who were complaining about the young man who spent 10,000 gold coins to bid for the 1,000-year-old white jade goddess statue as a fool, now shouting frantically, wanting to bid for the 7-colored glass bracelet that was also useless, Bai Ji, who was sitting in the last row, twitched a little. This person's nature is really universal in any world. It smells so good. However, the reason why these people are so crazy is not only because Yafei is charming enough, but also because Yafei quietly activated the heavenly demon sound when she was shouting. The heavenly demon sound can confuse people's minds. With the atmosphere of the auction venue and Yafei's charming face like a fairy, a large number of people who are attracted to the auction venue will appear at the auction venue with a slight hook. A fool who was overwhelmed by the thought. However, Yafei was really suitable for the auction business. Bai Ji had never thought of using the heavenly demon sound for this. As Bai Ji waited quietly, as the auction items were sold one by one, this auction finally came to an end. In the number 1 auction venue, the next auction would take another hour. As the crowd gradually left the venue, Bai Ji stood up and left his seat, walked to the auction table, and behind the auction table was a rear passage for staff to pass through. With his powerful mental power, Bai Ji easily confused the 5 senses of the guards guarding the rear passage and entered the rear passage. "Who is it?" Sensing the footsteps coming from behind, Yafei couldn't help but frowned, and after a delicate shout, she looked back. At this time, Bai Ji had already floated to Yafei's side. "It's me." This time, Bai Ji didn't deliberately make his voice hoarse, but used his natural voice. Yafei's eyes lit up immediately, and she said in surprise, "Master. Let's go." After looking around and finding no one, Yafei quietly took Bai Ji's hand and came to the lounge that belonged to her at the back. "Master, how did you know to come to see me?" Sitting on the soft big bed, Yafei lifted her red skirt, gently shook her snow-white jade legs, and looked at Bai Ji with a look of resentment in her eyes. "Why can't I come to see you?" Bai Ji was speechless. "Humph! You hang out with that vixen from the Xiao family every day. You used to come here often, but now you don't come here for a few months. I think you have forgotten me a long time ago." Yafei folded her arms and said angrily. "No, how could it be?" Bai Ji smiled awkwardly, and suddenly felt guilty. "By the way, Master, have you seen Sister Kaidi?" Suddenly, as if she thought of something, Yafei narrowed her eyes into crescents and laughed. "Yafei, Did you tell Cai Dai that I'm here? Bai Ji understood immediately. Of course, we are the only ones who know that you are here, but a few years ago, senior sister Xiao Yuxian and senior sister Yun Yun went to Zhongzhou, and I was the only one who knew that you were here, so I must have told sister Cai Dai. Ye Fei said with a smile. And sister Cai Dai came to see me first, and then went to see you, master. How about it, are you surprised? Did Cai Dai see you first? Bai Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he thought of something. Today, your sister Cai Dai's behavior is a bit abnormal. I thought it was your sister Cai Lin who taught her. Now it seems that it was not you, right? It was me who taught her. Ye Fei was very proud. Master, you already have us, isn't it enough? If you don't let sister Cai Dai take care of you, master's harem will be crowded in the future. Ye Fei, it seems that you have grown up and know how to think about the master. Bai Ji's face was full of black lines. Of course, I am your disciple, so I must take care of you in every aspect. Ye Fei blinked. Master, you seem to be very angry. Do you want to spank me? Although I am grown up, if you want, I will not object. After saying that, Ye Fei turned around and lay on the bed with a smile. The tight red dress was tightened immediately, outlining the full curve of her buttocks. Seeing the tempting scene in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but get angry. What a goblin! Chapter 599 The upcoming coming-of-age ceremony, Xiao Yu returns. Stop making trouble, get up quickly. After reciting the core values of socialism several times in his heart, Bai Ji finally suppressed his anger and said to Ye Fei unhappily. Master, you are angry. Do you think your disciple has grown up? Seeing Bai Ji's strange behavior, Ye Fei couldn't help but blink at Bai Ji, and licked her red lips by the way, her charming face was full of seductiveness. Bai Ji's heart was once again furious. Stop it, I came to you for something. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ji suppressed his anger and said helplessly. Then master, you tell me. Hearing the seriousness in Bai Ji's words, Ye Fei finally sat upright on the bed, with her snow-white legs, holding her cheeks with her hands, and looked at Bai Ji and asked. I need some medicinal herbs that can nourish and enhance the power of the soul. Please help me find them. Take down all those that can be taken down. If you can't, notify me and I'll see if I can find a way. Bai Ji said. Medicinal herbs that nourish and enhance the power of the soul? This is very rare. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Ye Fei murmured to herself. But don't worry, master, I will definitely help you keep an eye out. Ye Fei smiled again. Well, I came to you for this. This is all, since it's okay, I'll leave. After telling Ye Fei about the matter, Bai Ji stood up and prepared to leave. Master! Can't you stay for a while? Aren't you tired of the vixen who accompanies the Xiao family every day? Seeing Bai Ji preparing to leave, Ye Fei immediately stood up and grabbed Bai Ji's hand, staring with her almond eyes, her pretty face puffed up angrily, full of indignation. There will be time later, dear. Bai Ji touched Ye Fei's head and smiled. Ye Fei's pretty face suddenly turned red, but she still tried to maintain an angry look. This is what you said, master, when you leave the Xiao family, I will also leave here and follow you. Ye Fei reluctantly let go of Bai Ji's hand and said angrily. Okay, I will definitely do it then, I will definitely do it then. Bai Ji said with a smile. After saying that, Bai Ji took a step back, and the void seemed to ripple like the surface of the water, swallowing Bai Ji in, and Bai Ji's figure immediately disappeared in the room. Seeing Bai Ji disappear, Ye Fei pouted and sat on the bed again. In the blink of an eye, almost half a year had passed. The day of the Xiao family's coming-of-age ceremony was coming soon. While the Xiao family was preparing for the coming-of-age ceremony intensively, they also sent invitations to many forces in Wuden City that were on good terms with them, asking them to come and watch the ceremony. And among those who participated in the coming-of-age ceremony this year, Xiaoning was surprisingly included. Xiaoning was more than 1 year older than Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was 15 years old this year, and Xiaoning just turned 16. Since this year was Xiaoning's coming-of-age day, as a sister, Xiao Yu would naturally come back. In fact, when Xiao Yu wrote a letter saying that she was coming back, the letter had just reached Xiaoning's hands, and Xiaoning couldn't wait to take the letter to Bai Ji to tell him the good news. This made Bai Ji speechless. Is it really okay for you to sell your sister like this? However, Bai Ji was wrong. Although on the surface, Xiaoning took advantage of the misunderstanding that happened that year to constantly promote his sister Xiao Yu to Bai Ji. But in fact, the reason why Xiaoning did this was not only because of the misunderstanding that happened that year, but there were deeper reasons. In Xiaoning's view, his sister will get married in the future anyway. Instead of marrying someone she may not like, it is better to let her sister marry someone she admires, who is handsome and extremely powerful, that is, Bai Ji. Moreover, after letting the grandfather, who is the elder, know about this, the grandfather did not get angry, but laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth, and let Xiaoning do his best to match his granddaughter with Bai Ji. This further strengthened Xiaoning's idea. After Xiaoning told Bai Ji the good news that her sister Xiao Yu was coming back, almost half a month had passed. One day, Bai Ji and Xiao Suner went to the Xiao family cafeteria to eat and came back. Finally, they met Xiao Yu, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. Of course, there was Xiaoning beside her. "Sister, look, it's Xiao Bai." Seeing Bai Ji, Xiaoning immediately hinted at Xiao Yu frantically, whispering, and then quickly raised his head and greeted Bai Ji to attract Bai Ji's attention. Hearing her brother Xiaoning's words, Xiao Yu couldn't help but blush on her pretty face, and glared at Xiaoning fiercely. But when she saw Bai Ji walking towards her, Xiao Yu couldn't help but hesitate again. "Damn! What am I doing?" Xiao Yu was ashamed. "Sister Xiao Yu, long time no see." Looking at the beauty in front of him wearing college clothes, with a long sword on her waist and a pair of moving jade legs, which set off her tall figure, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile. "Hello, Sister Xiao Yu." On the side, Xiao Suner, who was following Bai Ji and wearing a green dress, also smiled faintly and greeted Xiao Yu. "Xiao Bai, and Suner, long time no see." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu tried to calm herself down and smiled at Xiao Bai and Xiao Suner. Just looking at the perfect person in front of her, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a little complicated in her heart. "Sister Xiao Yu, how are you doing in Canaan College?" Looking at the Canaan Academy logo on Xiao Yu's academy uniform, Bai Ji felt a little emotional, but still asked with a smile. At the beginning, when Xiao Yu became an adult, he originally suggested that Xiao Yu go to Beatty sect. As long as Xiao Yu went, Bai Ji could guarantee that Xiao Yu would be selected and then listed as a key training target. But Xiao Yu shook his head and said that he did not like the life in the sect, but preferred the freer and more relaxed life in the academy, so he finally joined Canaan Academy. "I have a good life in the academy. The tutors in the academy take good care of me, and the classmates are also easy to get along with." Xiao Yu smiled. "That's good." Bai Ji nodded. "Xiao Bai, I heard from Xiaoning that Sister Suner has broken through to the fighter, so are you going to register for Canaan Academy this year? Or will you wait until tomorrow to complete the annual ceremony before registering?" Because Bai Ji was he said before that he would also join Canaan College, so Xiao Yu couldn't help asking. "I plan to sign up this year." "Sister Xiao Yu, don't forget to say a few good words for us to the admissions tutor." Bai Ji teased. "Why do you need my good words? You and Sister Suner are both great geniuses. You broke through to the fighter level before you were 8 years old, and broke through to the fighter master level at the age of 11. Sister Suner also broke through to the fighter level before she was 14. If the admissions tutors of Canaan College knew about geniuses like you, they would probably hold you in their hands and slap you away, or hold you in their mouths and be afraid that you would melt. They would treat you like a treasure. Why do you need my good words?" Xiao Yu said unhappily. "Haha. Just kidding, just kidding." Seeing Xiao Yu's angry look, Bai Ji couldn't help but wave his hand and laughed. Chapter 600 The coming of age ceremony begins. Xiao Yan is very angry. Time passed in a flash for several days. Finally, the day of the coming of age ceremony arrived. For this day, the Xiao family has been preparing for a long time. In the early morning, the martial arts arena was full of people. In the center of the martial arts arena, a high platform had been built. This was a venue specially built for the coming of age ceremony, and it could also be said to be a VIP seat. The senior members of the Xiao family and representatives of some invited forces would sit in this VIP seat to watch the coming of age ceremony. There are quite a lot of people. After eating in the cafeteria, Bai Ji brought Xiao Suner to the martial arts arena. Seeing the sea of people in front of him, Bai Ji couldn't help but touch his chin. Although there were a lot of people gathered in the martial arts arena, in fact, not all of them were the children of the Xiao family who were going to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony. Most of these people were actually the children of the Xiao family who had not yet participated in the coming-of-age ceremony and came to join in the fun. Miss Yafei is here. Suddenly, a shout came from not far away. In the martial arts arena, the crowd immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, Yafei, wearing a red dress, was walking towards the martial arts arena under the guidance of a group of Xiao family senior members including Xiao Zhan. Look, it's Miss Yafei. Wow, is this Miss Yafei? She's so beautiful, seeing is believing. Of course, Miss Yafei's charm is recognized by the entire Wuyuan city. With the arrival of Yafei, the crowd in the martial arts field suddenly became chaotic. All the men looked at Yafei with fascination, while the women were indignant. Brother Xiao Bai, is she pretty? Just as Bai Ji was staring at Yafei, Xiao Suner's resentful voice sounded again beside him. In Yafei's eyes, Xiao Suner was a foxy girl, and in Xiao Suner's eyes, Yafei was no different. Wearing a tight red dress all day long, with a charming and seductive look on her face, she was simply the reincarnation of a fox spirit. Xiao Suner was indignant. Not as pretty as my Suner. Bai Ji was already familiar with Xiao Suner's words, and said with a smile. Since she's not as pretty as Suner, why are you still looking at her? Xiao Suner hugged the fire fox in her arms tightly and said angrily. I'm watching the situation on the field. Don't you feel bored now? Bai Ji laughed. Then it's settled. Brother Xiao Bai, you are not allowed to go over there. You can only stay here, next to Suner. Xiao Suner pouted and said. Okay, okay. Bai Ji nodded with some amusement. As time passed, after all the representatives of the forces invited by the Xiao family sat down, the coming-of-age ceremony officially began. After the clan leader Xiao Zhan loudly announced the official start of the coming-of-age ceremony, the Xiao family members who participated in the coming-of-age ceremony this year walked to the front of the crowd and stood in a square formation. On the side, a person sent by the Xiao family to guide the coming-of-age ceremony walked out of the crowd, took out a list, and began to read it. The first one, Xiao Lai. As the guide read out the name, a plain-looking boy in a black training suit walked out of the square formation and walked towards the test magic stone tablet at the front. Next to the test magic stone tablet, there was also a person responsible for reading the test results. The boy named Xiao Lai put his hand on the test magic stone tablet before he came to the test magic stone tablet. With the injection of fighting spirit, the magic stone tablet suddenly burst into a dazzling light. When the strong light dissipated, several golden characters emerged. Fighting Spirit, 5th stage. Xiao Lai, Fighting Spirit 5th stage. As the person in charge of reading the results shouted out the results, the boy named Xiao Lai looked a little pale. Because the Xiao family has a rule that clan members who have not reached the 7th stage of Fighting Spirit before adulthood will be disqualified from entering the Fighting Spirit Pavilion to find Fighting Spirit skills, and will be assigned to various industries of the family to take care of some ordinary things for the family. This is the family rule. And if he has not become a fighter before the age of 25, he will not be recognized by the family. Obviously, this young man named Xiao Lai will not be able to continue to practice in the Xiao family in the future, but will be assigned to various industries of the Xiao family to manage things for the Xiao family. After Xiao Lai left the test magic stone tablet with a bleak look, the guide on the other side called out the next name again. Next, Xiao Ying Song. Next, Xiao Wei. Next, Xiao Mo. Gradually, as time went by, the Xiao family members who participated in the coming-of-age ceremony had completed nearly half of the test, and finally, it was Xiao Ning's turn. Next, Xiao Ning. Following the voice of the guide, Xiao Ning, wearing a black top, walked out of the crowd with a proud look. In the past half-month, with the help of Ning Yuandan and Zhuqi-san, he has successfully promoted to a fighter. In the Xiao family, there are very few people who can break through to the fighter before the age of 16. In the past, Xiao Yan always pretended to be cool. This time, it was finally his turn. As if he had foreseen the exclamations of the clansmen, Xiao Ning couldn't help but curl up his lips, and in a complacent mood, he stepped onto the high platform where the test magic stone tablet was located. Master Xiao Ning, please. As the grandson of the eldest elder of the Xiao family, Xiao Ning's status in the Xiao family is undoubtedly not low. Seeing Xiao Ning, the guide who was responsible for calling out the test results was very respectful. Hearing the guide's words, Xiao Ning's face remained unchanged, and he slowly placed his hand on the test magic stone tablet. With the injection of fighting spirit in his body, the test magic stone tablet suddenly burst into a dazzling light. When the strong light dissipated, 4 golden characters suddenly appeared on the test magic stone tablet: 1-star fighter. Xiaoning, 1-star fighter. Seeing the result on the test magic stone tablet, the guide deliberately shouted it out loudly. Hearing that Xiaoning's test result was actually a 1-star fighter, the crowd below the stage who had not yet been tested, as well as the crowd watching the ceremony around, suddenly became agitated. No way, didn't Xiaoning only have the 8th level of Doqi in the last test? How did he break through to Doja in half a year? I also think it's not right. Xiaoning's talent is obviously not much better than ours. If it weren't for his good background, his cultivation might not be as high as you and me. How could he break through to Doja? Is Xiaoning also a hidden genius? Looking at the shocked eyes of countless people in the audience, Xiaoning was so happy. Is this what Xiaoyan had experienced before? It was so cool. No wonder this guy likes to show off so much, it turns out to be so cool. Seeing Xiaoning's proud expression on the high platform where the magic stone tablet was tested, Bai Ji was a little speechless. Turning his head and looking not far away, under the shade of a big tree, Xiaoyan was looking at Xiaoning standing on the high platform. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking. His right hand on the tree was about to buckle the bark off. Bai Ji was a little amused. Watching the enemy show off with his own things, this should be very angry.